Here is a shot glass, now take off your pants, or stand with us here by the coffee shop. Yes, you're invited, try not to speak, sit and look pretty, laugh at the jokes we tell, strut like you mean it, and go with the flow. The world is a footnote to social grace. Sure, you're invited, try not to speak, sit and look pretty, laugh at the jokes that we tell. Tired in Boston, and so I'll walk out in the sun through the streets, feeling its breath on my skin.
Not exactly going right now anyway.
Everyone's tired in Boston, so I'll walk out in the sun through the streets, feeling its breath on my skin. I'm gonna let myself live again. I'm gonna let my blood flow again. I'm gonna take in the world I've been hiding behind this bitter wall. So I'll walk out in the sun through the streets, feeling its breath on my skin. Give without contempt and be open without fear. Learn to rest inside another's eyes. I'll know I'm home every time I breathe in, when I make it to the other side of the earth. All of the people there will
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue. That is the economy.
Here we go.
Years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And
Yeah,
I am
thank you.
actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the
sorry.
dreams of the American people.
Oh, shit.
And that
The
is
camera's
why
not on.
I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing.
There we
We
go.
know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a
Why is
crib,
the
buy a
bar
car seat,
saying
buy
I'm
clothes
down
for
here?
their children.
Let me try getting rid of that.
My
Okay.
passion, one
I
of
said
them,
turn off the
is small
closed captions.
businesses. I was actually, my mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000
Okay,
tax
cool. What's up,
deduction
Josh?
to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent,
Are you
on the
stuck
other
at work
hand,
for a while?
his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people
This is
paying
kind of the stuff
for
that
tax
I
cuts
don't
for
really know anything
billionaires.
about.
President Trump,
Like-
I'll give you 2 minutes.
First
Like,
of all, I have no sales
economic
tax. That's an
stuff, I really
incorrect
don't know
statement.
shit
She
about,
knows that.
unfortunately.
We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see
Hey, what's
what's
up, dude?
happening. You see what's happening with
Are you
towns
in here?
throughout the United States.
get
You
those-
look at
hold on.
Springfield,
On the side.
Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're
Holes.
taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people
All right, Party, you
that
should be able
Xi
to
and
get in here.
Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country.
Hello?
They're
Yo, what's up, man?
dangerous. They're at the
Not
highest
much.
level of
Do you want me to,
criminality, and we have to
share
get them out. We have to get them out
my
fast.
screen?
I created one of the greatest
no, I
economies
got-
in the
I got
history of our
the,
country. I'll do it
debate open
again
on mine.
and even better.
Okay.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil
What's
War.
your prediction?
And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build
mean,
on what we know are the
Harris is-
aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell
Her
you, on this
job
debate
is to
tonight,
argue.
you're
She
gonna
was
hear
a
from the same
prosecutor.
old tired playbook,
So she's going
a bunch
to
of lies,
have a
grievances,
lot
and
of-
name calling. What you're
a
gonna
lot
hear
of facts,
tonight
a
is
lot
a
of
detailed and
examples.
dangerous plan called Project
I mean, she's
2020.
Great
for sure gonna
rhetoric.
have more.
Former
She's for sure going to have
president
more
intends on implementing if
facts
he were
than Donald
elected
Trump.
again.
Yeah. But
I
Donald
believe
Trump is just
very
going to
strongly
just
that the American
lay
people
on
want
the.
a president who
Well,
understands
actually,
the
but
importance
actually,
of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all
I'm gonna
Americans.
turn you up a
President
little
Trump
bit
will give you a
'cause
minute here to respond.
Okay.
What I
Drowned
have
out
nothing
by
to do,
the-
as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I
already-
don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going
Okay.
to read it.
Yeah.
This was a group of people that got together. They came up
Yeah,
with some ideas.
so-
I guess some good, some bad.
Oh, now you're
but
peeking.
it
Why are you
makes no
so
difference. I
quiet
have
for
nothing
me?
to
But
do.
like
Everybody
on,
knows I'm an
on,
open
try
book.
talking.
Everybody knows what I'm going to do.
Hello, 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 hello.
Like,
And
speaking
create
hard.
a great economy
Go again?
like I did before. We had
Hello,
the greatest
hello?
economy. We
Okay.
got hit with a pandemic.
I
The
gotcha.
pandemic was
All right.
not since 1917, where 100 million people died. Has there been
I might just have
anything like it? We did a
Discord turned up
phenomenal
down in
job
my
with the
mixer or
pandemic.
something.
We handed them over a
Why I would do that
country where the
exactly, but-
economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you
He
respond.
could have done.
So,
Here's the thing. I
Donald
want to
Trump has no
reiterate,
plan for
and I'm not trying to be devil's advocate here.
and when you look at his
He actually
economic
had
plan,
a
it's
sh-
all
a-
about tax breaks for the rich
He
and
actually
famous.
had
I am
a
on
special
what
moment
I
in
would
time
describe as
where
the
he
opposite
could
of
have
the economy, and
superseded
the best
his own
economists in our
personality
country, if not
and
the
his
world,
party
have
and
reviewed
could have
our
been
relative
the leader
plans for the
to
future.
rise up
true.
and unite the world against
that's
COVID.
true.
Is that Donald Trump's
And
plan
and
would
that's
make
like a
the economy
once
worse
in a
or
millennia
strengthen the
lifetime for
economy?
anybody.
What the Wharton School
Yeah.
But
said is
instead, it
Donald
just
Trump's
showed his
plan
true character, which was,
would actually
I didn't think I was
explode
gonna
the
win this.
deficit.
I'm
60
here now,
people
and
have
I don't know
described
what the fuck
the
I'm doing.
economic plan as something
He really
that
only
would
gives a
be
fuck about
by
himself.
the
I
middle
mean,
of
they,
the
he,
decade
he,
would invite
even that
recession.
moment couldn't break his
At where we are
Yeah.
and where we stand
His-
on
'Cause even, like,
iron ego.
that Donald Trump actually has no
Like,
plan for you.
Giuliani,
He's more interested
as
in
much as
benefiting
he's like a
himself
joke right
than
now,
looking out for you.
he had a lot of hatred when he was in New York, but he really pulled New York out of 9/11, which is really sad to see him like fall from grace like that.
hmm
So I just I wish somebody could tell him like this is like your
Well, I
moment, man.
mean-
You could lead the Republican Party to this whole nother climate if you just say, hey, let's bunker down, let's get vaccinated, wearing masks is cool, let's become a party country, let's set an example for the whole fucking world.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
instead he played politics.
Donald Trump was like universally beloved before he ran for president. So, you know,
Well, it's because he tricked a whole generation on The Apprentice. That's why.
but Giuliani too, right? I mean, if he would go down in that sinking ship in 2020, like,
Well,
you know, I don't know. I'm not counting Trump out of the race just because it feels so similar to 2016 to me.
I'm Here's where I'm at.
We need to get Josh in here because we're just sucking each other's cocks about. To be fair, I didn't really like a lot of Kamala Harris's policies either,
well-
but I mean, it's between fucking an absolute fucking lunatic that tried to, you know, performed an insurrection successfully, and someone who didn't. So, I mean, that's basically
Yeah.
where I'm at.
People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else.
Man, we've heard all of this stuff already, Donnie.
Yeah. It's just
The
it's
economy.
whatever.
And all you have to do is look at a poll. The
Yeah.
polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having
on
the short end of the stick.
You're never going to convince corporations to
workers'
bring
rights.
jobs back
But
in
what
America.
Donald Trump
Even
did, let's
even
talk about
Obama
this.
had a
COVID
discussion with
he actually
Steve
thanked
Jobs before he passed,
President
and
Xi for what
he-
he did during COVID. Look at his
Steve Jobs
tweets.
was like, "It's
Thank you,
impossible at this
President
point.
Xi.
It
Excellent.
doesn't
Yeah.
matter how much it doesn't matter how much you
We
beg
know
me.
that Xi was
It's
responsible
just
for
it's just
lacking
we've
of
gone
not
past the
giving us
Rubicon.
It's like
origins of
guns,
COVID.
right? Like there's
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of
Yeah.
all,
At this
we bought the
point,
chips from
you can't take
Taiwan.
everyone's
We
guns.
hardly
There
make
will
chips
there will
anymore
be a
because of
massive revolution, and it will
philosophies
it
like
will
they
cause
have,
so
and
much
policies like they
so many
have.
problems. It's not even worth trying. I
Hey.
mean,
Everything that
you
she
know.
did
this
3
is
years
this is
ago,
my
4
this is
years
my
ago
stance on
out
gun
the
control.
window. She's going to my
Give out
philosophy,
all the
and
guns
I'm
you
gonna
want.
send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my
But,
philosophy, but if she ever got elected,
Let's
she'd change
ID
it,
stamp
and
ammo.
it will
Let's
be
regulate
the end of
ammo.
our country.
Yeah.
She's a Marxist. Everybody knows
I mean,
she's a
that's not going to
Marxist.
solve all the
Her
problems
father
Oh
either.
my
But
God, a Marxist? Really?
oh, he already went there.
Look at
He
what
already-
she's done to our
you call
country,
her a
and when you look at these
Marxist? Oh my
millions
God,
and millions
you're
of people
so
that are pouring into our
stupid.
country monthly.
But that's what
whereas
his fans
I
wanna
believe
hear,
21
I mean-
million
I
is
know,
not the
I know, but
15
it's
that people
so-
say, and I think it's a
I
lot
know.
higher than the 21. That's bigger
It's-
than New York State.
I was
pouring in,
listening
and just
to
look at what they're
the
doing
Philip
to our
DeFranco show
country.
today, and like
Criminals, many of these
how
people coming in are criminals,
stupid.
and that's bad for our economy,
It-
too,
it's
because
starting to,
as
like,
we'll talk
at
about
some point, the
immigration later,
conservatives
bad immigration is the worst
are
thing that
just
can happen
showing
to our
how
economy.
they'll just
They
believe
have,
anything
and
just
she
to.
has destroyed
Before it was
our
clever.
country.
Before it was like
Policy,
feelings over
almost
feelings over
policy
truth
you
was
could say
actually
to
scary.
hate our country.
President Trump.
But now they're just saying whatever rhetoric just just like causes an emotional reaction that is just completely bonkers, and
It's all memes.
yeah, it's all memes. It's just devolved
Yeah.
into meme culture, and it's like
It's
It's
crazy.
cringe.
It's crazy too because it's like this is like kind of serious shit, right? I mean,
yeah, it's like you're gonna believe a random person that said that Haitians are going into parks and cutting up ducks in front of everybody.
I just barely heard anything about what's we can get into that discussion later, but
Yeah.
Why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because.
but yeah, I
the
mean
plan is
that's
that
way
you
off topic, but,
But-
I heard
but-
about
but-
that
but-
today.
But that's what I'm saying is that's the avenue that they're taking now, is that calling Harris a Marxist, just falling for the lowest hanging fruit, the most memeable repost AI generated cringe bullshit.
I
that-
mean, Kamala and Kamina, those were good. I was saying Kamina like way long ago. Just I was like, that's what he's got to call her because he was having so much trouble with the nickname. And it's like
Yeah.
it's like not cackling, dude. That no one. That's so lame. But I mean, they're good. You know, good memes. They work, effective.
And that's not okay with me. Hence the
I don't
vote.
know. I just
What I did is something
there used to be a time.
years they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade
So
into
after
states. And
after
through the
the assassination attempt,
Mm.
I was very scared. I was
Likewise,
extremely scared.
I registered to vote for the first time.
Oh my, you piece of, you remind me of that. Oh, you fucking piece of.
Wait, you don't remember that about me?
no, I know. I do remember that. Like all the times we had those debates, you're like, "Oh, I'm not registered to vote," and I remember just yelling at you.
Well, yeah, because I am very staunch about like the like lesser of two evils shit is like I don't agree with that. I'm not gonna cast my one vote that barely matters for anything anyway because I live in California on someone
There's still local initiatives and taxes that you can affect you, and you should vote locally.
I mean, that's true. I just don't have the time to like research all that.
And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And
I know
Yeah.
Josh gives me a lot of shit for not knowing anything about local politics.
And yet you are here watching a presidential debate.
Well, as
Yeah,
I said,
because,
lies.
I mean,
That's not actually a surprising fact.
content, right?
Let's understand
God damn it!
Donald Trump
No, I mean, I
you're
do,
not wrong.
I
You're not
do-
wrong. You're not fucking wrong.
I feel like this is the highest stakes out of anything. I mean,
protections of Roe v. Wade. And
So
he did
here's
exactly as he intended.
unless that
100%.
unless that
20
immunity
states,
like
there are Trump
shit gets
abortion
gets
bans,
overturned with the new
for a doctor
indictment,
to
like
provide healthcare in
I-
one state,
it
provides
seems so dangerous to have him.
Trump abortion bans that
So,
make no exception
Trump is not
for
gonna win.
rape and incest, which
Just
understandably
so you-
That's what everyone said in 2016, dude.
No. I said Trump was going to win in 2016, and everybody thought I was crazy.
Everyone I knew, well, I barely
No.
knew you in 2016, but
Yeah, but as a political operative, as somebody who has his hand on the pulse, this-
Josh works in elections, so I'm gonna ask him. He said he's making a bunch of fake ballots for Trump in a video game.
my
They give you books of information on your ballot, literally.
I'll give you.
Okay. All right.
So here's let me.
This will be my
here's
first ballot.
She is outspending. She is. She is lead. I would say maybe the first couple weeks when they announced her was taking over Biden's role.
When Congress
I would
passes a
say
bill
that okay,
to
maybe
put
Trump
back
still has a
in
chance,
place the
but
protections
he
of
is
Roe
just
v. Wade.
steamrolling.
As President of the United States, I will proudly
Steamrolling everything.
sign
The
it
only
into
hesitation I
law.
have
But understand,
is that
if Donald Trump were to be reelected,
there's
he
going to
will
be
sign
a
a
class
national
of
abortion
people
ban.
who will
Understand,
walk,
in his
who
Project
you will
2025,
walk
there will
to,
be a
talk
national
to,
abortion- a
and they'll
monitor
say,
that
"I
will
am
be
for
monitoring no
Harris
pregnancies
2024."
or miscarriages.
But the
I
moment
think
they
the
step into
American
that
people
poll booth, the
believe
moment they are
that
alone and
certain
isolated with their
freedoms,
own
in
thoughts,
particular the freedom to make decisions about one's
that's
own
when
body,
the
should not be made by the government.
the real character kind of shows, and we learned from
I'm not signing a ban.
we learned
and
from
there's no reason to sign a
2016
ban, because
that
we've
those
gotten
people
what everybody
were
wanted.
secretly
Democrats, Republicans,
either
and
misogynist or
everybody else,
racist, or
and
they just
every legal
they just
scholar
were
wanted it
so
to be
over
brought
the
back
Trump
into the
era,
states, and the states
and they
are
wanted
voting.
something
And it may
different,
take a
Yeah.
little time,
and
but
so they
the
chose
Well, that's what
Trump.
happened with Trump in the
has
first place.
torn
Is
our country
people
But-
were sick
but
of
people-
Obama, and
Yeah.
then
But
They're
this
like,
is the thing.
let's give this fucking lunatic asshole a shot.
Yeah, but they know what the lunatic asshole is capable of.
Yeah.
And they
That's true.
they are like they're just like, oh no. And that's the X factor, is that there are going to be some people that you confront that are like, oh, I'm for Harris, I'm pro female, and then they're just lying to you because they just don't want to be called a misogynist or racist
That's
or a
true.
mixture of both, and they will not vote for her because on principle. But there are going to be a lot of people who are just like, oh, I want this to end. Can Trump just please go away? I want to return to normal.
Yeah.
I think probably her boss.
So hold on, I gotta address Josh in the chat real quick. He's saying the state and county will send me voter information guide. That you're assuming I can read?
So all these students got
That's funny.
taunted with this whole thing about
It wasn't an
disorder.
indictment of Obama.
How
It was an
unfair that
indictment
would
of
have been. Part of the
Clinton.
reason they
Yeah.
lost
Yeah.
to
And,
Wait,
and
what do you-
Clinton was.
millions and
Oh,
millions
oh,
of
you're
people
saying-
pay off their student loans.
You're talking about the
But they were saying it's the same way
the-
that they talked about
the
that-
server.
that they
I don't
talked
know.
about
I don't know that
abortion.
much about that.
If I could just get
with
a yes or
Clinton.
no, because your running mate,
Did an
J.D.
indictment?
Vance,
That's what happened
said
during
that you would
2016?
veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with JD. In all fairness, JD, and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think
I don't
he's
know.
speaking
I
for
don't
me,
know
but
anything
I
about
really
that.
didn't. Look,
Well, the
we don't have to
indictment of
discuss it
Clinton.
because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had.
Well, she was
loans.
investigated,
said-
right, and everything.
Disapproved.
The,
So it doesn't
the
matter what
Obama
she says
era
about
and the
going to
Clinton
Congress.
era, there was
It's
just
wonderful. Let's go to
tons of
Congress,
people who
do
were
it.
just over
But the
both of
fact
them.
is that
They
for
just
Yeah.
didn't want a
years, they
repeat of
wanted
a
to get
Clinton
it out
era,
of Congress
and they were
out
sick
of
and
the
tired of
federal
Obama.
government.
So that's
And
why
we
they
did something
they're like,
that
let's just
everybody
try
said
something
couldn't be
different.
done.
Let's.
And now
I'm gonna
you
take.
have
I'm
a
gonna.
vote
I got a
of the
wild
people
hair up my
on
ass. I'm
abortion.
gonna
Vice
throw my
President
lot in
Harris wanted
with
to
the
give you time to
Hollywood.
respond, but I do
Maybe he
wanna
might
ask
be
you,
the
would you
second
support
Reagan.
Yeah.
any restrictions
And
on
Josh
it
was
was
saying they
the-
were voting against
I
Clinton.
absolutely support reinstating
Yeah.
the protections of Roe
Do you
v.
not
Wade.
think that there's
And
people that
as
would
you
specifically vote against
rightly mentioned,
Kamala, though? Because,
nowhere
like,
in America is a woman
people talk
carrying
so
a
much shit on
pregnancy to
California,
term
and, you know,
and
she's
asking for an
been a
abortion. That is
senator
not happening. It's
and,
insulting
was
to
it
the women
DA?
of America. And understand what has been
is that what she
happening
was?
under Donald Trump's abortion ban.
Or no,
Couples who pray
whatever. I can't remember.
and
Something.
dream of
something
having
general.
a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country?
See,
Working
this is
people,
this is
working women
this is sorry.
who are
What she's
working
doing
one or
right now
two
is
jobs,
fucking good.
who can
So
barely
fucking good.
afford
Mm-hmm.
childcare as it is, have to travel
It
to another
the abortion
state
ban
to
is
get on a plane
she
sitting
is-
next to strangers
she is
to go and
twisting
get
the
healthcare
narrative
she needs.
that is like, hey, by the way, you know
Barely
what the
can
abortion
afford
ban
to do
also
it, and
did?
what you
It
are
also
putting her
prevented people
through
from actually
is
wanting kids
unconscionable.
that
And the
actually
people of
need
America
those
have
need
not-
those
the
premarital
majority
or
of
those
Americans believe in a
prenatal
woman's right to
care
make decisions about her
in
own
order
body,
to actually
and
have
that is
kids.
why
So you're denying.
in
Not only
every
are you
state where this issue
denying
has been on the ballot
the
in
health
red
of
and blue
women, but
states
you're also
both, the
denying
people
the
of
conception
America
of life
voted
when
for
people
freedom.
are actually trying to
President
conceive.
Is that true though? I don't know. How does that work?
Yes.
How does?
It's
I have been
because
a
it's the
leader
it's
on
the
IVF,
class
with-
of
which is
that
fertilization.
prenatal
The
care.
IVF,
But why would
I've been
people
a
not
leader.
have
In fact,
kids?
when they got a
if-
very negative decision on IVF
Because they
from the
need
Alabama
special
courts.
treatment.
But
And
for
so the people of Alabama
one of the
and
big
legislators
things
2 days
is,
later voted it in. I've been a
like,
leader on it. They know that.
it all comes down to
Everybody else
states.
knows
So
it.
the only
I
states
have
that's
been a
going to matter
leader
in
on
is going to be like the
fertilization,
super
IVF,
red states
and
anyway.
everything.
But
So
there's
like,
but they're
You should
you're
ask.
trapped there.
Will she
From
allow
Texas,
abortion?
You can- no,
all
you
the
can
way
go-
to-
you can go
from-
over the
from
border.
Virginia,
Come on.
Okay,
where?
would you
Where?
do that?
Louisiana, they don't do it there.
don't you ask her?
Georgia,
Why
they don't
don't
do
you
it there.
ask the
Tennessee?
Florida,
Because
they don't do it
under
there.
Roe v. Wade,
Kentucky,
you
they
could
don't do it there.
Tennessee,
They're doing
Tennessee.
it Alabama.
Is it Tennessee? What about Oklahoma?
Not Tennessee either.
And
No, not
probably
Oklahoma
everywhere.
either.
Just
You're
look at
fucked.
the governor, former governor
You're
Is that
all
true?
fucked.
Virginia.
I didn't
Yes.
hear. I didn't.
Governor of Virginia
I
said
didn't
Okay.
we
hear
put
about
the
that.
baby
Let's see
aside
where the
and
state.
then we
Where's the
determine
state?
what we
All right,
wanna
I'll
do
look
with
up right
the
now.
baby.
State.
All right.
Thank you.
We're gonna turn now to
Abortion.
immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's
Abortion
important to
ban.
Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by
Okay.
President Biden with getting
Here's
to
what we
the root
have.
causes of migration from Central America.
Texas,
We
Oklahoma,
know that
Arkansas,
illegal border
Louisiana,
crosses
Mississippi,
reached a record
Alabama,
high in the Biden
Tennessee, Kentucky,
administration. This
Indiana.
past June, President Biden
Um,
imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know
I gotta look at a
states
map
that
real
have
quick.
dropped significantly.
Uh,
But my question to you tonight is
Missouri,
why did
North
the
Dakota,
administration wait
Alabama,
until 6 months
South
before the
Dakota,
election to
Tennessee,
act?
Texas,
And
West
would you have
Virginia.
done anything differently from President
Florida
Biden?
has a
So I'm the only
6-week.
person on this
Okay,
stage
well-
Georgia
who
has a 6-week.
prosecuted
Ohio has a
transnational
6-week.
criminal
South Carolina has a
organizations
6-week.
for the
Nebraska has a
trafficking of
12-week.
guns, drugs,
And
human
North Carolina has a
beings.
12-week.
And
Wait,
let
so
me
it's-
say
After that,
It's
that
all
the
out.
United
It's
States
completely
Congress,
all out
including
banned
Congress,
and everywhere
it's
else.
all out banned in
United
all
States
those states I just mentioned.
came up with a border security bill.
So yeah, see, I'm a
which
one-issue
was
voter, so that like.
And
So that's-
that
that doesn't-
bill
that's what I'm
put
trying to say is that
1,500
if
more
you-
border agents on the
80
border to help
no,
those folks who are working there right now
60% 60% of the country,
overtime
you're
trying to
fucked.
do their job. It would have allowed us
If you're,
to
let's
stop
say
the
I'm in
flow of
Mississippi,
fentanyl coming
I
into the
have to
United
go
States.
to
I know
one,
there's so many
two,
families
three,
watching tonight
four
who've been
states. I have to
personally
cross
affected
4
by
states.
the
There's
state of
airplanes,
the
dude.
nearest.
country. That
What?
bill
You're talking- there's
would put
airplanes.
more resources to allow us to
Can you
I don't know.
fly?
national criminal organizations.
Can you fly
If
what
you're-
when you're pregnant?
Yeah, can you
You're
just
getting an
fly?
abortion.
Okay,
Donald
hey
Trump
Tony,
on the phone
I want you to buy
called
buy a
some
plane
folks
ticket
in
right
Congress
now.
and said, "Kill the bill."
Smart
And
guy.
You know why?
What?
Because
How much
they
does it cost to
prefer
buy a plane
run on
ticket?
problem instead of fixing
To
a problem.
I,
And understand.
are you talking about like out of Texas to like some
No, Mississippi.
other
Just-
state? Okay,
Yeah,
out
to
of
some other state.
Probably
yes.
like $100. 100.
You're funny.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
Yeah.
Mississippi to where?
Let's say Mississippi to New Mexico.
Where's the closest? Is that the closest place you can get an abortion?
Yes, that is the closest.
There's no way. Mississippi is right here.
Yes.
You could go to Illinois. That's way closer.
Okay, well, what's the
Chicago.
plane ticket to Illinois?
You will
Yeah.
see
All right.
during the course of his rallies, he talks about
And they
fictional
have a big-
characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills.
Oh wait, this is good.
cancer.
Hold on.
And
I
what
gotta
you
turn
will
this up.
also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will
bringing up
not
the
hear him
Hannibal
talk about
Lecter shit.
is you.
Yeah.
You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would
So
like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people
300.
start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no
400.
reason to go.
600.
And the people
Hold
that
on.
do
One
go,
way.
she's
I'm
busing them in
seeing-
and
I'm
paying them
seeing
to be there,
99
and then
from
showing them in a
$99
different
from here.
light.
Where?
So she can't talk about
Oh,
that.
no,
People
there's
don't
an
leave
ad.
my
Look.
rallies. We have the
Oh, wait,
biggest
these are-
rallies, the most incredible rallies in the
Yeah,
history of
the websites are not
politics.
as good as
That's
they used to
because
be.
people want to
What happened
take
to the
their country
Google
back.
Oh, this is
Our
the Google
country
one.
is being lost. We're a failing nation, and it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come
Yeah.
into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora
This
or
is- you're
Springfield.
talking-
a
you're
lot of
going
towns don't want to
today.
talk about it because
Yeah,
they're so
but, like, even
embarrassed
if you
by
pl-
it.
like-
In Springfield,
Even if you
they're
even
eating
if
the
you plan ahead,
dogs, the people that
plan
came
it
in.
2
They're
weeks,
eating
3
the
weeks,
cats.
because
They're
you can
eating.
only have an
they're
abortion
eating
in.
the
Let's say
pets
you're
of the people
you find
that
out
live
4 weeks
there.
in.
And this
That
is
means
what's
you have
happening
another
in
4
our
weeks. It means you have a
country,
month
and it's a shame.
before
As
you're
far
in
as the
another
rallies are
trimester.
concerned, as far as the
A month
reason they
out,
go
it's
is
going to
they
be
like
$300
what
to
I say.
$400
They wanna
one
bring
way.
our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase. Make America great again. She's
Smart
destroying
guy.
this country.
Okay.
Get a plane ticket.
Look, I'm not saying you're
Smart
wrong.
guy.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but you're gonna say how are you gonna fly when you're pregnant?
No, I was saying, how are you going to fly when you find out that
Oh,
you're
come
stuck?
on, it's
You're
fine.
literally stuck in literally no way of getting an abortion.
Bus ticket. Or drive. I mean, drive. You know, it doesn't take a month to drive from. Takes two days max to drive from
I've seen people on
Mississippi
television
to
say
Chicago.
the people on television say
And that's
my
like
dog was
the
taken,
north,
and
almost
it's for
northmost
food
point of
safety.
Illinois.
Maybe he said
You can go
that,
down to
maybe
some
that's a
like.
good thing to say for a city.
Actually, I think Southern Illinois is pretty conservative, so it might be hard to get.
address
The people that went there.
Again,
And
the
to
Springfield
address,
city manager says there's no
the
evidence
chat,
of
why
it.
not
Vice
bring the
President
decision
Harris, I'll let
closer
you
to the
respond
voters?
to what you've heard.
that's what they want to make it a state matter so that they could gerrymander and create
This is, I think, one of the
basically
reasons why in this
voting structures to
election,
where
I
they
actually
can
have the
overturn
endorsement of
the people's
200
vote and get what they
Republicans
want.
who have formerly worked with President Bush.
But if you
Yeah.
make it the law of the land, you
in
can't
our
overturn it.
campaign,
But
including
that's the
the
problem, is that
endorsement
when you
of
have
former Vice President Dick
a
Cheney
supreme
and Congressmember
supreme
Liz Cheney,
justice that
and
has
if
been
you
stacked
wanna
in your
really
favor,
know the
they
inside
can do
track
that type
on
of shit.
who the former president
Yeah.
is, if you didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has
He's
said
so
he is
smart.
dangerous and unfit.
but
His former Secretary
I'm
of
saying.
Defense has said the
So
nation,
here's
the
my-
Republic, would
my
never
crackpot theory
survive
right now.
another Trump term.
For some
And
reason, you're
when
really
we
quiet for me, but
listen
you're
to this
loud on my
kind of
Really?
stream. I don't know why.
And the issues that affect
Huh.
don't know- I don't know how to fix
Are you
that.
using like
are
any
not
sort of
being
software?
addressed.
Have you turned
I
me
think
up?
the choices
I have you-
Discord.
I have you
election.
turned up in Discord, but if I turn you too high, you're
Thank you,
quiet.
Because
Huh.
when I hear that, See, I'm a different kind
Or
of
sorry, if I turn you too
I
high,
fired
you're
most
like
of those
peaking.
people. Not so graciously.
Gotcha.
They did
Oh
bad
wait, I
things
wonder
or
if it
bad
has to do
job.
with this.
I
Here, try
fired- they
talking
never
now.
fired one
Hello,
person.
hello, hello,
They
hello,
Oh,
never
that
hello,
fired
definitely
hello.
helped.
anything to do with
had
Afghanistan and the Taliban and the
Spotify
13
on. I mean, it
people
wasn't playing,
who's-
but for some
who's-
reason, I
were
don't
just
know why.
killed viciously
It
and
probably
violently killed,
you
and I
probably
got
have
to
like the
know
Windows setting
parents
where it's
and
like
the
if this
family.
program is
They
on
didn't fire-
mute
they should have
mics
fired all
lower.
those generals, all those
Something,
top
yeah.
people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a
Incompetently?
bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write books, with nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire
like,
anybody.
"Oh, I fired him,"
Look
and they
at
write
the economy.
books.
Look at the inflation.
Look what I done.
They
I
didn't
created
fire
such
any of
controversy
their
that they're able to
economists. They
write
have the same
books.
people. That's a good
Yeah,
way
that's not a
to
great-
have books written about you, but
That's
just
something to
to
really
make
trying to
brag
s-
about.
more votes
I
than
know,
any
that's what I'm saying, is
Republican
like-
in history by
And you're
far.
trying to. What are
In
you
fact,
trying to
I
say
got
there,
more
buddy?
votes than any president, sitting president.
Josh, if
in
Leo was
history
watching us
by
right now,
far.
would she be super triggered?
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as
Let's
well.
see.
President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah. It is much higher because of
Yes?
them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed
Millions of
common
criminals?
street criminals. They allowed people to
Is he
come in,
saying
drug
every single
dealers to come
one
into our country, and they're now
that
in
is
the
illegal
United
as a
States
criminal because
and
they're
told
illegal?
by their countries like
Which-
Venezuela, don't ever come
The guy
back
said
or we're going to
undocumented, he
kill
didn't
you.
say illegal,
Do you know
so-
that crime in Venezuela
that's
and
the-
crime in countries all over the world is
the
way
term.
down? You know why?
Well-
Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her
Undocumented doesn't
to put
mean-
into our
doesn't
country. And
necessarily
this will
mean
be one of the greatest
illegal.
mistakes in history for them to
So that's what I'm saying.
allow,
Is he saying
and I
they're
think
all
they
criminals? 'Cause he
probably
said
did it 'cause they think
millions.
they're going to get votes.
Yeah,
but it's
he's
not
saying
worth
that
it
but
because
that's
they're
the
destroying
rhetoric.
the fabric of our
It's
country
like
by what they've done.
every
There's
person that
never
crosses
been
the border
anything
illegally
done
are
like this at
criminals.
all.
Well,
They've
they're not
destroyed
even
the
all.
fabric of
They're,
our
I'm,
country.
I don't know the
Millions of
percentages,
people
but they're not
living
even
and
all from
over the
like
world.
Mexico
Crime is
and
down
Central
all
No,
America.
they're from
except
India.
here.
They're from
Crime here
Bangladesh.
is
They're
up
from-
and through
There's
the
tons,
roof,
yeah, I
despite
mean-
their
Yeah, there's-
fraudulent statements
I mean, the
that they make.
majority
from
probably
Crime
are
in this
from
country
Mexico
is
and Central
through the
America,
roof. And we have a
honestly.
new
But
form of crime. It's called
or maybe like
migrant
other
crime,
like
and it's
you know
happening at
islands
levels
that are
nobody
close
thought
by and what have you.
President
But
Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime
still.
is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse
President
me, the
Harris, I'll
FBI
give you the-
they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number.
did I
of
miss it, or did he
818,000
mention
jobs
how
that they
like
said they created turned
asylum
out
at
to be
all?
a fraud.
Because why would
No.
what would stop them from just
Well, I
coming
think
back
this is
over the
so
border
rich.
and
Coming from someone
Claiming
who has
asylum
been
again.
prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal
Yikes!
sentencing. And let's be
Yikes!
clear. Where each person stands on the issue of what is important about
fucked.
respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in
That's so
this
petty.
race. It is
He was so
important
mad
that
at
we
the,
move
at the law. He was
forward.
like,
We
"I'm gonna
can't
fire
engage
45,000
on this
agents."
Same old tired
Because he has
and
the power
address
to.
the needs of the
Not
American
right now,
people.
but yeah.
Because well,
What we
because
need to do
because the
about
founding
the
fathers
housing
are like,
shortage, which
hey,
I
we're not
have a
gonna
plan
we're not
for.
gonna be like the
Address
king of
what
England,
we
right? We're not
must
gonna
do to
abuse
support
our powers,
small
right?
businesses. Address
No,
bringing
no,
down
of course
the price
not.
of
Well, what
groceries.
about if someone
But
actually
frankly,
became
the
president and
American
started
people
abusing their
are
powers?
exhausted.
Well,
The
we
thing
have
is, it was
same
never
old
assumed that the president had that kind of power.
Excuse me.
No, we
Every
gave
one of
power
those
to the
cases
president.
was started
Yeah.
by
In
times of
them
crisis.
against their political opponent.
Okay,
And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the
like,
rest on appeal. And you saw that
like,
with the
like-
decision that came down just
like
recently
Andrew
from the
Jackson and
Supreme
President
Court.
Lincoln, like
I'm
habeas
winning
corpus
most of
was
them.
suspended.
But those are cases
Okay.
it's called weaponization.
like,
never
we've-
happened in this country.
True.
We've
They
little
weaponized
by
the
little
Justice
we've
Department.
given the
Every one of those
presidency
cases was involved with
more
the DOJ
power
from
because
Atlanta and Fani Willis.
and
to
it's not
the,
because there's some grand
Attorney
conspiracy.
General of
It's
New
that
York and the DA
both
in New York.
parties
Every one
have
of those
been
cases,
inching
and then they
towards,
say, "Oh,
let's
he
just
was-
get
he's a
our
criminal."
president
They're the
in
ones that
so they can
made
start
them go
legislating
after me.
on
By
our
the way,
behalf
Joe
because
Biden
clearly
was found
the House
essentially
and
guilty
the
on
House and the
documents
Senate
case.
can't get
Now, what
anything
happened
done,
in
so
my
we have to
documents case?
force
They said, "Oh, that's the
the
toughest of them all."
president to
A
push
complete
our
and
agenda
total
through
victory. 2 months ago, it was
president,
thrown out.
a presidential
It's weaponization,
enactment.
and they used it, and it's
because
never
we
happened
can't
in
get
this
along.
country.
We've
They
become
used
so
it
divided.
to try
That's
and
yeah,
win
it's
an
just
election.
tribalism. I hate
Yeah.
that's one of the big reasons I don't ever vote is because I'm like I don't
Justice Department.
Well, let's
identify
talk
with either
about
of these parties. I
extreme
don't
and
identify with
understand the
either of
context
these
in which this election in
candidates,
2024 is
and
taking
it's like
place.
I have these
The
two
United States
choices.
Supreme Court
And honestly, like
recently
I've never
ruled
been
that the
worried that
former
one of them's
president
gonna
would
try to
essentially
like
be
crown himself
immune
king
from any
before,
misconduct
and
if
so
he were to enter the White House
that's
again.
basically what it comes down to
Understand
for
that
me.
this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States.
That was fucking
that
wild.
He would weaponize the
He's shaking his head
Department of
no.
Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White
I
House.
wish there- I
with
wish they
no
weren't muting mics.
guardrails. Because
Kinda.
certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know
I would
J.D.
love.
Vance is not
They
gonna
should have done
stop
like
him.
2 different rounds,
up to
like
the
muting
American
mics
people
and then go all
decide.
out. Just
Thank you.
just
Lindsay?
Vice
Free for all.
President Harris, in your last run for president,
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of
Oh my God!
the head.
They
Oh
talk
my
about
God.
democracy. I'm a
I mean,
threat
it's
to
not
democracy. They're the threat
entirely
to
false.
democracy with a fake
Here's part of the head.
Russia
Are you-
investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get-
went nowhere.
Former
We have a lot to
President
get
Trump,
to,
are you
Lindsay.
Vice President
accusing
Harris, in your last run for
the
president, you said you
Democratic
wanted
Party
to
of
ban
conspiring
fracking.
against to
Now
assassinate you?
don't.
Is that what you
wanted
were? Is
mandatory
that the
government
statement? Is
buyback
that what?
programs
Is that
for
what you're
assault
trying to
weapons.
say?
Now your campaign says you don't.
I'm
You
not
support
saying it.
decriminalizing war
Other people
Well,
are
that's what I
saying
would
it.
say.
Taking a hard
Because
line.
he's
I
saying,
know
oh,
you say
Every-
your
he's saying,
values
oh, they're
have not
weaponizing
changed.
me.
I hear
So
other
then why
people
have so
saying
many
it.
of your
I
policy
wouldn't say that.
positions changed?
Hear other people saying
So,
it.
my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation
The
Reduction
problem with
Act,
fracking
which opened new
is
leases
we're-
for fracking.
And this was a
California
study
banned
today.
fracking, didn't
Is
it?
that
Didn't they? Didn't
have
we?
got to
No.
invest
Oh, we did it?
in
I thought we did.
no.
Like,
sources of
The-
energy, so
the
we
problem
reduce
now
our
is that
reliance
we've
on
done
foreign
so
oil.
much
We have
natural
had
gas
the largest
that we're lower.
increase
We're
in
basically
domestic oil production.
we have too
in
much natural
history
gas now.
because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell
Yeah,
you, I grew up
we
a
tried not
middle-class
to rely on
kid
foreign oil,
raised by
and
a
we gave it to that
hardworking
fucking
mother
guy in Brazil,
who
and now
worked
he's
and
like,
saved
no,
and
not
was
Brazil.
able to buy our
Was it
first
the
home when I was a teenager.
what was
The values
the
I
guy
bring to the
in
importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody
Venezuela?
got handed
yeah
$400
Venezuela?
Maduro?
They-
on a
yeah,
silver platter
Maduro.
and then filed
We're like,
bankruptcy
we'll
6
take oil from
times
you, man.
is a value
And
that
now
I
we
bring
turn
to my
Maduro
work
into
to
like
say we are going to
a mini
work with the
Trump
private
in his own
sector and
country.
home
yeah,
builders
that's
to increase
insane down there,
3 million
dude.
homes,
Oh my
But
god.
we
3 million
created
homes
that.
The
by the
whole
end of my
world.
first
I
term.
mean, not
My
the
work
whole
that is
world, but
related
like
to having a
it's
friend
like
when I was
getting
in high
crazy
school was
everywhere.
sexually
Or
assaulted
like
by her
a
stepfather.
lot of
And my
places.
focus then on protecting women
It's
and
because the
children
world
from
is
violent
run-
crime
the-
is based on a value.
This is
that
social
deeply
media. I mean,
grounded in the
not
importance
entirely.
of
No,
standing
the-
up for those who are most
so
vulnerable.
there's
My
a
work
moment
that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare. Is
there-
based
there's
on
a last
longstanding
gasp
work that I have
of the-
done,
of the
protecting
basically
seniors
the-
from scams. My
the generation
values have
of
not
quote-unquote
changed.
men,
and what is
or
important
just-
is that there is a
and
president
I only
who
say men,
actually
of
brings
controllers.
values and a perspective
Old,
that
rich
is about lifting people
Mm-hmm.
up
bros
and not
in every
beating
country.
people
I'm talking about rich
down.
old Chinese bros,
name
rich old
calling.
Arab
The
bros, rich
true
old.
That's
measure
never
of the
going to
leader
change, though.
No,
is the
but they're
leader who
dying
actually
off.
understands the strength
And
is not in beating
they
people
are-
down, it's in lifting people up. I
they
intend
have-
to be that president.
they have
President
no
Trump,
sense
you're
of
First
like,
of all, I wasn't given 400 million.
I'm not
dollars.
going
I
to
wish
give
I
my,
was.
I'm not
father
going to
was a
entrust my
Brooklyn builder,
influence
Brooklyn,
and wealth
Queens,
to the next
and a great
generation.
father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a
Because
fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I
I
built it
can't,
into
I don't
many,
trust my,
many
I don't
billions
trust
of
these
dollars,
kids.
many, many
I don't trust my own
billions.
kids.
And when
I don't
people
trust
see
the,
it, they are
I
even
don't trust who
surprised.
they work for
So we don't have to
because
talk
they were never
about
part of
that.
my posse. They
Fracking,
never
she's
grew up
been
with
against
me.
it for 12
So I will
years.
never entrust my power to them.
Defund the police. She's been
And so
against
the
that
idea
forever. She
is
gave all that stuff up.
that these old
very
farts
wrongly, very
around the
horribly,
world
and
are just
everybody's laughing
trying
at it. Okay,
the
they're all
last
laughing at
bit
it. She gave up
to
at least 12 and
indoctrinate
probably 14
and
or 15
force
different
their will
policies. Like,
upon
she was big on defund
people
the police
before
In
they die out.
Minnesota, She went out,
And
wait a
then
minute, I'm
ultimately,
talking now.
the next
You don't
generation
mind,
of assholes
please.
will rise up because there'll always
sound
be
familiar?
a next generation of assholes that rise up.
She went out
Yeah.
But they will not
went
have
out
the same amount
in
of
Minnesota
influence.
and
They
wanted
will not
to
have
let
the same amount of
criminals that killed
control.
people, that burned down
And
Minneapolis,
these people know it.
she went out and
These
raised money
rich
to get 'em out of
assholes
there.
that
I
are about
don't
to die
know.
out know
She
it.
did things
I
that
don't.
nobody
I
would ever
think they
think of.
will. I
Now
don't
she
see
wants
why
to
would
do
they not have the same amount of
transgender
influence.
operations on illegal aliens that
I'll
are
give you
in
an
prison.
example.
This is a radical
So
left
the family that
liberal
like did
would
the
do
opioid
this.
crisis.
She wants to confiscate your guns,
Right?
And she will
The
never
guy-
allow
the-
fracking
the
in
mastermind
Pennsylvania.
is like
If
the
she
head
won
of the
election,
family,
fracking
right?
in Pennsylvania will end.
He
on
is
day
not
one.
letting
Just
his
to finish
children
one thing,
inherit
it's so
any of
important
the
in my
patents
opinion.
and
Okay,
all of the.
but then
I got the
you
oil
have
business
like
going
people like
nobody has ever done
uh,
before.
Elon
They
Musk,
when they took over,
Mark
they got rid of
Zuckerberg.
it,
You have all
started
these
getting
other
rid of it,
guys, all these
and
new
the
players
prices
coming
were
in. They're just
going
going to
up
replace them.
the roof.
No,
They
but okay. So
immediately let
Elon
these
is
guys
trying to do
go
something
to
which
where they
is
were. I
not
would have
genius,
been
but
five
it's
times, four
it's.
times,
I'm
going to
have as many kids
You're talking about
with
3.5
many
years
different
ago.
partners
They
to
got
create
it up
this. I forget the
to where
system
I
what it's
was
called. Is
because
that like
they had no choice because the prices of
it's like-
energy were quadrupling
if he has like
and
19
doubling. You saw what
offspring, those
happened to
19
gasoline.
people,
So they said, let's go
out of
back
the
to
19
Trump.
of them,
But if she won the election,
8
the
of
day
them
after that
will
election,
basically
they'll
become
go back to
influential
destroying our
power
country, and
brokers
oil
in
will
the
be
world.
dead, fossil
And then he
fuel
wants
will
to
be
take
dead, we'll
those
go
8
back to
people
windmills, and we'll go
and
back
instill
to
his will
solar,
upon.
where they need a whole desert to get
Where are you
some
getting this?
energy
This sounds
to
like
come
mad
back. You ever see a
speculation
solar
to
plant?
me.
No,
By the way, I'm a big
it's
fan
not
of solar.
speculation. It's
But
an
they
actual
take
thing.
He said it.
400,
No, it's not what he said. It's actually what he's doing right now.
President
What's he
Trump, we have a lot of
signaling?
news
How's
that
he
we have to
signaling
get
that
to.
that's what he's
Thank
doing?
you.
Lindsay, thank you.
Because
We have an
it's
election in
a
just 56
tactic.
days.
This is
It's a-
way
And
this
I
is
wanna
way
talk
far
about
from
the
the
peaceful
election,
transfer
but
of
yeah,
power,
just
which,
tell me
of
what
course,
you're
we
gonna
all
say,
know
and
is
then
the cornerstone of our democracy and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January
finish what you're gonna
6th,
say,
you
and
told
then-
your supporters
yeah, I
to
mean-
march
Well,
to the
so
Capitol.
the
You said you
idea
would be
is
right
that
there with them. The country and the world saw what played
these
out of the Capitol that day.
people
the
like
officers
Trump
coming under
and the
attack.
people that Trump
Aides in the West Wing
represents
say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval
are
Office.
just on their
You did
last
send out
gasp.
tweets,
But
it was
but
more
what's
than
what's
2 hours.
And they
Elon
saw
doing?
the-
Just what were you saying? What's Elon doing
Telling your
that's
supporters
signaling that that's
Is there anything
besides just having a lot of kids? Because Chris Brown is doing that
You just
too.
said a thing
Yeah,
that
but-
Or not
isn't
Chris Brown.
covered
What's the dude?
peacefully and
I can't-
patriotically. I said
Nick
during
Cannon.
my speech, not later
Yeah, but
on.
Nick Cannon doesn't actually sit up.
Peacefully
Do you
and
understand that Elon Musk
patriotically.
can sit
And
in
nobody
on
the
like
other side was killed.
Pentagon
Ashley
calls
Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control
that
police officer.
when there is a
that should have
major
never,
event that
ever
happens in the
shot
world
her.
that involves
It's a
like
disgrace.
telecommunication,
But
Elon
we
Musk
didn't
gets
do
a
this
direct
group of
call
people
from
that have been treated
the
so
Pentagon that
badly.
he gets to
I
be
asked,
he
what
gets to
about
sit
all
in.
the people that are pouring into our country and killing
He
people
just gets to
that
sit on
she
it.
allowed to pour in? She was the
Because
border czar,
his
remember that.
reach and his
She was the
influence
border
with
czar. She
Starlink
doesn't want to be called the
providing
border czar because
tactical
she's
information
embarrassed by the border. In
to
fact, she said at the
Ukraine
beginning,
and
"Oh,
to
I'm
the United
surprised you're
States."
not
I'm just
talking
saying
about
the
the
thing
border.
you're talking about with
That's
him having a
because
bunch of
she
kids so
knows
that they
what
all
bad
become
job they've
like
done.
big
What about
influential
those
people that
What's-
do the
when are
same
they
thing
gonna
he
be
wanted them to do. It
prosecuted?
sounds like
When
a
are these
conspiracy
people
theory
from
to
It's not
me.
just-
all
it's-
over the
it's a-
world, not
it's a
just South
tactic.
America.
And I'm
They're
trying to
coming
find
in
what
from
it's-
all
But who's to say
over
his kids
the
even
world,
want to,
David.
like, even if
All
they are
over the
influential,
world.
that they
And
want the same
crime rates
things
are
that he
down all over
wants.
the world
like,
because of it.
But let me just
one
ask
of
you.
those, David.
I don't
one
know.
of those
Sounds
people are going to be
conspiracy theory
prosecuted. One of the
brainy-
people
brain
that
to me.
burned down Minneapolis is going to be prosecuted. Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. One of those people are going to be prosecuted.
But let me just ask
You might ask her that
You
question.
were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the
Holy
vice
shit.
president-elect.
She
I was
was
also
storming
an
the
acting
Capitol?
senator. I was there. And on that day,
I don't know where power went.
the President of the United
Oh, no, I'm
States
listening.
incited
Oh,
a
okay.
violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches,
I feel like that's a horrible.
spewing anti-Semitic hate.
Not.
And what did
I know where she's going
the
with
president
it, but
then at the
he
time
didn't
say?
organize that.
There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's
didn't
not
see
go
that
back.
one, but
Let's chart a
I
course
don't think she would say
for
it.
the future.
I mean, I'll have to look
and
into
not
it.
go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where
wait,
bloodbath was. Also,
He's just
on
coming up with
Charlottesville,
bullshit.
that story has been, as you would
I don't
say,
know about the
debunked.
bloodbath thing at all.
Laura
I haven't heard
Ingraham,
that,
Sean
so.
Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything?
Oh my
and I'll tell you
God.
what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it.
Yeah, those
I
people
would
were
say
not
we
on
would both leave
on the
this
southern
debate
border. They
right
were not
now.
You gonna say borders
I'd like
are?
to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because
have
we're
borders
wasting a
are
lot
on
of
my
time.
bingo card,
Go down
so-
to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills.
Aren't
They
we
have the
already
right
4
to do
years
it. The
into something
President
different?
of the
That's for you,
United
I think,
States, you'll get
Tara.
him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people,
I wanna-
unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in
such-
these times that we're living in.
Such a
Mr.
bullshit-
President,
it's
for
like a
3.5
bad
years
bullshitter.
after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically.
But
You know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they
Who's
should have
proof?
sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got
He's
almost
still on
75
that
million
rhetoric
votes,
that
the
he's
most
still
votes any
won?
sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders,
Oh my God,
and we have to
this
have
is
good
so
elections.
stupid.
Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to
so there was
vote.
something
And
that I
that's
was,
why they're
like,
allowing them to come into our
talking to
country.
I
somebody
did
about
watch
is
all
that-
of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the
Are
sarcasm.
we
Lost by a whisker.
allowed-
We
like,
didn't quite make it.
basically,
and we should just
everyone
point
is
out
allowed
here
to
as
be level one
clarification,
racist now.
You and your allies, 60 cases in front of many
That's bullshit.
Looked at it.
It's
so
like,
there's no-
oh,
didn't
all
have
these
standing.
illegals are
That's
going to
the other
vote
thing.
illegally
They
now.
said we didn't have standing.
And it's
a
like,
technicality. Can you
why?
imagine a
No,
system
that's not how it
where a
works.
person in an election
That's a
doesn't
racist
have
comment. You're
standing,
not
the
allowed to make that
president of
racist
the
comment.
I think
But
so. I don't.
That's how
I don't
it
know.
goes. If you look at the
I'm
facts, and I
I'm
love
kind of
that
failing to
you
see like the
respect
racism part of it. I
I'll
just
show
like
you Georgia,
You're
it's
assuming-
fine. It's fine
You're
to.
assuming
Pennsylvania,
you're
and I'll
assuming
tell you,
every
we
brown
have so
person that
many
goes to the
facts and
polls is an
statistics.
illegal.
But you know what? That doesn't matter.
I don't. I mean, did he say that? I don't think it's unreasonable to not want
You don't get to choose to do that. You
foreigners
don't get
to
to.
vote in our elections. But I don't think they really are, right? Isn't that like
But
really
there-
hard?
there are-
You heard the
But there
president
are
tonight.
systems
He
in
didn't
check.
say that he lost by a
Even
whisker.
Yeah.
if
Still
an
believes
undocumented
he
person
did not
were to
lose the
vote, right?
election,
They have to vote
as
provisionally.
won by
The,
President Biden,
when they
and
vote
yourself.
provisionally, it
But I
gets
do
sent
wanna
to
ask you about
elections,
something that's
and
come out of the last
election
couple of days. This is
certifies
a
it. They
post
go,
from,
"Oh,
President
this
Trump
person is
about
not
this
a
upcoming
United
election
States
just recently.
citizen."
He said
This
Careful,
vote is-
Josh is watching, so you better get this exactly completely
They will
on
go.
point.
This is bullshit. This guy is not in the voter rolls. He is not a registered voter.
Top lawyers responded saying, "We won't let Donald
So
Trump
goodbye.
intimidate us.
This vote
We
does
won't
not
let him
count."
suppress the vote."
I-
Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
To register, don't you have to register with your social security or your
No,
Your-
just your
Well, let's be
driver's
clear about
license,
that. And clearly, he is having a very
which you
difficult time
can get
But-
in,
but-
in California.
But we
And
But-
cannot
if you-
afford to have a president of the
I
United
mean,
States
California's not a swing
who
state, so it's not like that really.
But that's what I'm
did
saying,
in the
is that
past
the
to
idea-
upend the
it's just-
will
it's
of the
all-
voters
it's-
in a free and
Everything
fair
he's saying
election.
is just another
And I'm
term
gonna
for
tell
voter
you that-
suppression. That's all it
and
is.
I have
I
traveled
so
with
It's
I
a-
the
get
president
that.
of the United States, and world leaders are laughing
I
at
don't-
And
I
I'll
mean,
give you
I,
a
maybe I
great
missed
example.
it. Maybe I missed a big chunk of what he said, but I don't think it's unreasonable to not want foreigners to vote. I think that that's a
And when
reasonable.
you then
Yes,
talk
but
in
it's
this
but there
way
are there
in a
there
presidential
are
debate
systems
and
in
deny
check to
what
prevent
over
those
and over
people
again are court cases
from
you
making
have
their vote
lost
count.
because you did in
Should say
fact
non-citizens,
win that
not
election.
foreigners, just to be
It
clear.
leads one to believe that perhaps
But that's what I'm
we do
saying is
not
that
have in
the only
candidate to my right the
mismanagement
temperament
of voting
or the
comes from
ability to
his
not
supporters that tried
confuse
to alter
about
and
facts.
change the vote and
That's
askew
deeply
for
troubling. The
him,
American
not the
people
other way
deserve
around.
better.
Yeah,
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr.
that's
President.
true.
We just had
Uh,
our leaders. Victor Orban, one of
I
the
thought you
most
had to-
respected men- They call him a strong man. He's a tough person.
But that's what I'm
Smart.
trying to say is
Prime
that
Minister of Hungary.
So if
hate
you have
this-
a so if you have a if you have a driver's license, say you're
He said because you
undocumented,
Trump
right? You come here, you,
was
you get your
president.
driver's license,
They were afraid of
and
him.
then
China
you-
was afraid,
and then
I
you-
don't
Go to
the
use
poll.
word afraid, but I'm
yeah,
just quoting
and then
him.
you
Okay.
so
China was afraid of
so
him.
they'll
North
just let you
Korea was
vote,
afraid of
even
him.
though
so this
Look
is
at what's
so
going
this is
on
what
in North
happens.
Korea,
You
by
go
the
to
way.
you go to
He
any
said
polling
Russia
station.
was afraid of him.
You have your driver's
I ended
license.
the Nord
I
they don't have
say-
like a special driver's license. It's like this is the one for the undocumented.
Yeah, it shows they're
Workers?
undocumented. Yeah, but
So then
So you
why?
go-
So okay.
But he let the Russians
so you
build
go,
a
oh,
pipeline going
are
all
you
over
here
Europe and
to
heading into
vote?
Germany, the biggest
And they're
pipeline
like,
in the
yes,
world.
and I'm like,
Look,
okay. Can
Viktor
I?
Orban
Do you know
said-
where your
he said the
polling
most
location's at?
respected, most
And they
feared
say no,
person
and
is
it's like,
Donald
well,
Trump. We had no problems
what's
when
your
Trump was
address?
president.
And usually
But when
you pull out
this
your
weak,
license to show your address.
pathetic
You don't
man
need to show
that
your
you
license
saw
to
at a
prove
debate just a
to
few
vote,
months ago,
but it's the
that if you
easiest way
weren't
to
in that
show
debate, he'd
what
be
your
running on Senator Hirsch. He
residency
got no
is
votes.
at,
He got
right?
14 million
So
votes. What you did,
Do you
talk
go,
about a
okay,
threat
you
to
look at it
democracy.
and it's like,
He
hey,
got
this isn't your
14
voting,
million
this
votes, and they
isn't
threw him
your
out of
polling
office.
poll.
And you
This
know what?
isn't
I'll
your
give you a little
location.
secret. He hates her.
You have to
He
go
can't
to
stand her. But he got
another
14
polling
million
location
votes.
in order to
They
vote.
threw him out.
Oh,
She
well,
got
I don't want to
0
vote there. I
votes.
want to
And
vote
when
here. It's
she
like, okay,
ran,
well,
she was the first
then
one
you have to vote
leave because she
provisionally,
failed.
which which is
And
this.
now she's running.
That's
I
when
don't
you need your
understand
driver's
what I'm
license,
okay
and you have
with
to
it
fill out
because
this form. And then when you
People
fill out the
do very well.
form,
Got a lot more more to get.
You
Turning
drop it
out the
into
Israel-Hamas
the ballot
war and
box,
the hostages
but
were still
the
being
provisional
held,
ballots are
Americans among
are
them.
counted
Vice President Harris,
last
in December, you
because they
said,
have
quote,
to
"Israel has a right to
make
defend
sure
itself," but you
that
added,
that
quote,
person who
"It
voted
matters
provisionally
not," saying
didn't
international
vote at another
humanitarian
place
law
at their
must be respected.
designated
Israel
location.
must do more to
So
protect
if they
innocent
voted at their
civilians.
designated location
You've said
and
that
they voted
9
provisionally,
months ago. Now an
then that
estimated
vote does not
40,000
count. That's what,
Palestinians
how
are
you get
dead.
people
Nearly
like, oh, I'm going to vote at 5
100
different polling
hostages
places.
remain.
It
Just
doesn't
last
count
week,
because you
Prime
already
Minister
voted at your
Benjamin
one polling
Netanyahu
place.
said there's not a
But
deal
the
in
same thing
making.
goes if you're
President Biden has
undocumented.
not been
It
able to
goes,
break
oh,
through the
you're
stalemate. How
undocumented.
would
You're
you
not
do it?
actually a citizen of the United States. You can't vote.
Well,
This vote does
let's
not count.
understand how we got
Provisionally,
here.
it does not
On
count.
October
But
7th,
but ultimately,
Hamas,
the biggest
a
ultimate thing is
terrorist
that you
organization,
only count provisional votes
slaughtered
if
1,200 Israelis.
they are
Many of them young
within
people
a certain
who were
parameter.
simply
Like, so if
attending
it's
a
like,
concert. Women
if
were
you are ahead
horribly
by like
raped.
300
And
votes,
so
then they
absolutely,
don't
I
count
said then,
provisional
I
because
say
the
now.
provisional ballots, it
Israel
don't matter.
has a right to
The
defend
person
itself.
has
It would.
won.
So
And
You-
how it
yeah.
does
Give me
so
one sec.
matters.
okay, go ahead.
All right.
Because it
That's
is
all right.
also true.
I
far
actually
too
need to
many
pee too, so I'll be right back.
innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever.
All right, I'm back.
I know Putin very well. He would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into
You hear,
Ukraine
Para?
and killed millions of people when you add it up. Far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden,
All right, sorry about
she
that.
hates
That's
Israel.
okay. Hey,
she wouldn't even
I'm
meet
gonna,
with
disconnect and I'll be
Netanyahu
right
when he
back.
went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel. Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis
still hear
and
me?
Yemen.
Yeah, I
Look at
can.
what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled
I'm
and
trying
fast, and I'll get the
to-
war with Ukraine and Russia ended.
Here we go.
If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before
I'm seeing if I
even
have,
becoming
like, priority
president.
speaker, but I
Vice
don't have
President
priority
Harris, he
speaker.
says you hate Israel.
I think it's
No,
better.
that's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known
Weak
that
and
he
wrong.
admires
Yikes.
dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un, and it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors.
Yep.
And that is why
Yep.
so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace.
I actually don't even
That is why
think
we
that he can
understand
be
that
bought
we
with-
have to have a
with
president
favors.
who is not
Oh, he could totally
consistently
be bought with
weak
favors.
and wrong on
because-
national
No,
security,
because the
including
moment
the
they
importance
go
of
against him or try to do
upholding and
anything that
respecting in
makes him
highest
look bad
regard
at
our
all, he will
military.
Vice President Harris,
completely
thank you.
disown them.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending
I don't
people
know.
into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it. Because
Do
what
people
he's
not
gotten away with
understand,
is
by the way, like
absolutely
the most
incredible. It wouldn't have
basic of
happened with
reverse
me.
psychology?
The leaders
I know,
of
it's
other
like-
countries
it's
think
like-
that
But you
they're
gotta
weak
understand, he
and
manipulated a
incompetent,
whole
and they
generation
are.
of fucking
They're grossly
idiots.
incompetent.
I'm not-
And I just ask one question.
Yeah, that's true. I'm
Why
talking about
does
with
Biden go
Putin.
in and
I don't
kill
know
the
if-
Keystone Pipeline
Like-
and approve the single
like Putin
biggest
saying, "I
deal
want
that
Kamala,"
Russia's
is
ever
him
made,
saying,
Nord
"I
Stream
want
2,
Trump."
The biggest
Like,
pipeline
let's be
anywhere in the
real.
world, going to Germany and all over Europe.
And what's
Because they're weak
Yeah.
and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
I actually
has
don't
paid a
even think
lot of
he
money.
Thank you. We
cares
have a
that
lot of
much. I
issues
think
to
he
get
just
to.
wants to
We
sow
right back with
division
much
and
more of this
knowing
historic ABC News presidential debate.
He
from the
knows
National
saying he
Constitution
would-
Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
prefer Kamala is way more vindictive than saying he would prefer Trump. Because I think most people would
The
assume.
ABC News presidential
Not
debate
most people,
will
but-
continue after this.
I think it'd be easier to wrap your brain around.
This PBS News
I
presentation
walked by that
morning.
place, the National Constitution Center.
Consumer
Really?
Cellular, this is Sam.
Yeah,
How may I
for
help you? This is a pocket dial.
Where's it at?
Well,
Is it?
somebody's pocket.
it's in Philadelphia, like next to the convention center
You
for
get
PAX
nationwide
Unplugged.
coverage with no contract. That's kind of our thing.
I want to go to
Have a nice
PAX
day.
Unplugged. How was
I'm
that?
going.
and by the Corporation
fun.
for Public Broadcasting.
You're going this
and
year?
By contributions
Oh, yeah, I'm
to
going
your
this
PBS
year.
I thought,
station
didn't it
from
just
viewers
pass?
like you. Thank
No,
you.
PAX Unplugged's in December.
Wait, oh, the one that was in Oregon. Was that
so
just
much
PAX?
divisiveness
PAX
in
West?
this.
Well, PAX West is in
Blatant
Seattle, yeah.
tensions.
Okay.
You just
Oh,
have to
Seattle,
choose
right,
a
right,
side.
right.
You automatically have to hate the other side.
Deep divisions
It does get heated. We have big fights.
into stark choice.
We will
Okay, we don't need to hear the commercials.
America great again.
Yep. We're
So what-
at commercial.
So, what do you think of the whole this whole shit with Tim Pool and Dave Rubin and Benny Johnson
Being
Russian
you know what's
assets?
sad? You know what's sad?
What's that?
I used to respect Dave Rubin at some point,
I did too, actually.
but then something
Well, actually,
happened.
I used to respect Tim Pool too. Like they
Not-
used to,
not me.
both of them used to be more center. Both of them, like early into Trump's presidency, and then at some point they realized it just didn't. It didn't work. Like they were able to get way more attention, grow way faster by just completely shilling for right wing, or not shilling, but the whole right wing grift, just saying all the talking points, the easiest bullshit. Like you don't have to have any thought. But I did used to like Temple, and it's embarrassing for me now.
I
hearing
just think
him.
that at some it's not easy being a content creator. So if you need a grift, you need a grift.
Hell no, I'll never.
I'm
grift.
sorry, but that's what I'm saying is that there's some people who stuck it out, and obviously they either made it or they didn't make it. But then there's people who are like, I'm gonna need a grift. I don't want a 9-to-5 job. I don't want to be a nobody. Their own hubris was so palpable that it forced them to digest and consume this backwards media, and they just eat it up now because who doesn't want to work a 9-to-5? Like being a nobody sucks. So,
True.
but but self-importance and morals are what define how you are as a content creator. If you just want to be a content creator, then fuck it. Do whatever you want. Play, act it up. Perform it up. You don't believe in any of that bullshit. You're just trying to get clicks and drive ad revenue and sell merch. But that's
to some
dangerous.
degree. Don't you want those things though off of like who you actually are, not just because?
Do you like waking up and
Like,
going
do you
to your
want
job
to
every day?
sell out? I wouldn't sell out for it.
Dude, I've been trying to make content for 7 years and it's
I know.
still hobbyistic for me.
Yeah,
Because
it's
I
rough.
don't want to sell grift.
Yeah, it'd be easy. I've thought about it. I was thinking about I've been thinking about stuff lately. I'm like, man, maybe I should just throw all my morals out the window and just start fucking doing some shady,
just shady
stuff
TikTok.
that's legal, but you just have no morals.
But here's the thing. Those people, the roost is coming home. They're starting to get their comeuppance.
For those 6 people.
The Alex Joneses of the world,
again,
the fucking
Moore and
the
Lindsay
QAnon
Davis.
people of the world,
Welcome back to
their
this historic
comeuppance are
BBC
coming up, and
presidential debate.
they
Some
are
of
getting.
them.
Continue here, and I want to turn to the war.
There's
lot
so
of them.
many. I don't know. There's so
into this
many.
conflict. Mr.
I know,
President,
but,
it's been the position of the Biden
yeah,
And I
there's
don't
that we
think
must
anyone
defend
really
Ukraine
cares.
from
I think
Russia, from
me and you
Vladimir Putin,
do,
to
but I
defend
don't
their
think
sovereignty
anyone,
and
their
democracy.
followers, I
That
don't
it's
think
in
give a
America's
fuck.
best interest to do
They're
so.
still
Arguing
gonna
that
make
if
just as much money
wins,
as they ever
he may
did.
be emboldened to move
Yeah,
even
but those
further
followers
into
are-
other countries.
Alex Jones is
You have
fucked.
said you would solve this
He
war in
got
24 hours. You said so just
But
before
there's
the
a
break
lot of
tonight.
people who are
How
aging
exactly
out, and
would
their
you do that?
demographic.
And I want to ask you a
Now
very
it's just
simple
going
question
down to
tonight.
people
Do you
who
want
they just
Ukraine
want them,
to win this war.
like
I want
the
war to stop.
Kai
I
Cenat
wanna
and the
save
Aiden
lives.
Rosses and the
They're
I
being
shows people who are just doing
people
wacky
being
stuff for the
killed
sake of
by
wacky
the
stuff and don't
millions.
have a
It's the
grift.
millions. It's so much worse
Kids just want to
than
be
the numbers that you're
entertained. They
getting
don't want
with
to pick
your
sides
fake numbers.
anymore.
Look,
They just want the
we're
big
in for
spending,
250 billion or more.
because
They don't ask Europe, which is a much
slippity
bigger
doodad,
beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are.
on God,
$150
fire.
billion less because Biden
They
and
just
you
want.
don't have the
It's what we
courage
wanted
to
when we were kids. We
ask
just want to be
Europe,
distracted.
like I did with
We don't want to
NATO.
think. We just
They
want.
pay
We just want to
billions
see.
and billions, hundreds of
We just
billions
want
of
to see
dollars when
cool
I said,
things happen to cool
either
people.
You pay up, or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons that
I've never
like me as
really
much as
had
they like
that
weak people. But
desire, not to
take a
that
look at what's
degree. I
happening.
think
We're in for 250 to
social media has
275 billion. They're
destroyed
into 100
this
to
Gen Z.
150.
Like,
They
Oh,
should
there's
be
definitely
forced
there's definitely
has-
a level of
With
brain
that being
rot
said,
that
Yeah.
has
I wanna get the war
that has
settled.
infiltrated
I know
like
Zelensky
the
very
culture.
well, and I know Putin
It's-
very well.
yeah,
I have a
the
good
woke mind
relationship,
virus,
and they
right?
respect-
Oh my god! Shut up.
they respect me. They don't respect
hold
Shut
on.
the fuck
Josh
up.
says the safety
Why?
/ ambiguity inherent in our elections is because the United States uses distributed voting infrastructure. Each county and state has different approved processes and vote systems. Approved processes and vote systems. Okay. The only way to have 100% verifiable results would be to lose the right to casting an anonymous ballot.
After I left,
The only way to
fortunately left because our country has
wait.
gone
The
to
only
hell.
way to have a 100%
But after I left, when I saw him
verifiable
building up
result would
soldiers,
be
he did
to
it after
lose
I
your
left.
right to
I
casting
said,
an
"Oh,
anonymous ballot.
Yeah.
Negotiating. It
What
must
he's
be a
saying
good,
is that
strong point
every
of
ballot
negotiation.
is
Well,
accountable
there's-
because when you go
because
when you go to the
Biden
voter
had
rolls,
no
it doesn't tell
idea
you
how
who
to
you
talk
voted
to
for.
him.
It just
Yeah.
says that
No
Yeah.
idea
you
how
who
to stop
that
I
you
understand
voted.
that.
I have millions of
I think
people
Josh
dead,
was the one
and
who
it's only
originally
getting worse,
explained
and
that
it could
to me.
lead to World War
I might be
III.
wrong about
Don't
that.
kid yourself, David.
Yeah.
We're playing with World
But
War
the way
III,
I
and we have
understand
a
is
president
like
that
with
we don't
voter
even know if
fraud,
he's-
basically,
where is our president?
is
We don't
like
even know if he's a president.
And just to
it's
clarify
They
here,
threw him out of a campaign.
it's
like
just as
Trump.
hard, if not harder, to do than any other fraud. But like,
Doesn't know he's
why would you
alive.
do
time is up.
voter fraud when that doesn't make you any money? Like, why not just like
For Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S.
like,
best interest
do-
to get this war finished and just get it
Or,
done. Negotiate a deal because we have to stop
what is it?
all of these human
Negotiate
lives
a deal with
being
Russia.
destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get
But I know what he's trying to say. He just sucks at talking. I don't understand why
No.
people think he's so good at talking. He's
allied with Putin.
Would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
he's saying
Well, first of all, it's important to former President
create a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia, but he knows how to say, not even knows, he says things the exact wrong way so often. I don't think he actually meant create a deal with Russia.
a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important.
Josh, is that Josh in chat?
Which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial.
We know voting patterns. We have a pretty accurate way of telling who people vote for based on voting patterns.
I think he's saying. I think he's saying as an individual, if you serialize the ballots, people could figure out how you, as Para, how you voted, or how I voted.
But there's
Which is-
enough.
Because of the
There's enough of a pattern. Now it's not 100% accurate because people, the last 2 election cycles, people have just gone crazy and have been voting in weird, auspicious ways than ever before. But
the ballot boxes in Georgia, right? I'm sorry.
Tony, do I have to just get up and just slap you? And like, I'm a political operative. When I hear stupid shit like that, I just want to slap people.
I saw Josh in that video, and he was under the table, and there's a secret door.
Oh
He grabbed the ballots. In a video game, of course. He would never do that in real life.
Like that one time when we played that one space opera board game and we just kept on denying you money and you're like, oh, the
my
poor
God.
people.
What game
the
was
poor
that? That was obnoxious. You and Dan were trolling me like hell.
I wish that was on
it that
YouTube.
or was it Seven Wonders?
It was, it was me, you, and it was me, Dan, and Seth, and you were the assassin. But we kept on giving. We kept on just locking you out and getting no money.
What game wait, are you talking about Coup?
No, was it Coup? It was like a space one.
Is it just like cards and little not cardstock, but chipboard little like coin things? That's
yes.
Oh, okay, that's Coup. Yeah.
Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it.
We played another game where you and Dan, though, like I think it might have been it wasn't Seven Wonders. You and Dan were like not letting me do my thing at all.
Because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary.
Weak and stupid.
How's Dan doing?
He's all right.
I thought about inviting him, but I don't know if I have his number actually.
That's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden, in my opinion. I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the
He's good to
worst
argue
vice
with.
president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something.
He's like full on anarchist now.
What? Are you serious?
Oh yeah, he wants to burn it all down.
What the fuck? Why? I mean, really?
Because it's
He's just done. He's over it.
Well, even if Kamala wins, there's going to be
I
a
could-
level.
I
There's
could
a
see
level of
Derek.
corruption. There's a level of corruption even in the Democratic Party that is unexcusable.
The reality is
That we just allow because we're just choosing the lesser of evils, and he just wants everything to burn.
I feel that, but that's no solution. Dan's always
But-
been a radical guy, though.
Yeah, he's a pretty radical guy.
Yeah.
But that's just his Viking nature. That's his Norwegian
Rape
Viking.
and pillage and burn it to the ground.
Yeah, that's just his natural.
Raise it to the
Yeah,
ground.
just raise it.
Democracy. And that
He would say
Anarchist or libertarian?
he would say he's a libertarian, but he's borderline
He
anarchist.
wouldn't say he's a libertarian, would he? He was so.
No, He has liberal ideals, but he would openly say he's an anarchist.
Oh, okay.
He's like a
I mean, what's
new
the
avian.
difference between? I used to
Hold on,
think
I
that
could
was-
invite him.
Okay.
Let me see. Let's see if I can even get him here.
For the benefit of personal flattery.
He used to be in my. He probably got annoyed by my other friends, but he used to be in this server. I know how it is though. Once you have like so many Discord servers, you're like, I gotta leave some of these shits.
Yeah, it's.
He got these countries, the 28 countries at the
I don't know how I don't know if I got kicked out of mine, or I got kicked out of yours.
No, I've never. I don't. Well, I've kicked like straight up trolls, but I've never kicked anyone just for just like.
I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before. If you don't pay,
Well, his name was Skelepope, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, he deleted me from his friends.
Really?
Yeah. I probably said some shit.
We witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring
All
the
right.
soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Yeah, see if he wants to get in here.
Do you believe you bear any responsibility?
We
in the way that
are
withdrawal played out?
talking about the.
President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the
That was a
United
terrible
States
exit
military
strategy, though.
who is in active duty in a
We're talking about
combat zone in
Afghanistan?
any war
Yeah,
zone around
but
the
you know
world.
what? Afghanistan is doing something what the Saudis are doing.
Understand how we got to where we are.
They're trying to turn Afghanistan into the Middle East of Sweden.
One of the
of
weakest
Switzerland.
deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker.
Go to Dubai for the beaches and the excess. Come to Afghanistan for the snow peaks and the skiing.
I would never fucking go to any of those places.
But that's where the money's at.
Oh, I know. What is going on with my hair? Fuck.
Taliban terrorists.
Your haircut's so
And
bad.
Get this. No, get this. And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them.
A lot of them.
And I got involved.
A lot of them.
Dude,
The Taliban was doing
he has a way of talking. Like, you gotta give him that.
It's all nonsense. No,
it is.
It's not.
It is. No,
No.
it is. But like,
No.
just the cadence and the like.
the Taliban. He is still the head of
The Taliban, like, for whatever reason, it works. It, like, not on me, but like, I understand the appeal of it.
Figure that out, Abdul.
I don't. I've never.
18 months, we had nobody
I've never
killed.
understood the
We did
appeal.
have an
I've never
agreement
understood why
negotiated by
people
Mike
liked
Pompeo.
The
It was
Apprentice.
a very good agreement.
I never understood why people like The Apprentice either.
We would've
But
been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have
Writer
lost the
strike.
soldiers.
People were
We
bored.
wouldn't have left many
I just
Americans behind.
think
We wouldn't
most,
have left- we
like,
wouldn't have left
99% of reality TV
$85
is
billion
fucking
worth of
horrible.
brand new, beautiful
Yeah, it
military
is.
equipment behind.
Right.
And just to finish,
However, I did hear about
blew it.
something I totally missed somehow. It's called the Joe Schmo Show. Do you know about that?
They didn't do it.
No.
They didn't do it. The agreement
Did you watch that show,
was terminated by us
Jury Duty by any
because
chance?
they didn't do what
No.
they were supposed to
Okay.
do.
I would say
And
that
these
that
people
that
did the
kind of thing
worst
is way more
withdrawal.
appealing to me
And
with
in my
like as far as
opinion, the most
reality TV goes, or
embarrassing
something kind of
moment in
like
the history of our country.
Nathan for
And by the
You.
way,
I don't know if that's
why
even really
Russia
reality
attacked
TV, but
Ukraine, because they saw
it's
how
kind of like
incompetent
a
she
concept
and her
comedy
boss
show.
are.
But
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, "I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she's
Did you?
Why do you believe it's appropriate to
I don't know. I think I watched that live, and I was like, "Oh my god."
I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
She's so happy.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was
Ooh.
not black that she put out. And
Oh my god!
Oh my god, dude! I knew it. He's mad. He's mad now.
Everyone was okay with me. That's
Why
up
would
to
you
her.
say something so stupid?
Because they got under his skin. Look at him. Look how mad he is. Holy shit. Look how mad. Look at it.
Tragedy.
His whole body language has changed.
Wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career,
His eyes are darting around. Damn.
you know, I
That
do
was-
believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more.
He was
in
getting
common
clowned on
because we
after
don't
that.
want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us,
Jesus
and especially
fucking
by race.
Christ.
Let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was a land.
Josh, are
he
you
owned
home?
land, he owned
Get on
buildings,
Discord.
and
I know you have a long drive, and I know you're also really busy at work.
refused to rent.
Wasn't the idea of The Apprentice that a room full of skilled people were given a task to complete on a timeline crunch, and if you sucked, then you were fired? It's something like that. I never really watched it. The Apprentice was on when I was like a teenager. I had like no desire in watching that show whatsoever. Maybe like into my early 20s, but yeah, I never had
Took
any
out a full-page ad
desire to watch that.
calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who
They
understands
do.
our
Damn.
country. We see in
She's
each other
frying
a friend.
him,
We
dude.
see
Dude,
in
he's
each other
the-
a neighbor.
I mean, he was cooked after the
We don't
abortion thing,
want
but this is
a
just like
leader who is
expounding
constantly
upon.
trying to have
Yeah, but no,
American
I mean,
leaders
like,
at each other.
it wasn't even her. It was the interviewer got under his skin with the question.
Tell me
That said a lot. He's so fucking. He's
about
pissed.
how we're going to
I wanted
invest
to
in the
bring this
aspirations and the
up earlier
ambitions
in
and
the
dreams of
evening,
American
earlier in the
people.
discussion, but
Knowing
I
that
think
regardless
Kamala's gonna
of
win.
people's color or
But
the
this is
color of
what-
their
The
grandmother's
debate or the
same
election?
dreams
The
and
election.
aspirations,
So-
and
I'm
let's
so
But-
worried about it.
invest in
So I don't
those.
know.
So
Not
let me
in
expound
the
upon that. That doesn't mean we're going to be out of the woods.
President
You
Trump
thought we
has
were
said
having
this third
cultural
time.
whiplash
This
when
is the most
President Obama
divisive
won.
presidency.
This is going to ignite
There's
such
never been
a
anything like it. They're destroying
Powder
our
keg.
monumental,
and they come up with things
like a huge divide
Yeah.
in people,
Yeah, I
in
know.
politics.
I
That
know.
it is going to be such a headache, such a major headache.
And we live in a red. We
and-
live in a red county. So
Yeah,
like,
and so like the idea is that we're gonna see this. We're gonna see white people stew for 4 years. We're gonna get such snippy comments, snippy everything. It's like, oh, you want better schools? Well, blame it on Kamala.
well, I'm not brown,
it-
so I'm just gonna be like, I voted for Trump. I'm just kidding.
Aren't you Italiana?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I was about to say something a little racist.
Ooh. What, you're gonna call me a wop?
No,
Uh huh.
no. That it was. I'll text it to you.
All right. That makes it. You can say it. I don't know if you're trying to save your own
No,
reputation.
I respect
briefly.
the platform that I represent and the
Clearly,
guild that I
I am
represent.
not Joe Biden, and I am certainly
Okay.
not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country.
I don't
One
have
who
my phone
believes
with me. I just
in
realized.
what is possible. One who brings a sense of optimism
Probably should.
about what we can
Hold on, I'll
do
be right back.
instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance.
Josh
for
is driving
first-time
home now.
homebuyers.
You know, his
That's
reception's
the kind of
bad, so
conversation
I guess he'll
believe,
probably
David,
get on with us
that
when he gets
people
home.
really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump,
Let's turn to policy,
She
please.
has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate
Steve, what the
everybody's
fuck,
guns.
man?
President Trump,
She
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move on
to
to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania.
Confiscate
or
guns and
anywhere
defund the
else.
police.
That's what her plan is until just recently.
That's like some
he's-
bullshit.
he's-
President Trump.
He's
President has
reaching.
said
I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
gonna
need to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
Mute the
to what
mic.
you
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that.
I think they
You now
should have
say you're going to keep
let her
Obamacare,
respond to that,
quote,
but-
unless we can do something much better. Last month you
a
said, quote,
partisan
"We're working on it."
hack.
So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace
Jesus
it. But
fucking
remember
Christ,
this,
man.
I inherited
That is
Obamacare
supposed-
because Democrats wouldn't change
There-
it. They
there's-
wouldn't vote
there's
for it.
somebody-
They were
there's somebody
unanimous.
in
They
Trump's
wouldn't
team
vote to
that
change it.
just
if they would have done that, we would have had a
glazes
much
him up,
better
being like,
plan than
just talk about
Obamacare.
just talk
But
about
the Democrats
you
came
know,
up, they
gun
wouldn't
control.
vote
Just
for
talk
it.
about
I had a choice to make when I was
defund the
president.
police. That's
Do I
all she.
save
That's
it
all
and
she
make
can.
it as good as it
She
can
can't
be? It's
attack
never
those
gonna be
things.
great.
No,
And
I
it's
think
like,
that's just
do I
him.
let
I
it
think
rot?
that's just.
And
I know,
felt
but,
I
like-
had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration.
God. I
We
have a
read
lot
about
of
the
good
bad
people.
ones.
Oh
We
my
have some
God.
real bad ones
Every
too,
time
and
he
so do
talks,
they have
it's
really
like-
bad ones. The difference is
It's
they
like,
don't get rid of them.
why
Let
does
me
he talk
just
like a
explain.
second grader?
I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
Yeah.
Concept of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if
Well, dude, you're
we come up with
running.
something,
What do you
I would
mean?
only change it if we
Oh
come up
my
with something
God.
that's better and
This
less
is so
expensive.
bad.
And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And
This
you'll
is
be
so
hearing
bad.
about
I
it
just-
in the
I-
not too distant future.
This
Dude.
is
Vice
worse
President
than a
Harris, in
train wreck. This is
2017, you
like
supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do
Damn,
away
that
with
one
private
thing
insurance
got
and
under
create a
his skin so
government-run
bad he
healthcare
can't
system.
even hold it
2
together.
years
Because
later, you
normally he
proposed
wouldn't
a
be
plan
like,
that
he
included
wouldn't be
a
like,
private
if
insurance option.
I
What is your
do,
plan
he would be
today?
like,
Well,
this
first
is
of
what
all,
we're
I
gonna do.
absolutely
It's gonna be the
supported
greatest.
Over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options, but what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond.
Wonder
to
what
a
the
previous
legal
point that the
ramifications would be
former
if
president
2
has made.
candidates
I've made
just
very
started
clear my
swinging.
position around it. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away.
I think
Tim Walz and I are both
I
gun
think
owners. We're
Donald
not
will
taking
probably get a
anybody's
broken
guns away.
hip.
So stop with the
I mean-
continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history
Yeah.
to know where people stand.
She's like,
When Donald
bitch,
Trump
I
was
own
president,
guns.
60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American
I
hero.
mean, was
The
McCain
late,
really
great John
that
McCain,
great?
I will never forget that night.
Eh,
Walked onto the Senate
Right?
floor
Not
I mean,
really.
I mean,
no,
But-
you don't.
but- he was
you
an American
don't.
hero
No, you
in
don't get rid
some
of the
aspects.
Affordable
Sure.
Care Act. You
I
have
mean,
no
sure.
plan.
He served for the country.
And
I
what the
respect
Affordable
that.
Care Act
Whatever,
has
you
done
know.
is
But
eliminate the
I feel like
ability
they're really
of
playing
But
them
people
up
people
now.
have short
deny people
memories.
with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight. You remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could
But that was
deny
also a time when
if
people
a
on the
child
right
had
were
asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a
They
if a
still
grandparent
exist,
had
but
diabetes,
when the majority
and
of them
thankfully,
had like
as I've been
the
vice president, and
common
we, over the
sense
last
and
4
you know
years, have
had
strengthened the
reasonable,
Affordable Care Act,
somewhat reasonable
we have
positions
allowed
at the
for
very
first
least.
time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it,
Vice
past his
President
prologue
Harris,
in
thank
terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a
She
lot
made
of
a mistake. At number one,
Oh my
John
God.
McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it
True.
wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know
I
what?
don't know about 10 years. How
We
would
could
he
do
fight
much
it for
better
10
than
years? No, I
Obamacare.
guess.
Much less money. But
How
she
long is
won't
it-
improve
how long can you be a
private
senator
insurance
for?
people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump-
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Wait, when
Well,
he was
the
asked
former
about,
president had
hold
said
on,
that
real quick.
Climate change is a hoax. And
That's what I was gonna say.
what
When
we
he
know
when
is
they
that
asked him, did he just say? Did he just respond? We need clean air and clean water. Is that like?
weather occurrences who
I haven't
now
seen that.
receive
Is that what happened?
home insurance
Because
or it's being
that's
done.
how she made it sound.
They're starting with her first, then to him.
No, I know,
Victim of
okay.
What that means
I'll
in terms
ask you
of
later.
losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice.
What happened? Did the sound go out for you too?
No.
Oh,
Around
wait,
the
what the
world.
fuck?
Donald
Oh, I
Trump
still
said
had
he
my
was going to create
cursor.
manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs.
There we go,
And I'm
okay.
also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American
Oh, is Ty in here? Hi,
automobiles.
Ty.
It includes growing what we can do around American
Hi.
manufacturing
Oh,
and
damn,
opening
you're
up
loud. Okay, I
auto
gotta turn you
plants,
down.
not
Hold on.
closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Or can you
Didn't
turn your
happen
mic
under
down a
Donald
little
Trump. Let me
bit?
just tell you, they lost
Maybe.
10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're
It's on
building
YouTube,
big
by the
auto
way, Ty.
plants in
You just
Mexico,
type
in many
into,
cases owned by China.
2024
They're building
presidential
these
debate or whatever.
massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in
Ford
this
has a
country
factory
is
in China.
Horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden
They
doesn't
don't
go after
make
people because supposedly
the
China paid
EVs
him
in
millions
America.
of dollars.
They
He's
make it in
afraid to do
China.
between him and his son.
Because those
they get all
jobs are
this money
already
from
gone.
Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries, and then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate.
He's getting sweaty too. I don't know. Do you see the sweat on his face?
Oh God, this is so terrible.
They had to take a break so they could pat him dry.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
This PBS News presentation is made possible by
Consumer Cellular.
Just don't get it. I don't see what. If we lose, it's because.
Don't say
we've
we.
fallen-
I'm not a part of the Democrat Party. Okay.
I'm talking about sane. I'm saying sane people. You fucking piece of shit.
What time?
God, don't fucking imply that I'm just saying for Democrats, you piece of shit.
I mean, that is okay.
That's how it sounded.
Oh, so
Can you guys hear me now?
You're not
Yeah, you're
actually
really
a fucking
loud,
sane person,
though.
then?
Are you able to turn your mic down a little bit?
No.
Here,
I don't know why I'm
turn
so
yours
loud.
down.
Do I have to treat you like everybody else, like a fucking 2-year-old when it comes to politics? I thought I actually was talking to someone who was like politically sound and like logical.
Oh, Ty's not. Ty's not.
No, I'm talking to you, Tony.
Oh, me?
He's definitely talking to you, Tony.
Oh,
Yeah.
you think I'm logical? That's where you made your first
I
mistake.
was about to
What
say,
the
you
fuck?
think he's politically sound?
Yeah,
That's
what,
very
you think
interesting to me. I know I just got here, but I'll be right back.
I think I'm decently educated in like some stuff, but I like when it comes to like economic stuff, I know a little bit, but like I really don't understand so much of like economics. I feel like dumb when it comes to that stuff. So I never really know what, like I'll hear both sides and I don't really know how to deduce it for myself because it's like such a huge, complicated like monster to me.
It's not as complicated as you think.
That's what the people that want you to vote for their candidate always say.
No.
It's super complicated. Yes, it
Are
is.
you
It's
are you
super
are you
complicated.
are you telling me that I don't know how to vote? That my
I know,
my
I believe
17
I
my
believe
17
you.
years on this fucking like political ride that I've done, I don't know how to vote. I'm telling you that it's not complicated because I'm trying to manipulate or trying to ascertain your vote because I don't really care.
No, I didn't say that at all. I don't know where you're getting that. That's like a huge leap.
No, you're implying that I'm saying it's not complicated by arguing that that's what people say in order to get your vote. Was that just not the logical conclusion you came up to? I say it's not easy. I say it's not as hard as you think.
I'm not
and
saying...
your response was, oh, that's what people say in order to get your vote.
Yeah, that is what people say to get your vote.
But this is me I'm talking to. I'm not trying to manipulate you. I'm trying to tell you.
But you were saying, I think you don't understand like economics basically or something. I'm saying no, it's not that. I feel like people oversimplify it to make it seem like, especially people like Donald Trump will be like, make it sound so simple. And everyone does, but it's like it's so much. There's so many different moving parts when it comes to economics, and especially like government level economics. Like it's too much. I'm like I get lost. If I wanted to, I could research it and figure everything out. But I just don't have a huge interest in that.
But you can't just trust my word. You can't trust my expertise. You can't trust me as a political.
I don't know. I want to hear.
Trying to help you in your best interest.
So
you just want to do the fucking research yourself, even though you just said right now.
Oh no, I want to hear from Josh too.
Oh no. Let me put this in perspective. I think I have cancer, but I'm gonna do the research on myself. No, go to a fucking cancer doctor.
You're not an economist.
I'm not I'm a political operative.
Okay.
So when I tell you that voting is not complicated, that this shit is not complicated.
I'm not saying voting is complicated. I'm saying
no,
economics.
I'm trying to tell you that politics is not complicated.
All right, we're back.
In Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris.
Jesus
Continue
Christ.
to misunderstand the
So I
enlightened
think you've heard
centrism
tonight two
point of view.
very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an Attorney General, a United States Senator, and now Vice President. I've only had one client.
I just got back.
And I'll
I
tell
missed
you,
the
as a
whole woman
prosecutor, I never
body stuff.
asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay?
That's a great. She has a
And
plan
that's
to
the
defund
kind
the
of
police to
president
take
we
every
need
single
right
gun.
now.
She's
Someone
like,
who cares
"Pop, you
about you
dumbass."
and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be
He
a
is a
president
fucking
for
cop.
all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20
reading your
years
chat?
to build back up our
No,
country by
I was
investing right now in
one of my
you,
friends
the American people.
who's an
President
educator
Harris,
at
thank you. President
Bakersfield
Trump.
College.
So she
We're
just
having our
started
little
by saying
chat,
she's
little
gonna
side
do
chat.
this, she's going to do
I just
that. She's going to
opened
do all these
Foundry.
wonderful
Hopefully that
things.
doesn't.
Why
Shouldn't
hasn't she done
suck
it?
up my
She's been
CPU
there for
just by
3.5
opening it.
years. They've had 3.5
Where'd it
years
go?
to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants.
Wow.
We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know
Yeah.
the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over
Wait,
the world.
is
They
he
don't
saying that they're
understand what
laughing
happened
at
to us as a
him?
nation. We're
They're
not a
laughing at
leader.
us
We don't
as
have
the
any
nation.
idea
He's making
what's
it sound
going
like
on.
it's because
We
of
have
him,
wars
though.
going on in the Middle
That's
East.
how
We
I
have
hear
wars
that.
going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and
I'm sorry,
maybe toughest
but
of all is allowing
does the
millions
vice
of
president have the
people
power to
come into
do
our
that
country.
at
Many
all?
of them are criminals.
Not
And
really.
they're destroying our country.
That's
The
how I
worst
understand
president,
it.
The worst
That would
vice
be
president
a president
in the history
thing,
of
right?
our country.
President
just-
Trump, thank you. And that is
He
our
doesn't
ABC
understand
News.
anything. That's the problem.
He
Here in
wanted to
Philadelphia,
run
National
against Joe
Constitution
Biden. That
Center.
was his whole
Yeah.
And
plan.
I'm David Muir. Thank
That's
you for
probably
watching
the
here in
only
US and
reason
all
he
over the world
decided
and from all of
to
us here at ABC News.
throw his whatever they say
And that is the end of the
hat into the
first
ballot or what the
presidential
fuck they
debate between these two candidates, Vice President
So-
Kamala
This is
Harris
so
and former President
stupid.
Donald
Do they have
Trump.
another one?
Also, like-
They
I
have
think there's
another
a
one in
vice
October.
president one. there's a vice president
that's
one.
it.
And
That's the end
then-
of September. Well, I don't need this open anymore. So,
oh my god. I'm gonna
what do you think, Ty? You missed basically the entire thing. You got the closing statements. Kinda. Pickups.
Christ. On a cracker, dude.
Hold on. October.
He's cooked.
Okay, October 1st. Wait. Are they doing two more? October 1st and October 9th? The 16th, that's the vice president, right? Are they doing two vice presidential ones? Here's September 10th, that's today. Oh, okay, that got canceled, that got canceled, that got canceled. So there's only one. It's October 1st, and
I thought there was one for the vice presidency.
I'm just looking up presidential, but I'm seeing Walz and JD Vance participants. Kamala Harris is maybe Trump just hasn't given.
They're taking the dogs and eating them. Oh my god.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, the comments just.
On the
He
YouTube?
talked about the immigrant, the undocumented people
Oh, wait,
taking dogs and eating them.
I almost went on to X without would be a mistake. I'm gonna try to find what. You're taking the dogs and eating them? Oh yeah, he did say that.
Yeah, angry and rattled was definitely.
I don't think Trump knows what the vice president does. 3 minutes ago, yeah, that's what I was saying. He's blaming her. That must have been the closing statements, right? Kamala Harris dog walked. National disgrace Trump. Simple yes or no.
Jesus Christ, that was so hard to watch.
What the fuck? This has to be fake, right? Sorry, that has nothing to do with the. Damn, we got to get Josh in here because I want to ask you guys some questions.
Okay.
You're
the abortion thing was so good.
I missed it.
No, we talked about it. We're the fact that the majority, 60% of this country has abortion bans, and I told you how hard it was to get an abortion if you're in the middle of Mississippi nowhere, and you're like, oh, it costs $100.
Are you saying it was so good because you felt like you owned me on that?
No, just the fact that the problem, it's it's a scam to make it a state right is a scam because the idea is that you gerrymander and you vote, you stack the vote against people who actually want state rights for abortions, and you get all the conservatives to stack the deck in their favor to ban it.
I get that, but
so that's why they did it in the first place. It was dominoes. It's if we take it away from the law of the land, then we can force all our agendas statewide that we have the majority control over, make it basically a state ban. And then when you get enough states together and say, oh, now we have to make it the law of the land that abortion is now illegal. And then the opposite happens where it's well, you got rid of the right to abortions, but now you want to enforce abortions. And it's well, because it's a state.
All right, Park,
90% of
calm down.
90% of the world, or 90% of the United States, has bans abortions now. So it's just supposed to be the law of the land.
My understanding on how the federal government and the state governments are supposed to work is the federal government is only supposed to enact the Constitution and the amendments of it, right? And that's how it was intended by the founding fathers. And the states are supposed to come up with their own rights.
No, there are inalienable
Inalienable rights.
Yeah, inalienable rights that are beyond, like, the right to vote, the right to the right to representation, the right of free speech. Those are not handled by state rights.
Those are so not all of those, but the right to free speech and the right to those are amendments.
Part of the Constitution. No, those are part of the Constitution.
Yeah, amendments
and the Bill
to the
of Rights
Constitution
amends those rights to give them better definition, to define them better.
The Bill of Rights. Okay, correct. But where does it say on there about anything about abortion?
Abortion is the Constitution is a living document.
I understand
it is
that.
Supposed to,
but Roe v. Wade was never an amendment, so they'd have to pass an amendment.
That's that we are trying to prevent. They were trying to prevent that. The same way that they tried to prevent women from voting. The same way they tried to prevent black people from voting.
Wait. Who's they? Sorry, I just
Do I have to really spell out they? Do I really? Are you really doing this, Tony?
Are you saying?
Are you actually trying to?
Are you doing the thing?
You're trying to just make
to
dumb content. I'm trying to actually have a serious debate with you, and you just want to make dumb content.
No,
you
I'm
fucking brain rot.
No.
Piece of shit.
I'm trying to.
You're just. Oh, when you say they, Tony, really? Really?
You need to be more clear about that because I don't know who you're going back
the
and forth.
The people at the time who hated black people, who hated women, who wanted to suppress it. That's what I mean by they. You jackass. You piece of shit, brain rot, content feeding. Man, bear, pig.
I don't know why you're so fucking pissed about this.
Because
you were saying
you
the Jews. You were trying to imply that it was the Jews.
You, my goodness. You're just trying to be funny, and it's not funny.
I'm trolling you now because you got so angry over such a simple question.
But you said they. You like there's an agenda.
Para, because you were going back and forth between who you're talking about with they. At first you were talking about the people trying to pass it, and then you're talking about the people trying to prevent it. So I was like, wait, who is they? You're losing me. That's all.
Okay.
Jeez. I get to troll you if you do shit like that. And then get mad at me.
Wow.
What do you think? Ty, what do you think?
I don't know if I want to be brought into this.
Good.
I'm not sure what's happening.
Let the adults make the decisions.
Oh my god.
Jesus fucking Christ.
She's an adult.
Oh
wow. You're talking down to her because she's a woman of color?
Oh my god.
Wow. You just said that let the adults talk, hun.
Yeah, the adult. I had said nothing about her ethnicity or her gender.
I'm offended on all accounts.
Anyway, so they would still have to like make an amendment, right? Because otherwise, like, how is that enforceable? I'm not against a federal,
so
ruling on the right to
a medical right,
a reasonable. I probably have like way different opinions of you on this too. So, but we don't get into my opinions because realistically, it doesn't. When you get to the end of my opinion, it doesn't matter anyway. So, yeah. But
so
legally,
the 14th Amendment says all persons born or naturalized in the United States are subjected to jurisdiction, therefore are citizens of the United States and the states wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge or privilege or abridge the privilege or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any persons within the jurisdiction of equal protections of the law. So you make an amendment saying that these privileges of the 14th Amendment apply to women's right to choose, and that a woman has a right to terminate based on the 14th Amendment.
But
that's how you do it.
Okay, I agree with you on
and
that.
Then it becomes law, and therefore it is now a Bill of Rights.
I'm not confused about that.
That's how it's supposed to be, because that's how the Constitution works.
Now you're treating me like now you're treating me because I'm an Italian and you're an Italophobe.
Oh my God. Shut up.
No, but
that's what I'm saying.
I
That's
understand
how you do
that.
it. But
okay, I get that. But okay. But what you're saying is that would be really hard to pass? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Because
Congress?
What
it's come down to is that everything is about a system of control. And the Republican Party
See, when you start talking like that, you sound like a conspiracy theorist.
No, it's not a conspiracy, bro.
Go ahead. Finish what you're saying, but
everything is about a system of control. Even the Democrats have a system of control. All right? Everything is about systems of control.
Okay,
How
sure.
you appeal to a certain minority of people that you want to favor for your party is that you tag certain values and certain moral agendas and issues based on their own interactions when it comes to these sort of things, like freedom of speech, gun control, whether or not a woman has a right to choose. These things are emotional responses, right? But logic dictates that because the Constitution is a living amendment, that these things can be amended into the Constitution through the Bill of Rights.
I understand all that.
But if you want to win elections, you have to base your findings on certain critical issues that you stand for.
That's also
and
understand that.
And so
what I'm saying is how is Roe v. Wade like enforceable federally? Like
it's not anymore. Because they overturned it.
I understand that. But it was never an amendment.
But because it was held up because there's something called like the fifth rail of certain issues that if you touch it, it's like career suicide. So nobody wants to touch Social Security. Nobody wants to touch abortion rights, because if you go down that road, that's like the person you become. That's like the person that you like.
You'll go down like a villain in history, is what you're saying.
Not a villain. No, you just go down as like, you're the abortion chick, or you're the Social Security guy.
Oh, like you're typecasting yourself.
Yeah, you're typecasting yourself.
Okay.
So, abortion is one of those things where it's taboo no matter how you slice it, and nobody wants to talk about it. But it's one of those things that people have to, it's a critical healthcare need. Like nobody wants to talk about the homeless issue because it's a critical health need, but nobody wants to deal with it.
So what you're telling me is you want to murder babies.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Josh? You came in at the perfect time.
Hi,
yeah, I know, right? I've been listening to this, like screaming at my phone because I couldn't get on here. Okay, no, if I'm remembering correctly, the whole Roe v. Wade thing, the idea was they had gone to court, or the idea was that the loss was she couldn't get an abortion, and that was deemed unconstitutional, which is why abortions were allowed because of Roe v. Wade. Because of Roe v. Wade, they basically said that states or local jurisdictions could not say that someone couldn't get an abortion. So since that was overturned, it now went back to the states.
Where in the Constitution?
Or whatever the state said.
Where in the Constitution is it? What makes it unconstitutional? That they argued.
Amendment. Because you're depriving a person of life, liberty, and property.
There is something specific to it. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but
Okay.
it has something to do with your ability to govern yourself and your own health needs. And so the idea was that it's unconstitutional for the local government or for essentially state or local government to tell you what you can do with your body. Period. That was overturned at a federal level. That it actually was constitutional for the state to make that decision. So the overturning of Roe v. Wade was that it is not the federal government's purview to tell you that you or to say whether or not a state has the right to impose whatever laws they have on the books in this one particular instance. So then it goes back to the states level where states, that's why everything went almost immediately to this draconian level, because whatever was on the books, since nobody went in and changed anything because it had been elevated to the federal government level, it then went back to whatever states had actually made laws for on the books. So that's why pursuing elections after that with other various states then put in their state constitutions explicit abortion
and to add
legislation.
to that, there were literally laws that were also put in action that were response to if Roe v. Wade would get overturned, that it would immediately come into law.
I knew about that.
There were some states that had
they were like ready to go.
No, they had already voted on it.
No,
They
yeah,
voted on it,
I
and
know,
then it
I know,
passed,
I
and so
understand. Yeah. But they were like they were ready to go as soon as it was overturned. Okay, so is basically what you're telling me is like the Supreme Court, right? They're the ones who ruled that. So they're overruling a previous judge's ruling, is what you're.
Yes.
That's what. Okay, so they're saying it's no, it's not constitutional. And what was the reason for saying no, it's not constitutional? Like, what is the argument? I'm confused about what's the lower
level
arguments.
I believe, and again, I don't know this with implicit detail, but the idea was that she was in trouble at a state level for doing something against state law, and it got appealed all the way up to the Supreme Court, where they said you imposing this law on her is unconstitutional, and that was, since that was the case, then it implied that at that point, what you do with your body can't be dictated by any local law.
And then in what was it, 2019, 2020? What was their? So how did they make that decision?
So they reviewed it again. The new justices, they reviewed it and they said no, she did break the law. She had to be enforced, because there are no protections in the Constitution that allow you to have an abortion. It is a state right issue. Therefore, Roe v. Wade is overturned because there is no constitutional amendment to protect women from that. So that's why it got overturned, because there is no law in the Constitution or amendment in the Bill of Rights saying that you have a right to abortion.
Yeah, so essentially, to your point that you were kind of making earlier, Tony, because the bar for passing an amendment is so high, and it is a pretty high bar, because it has to be like ratified by so many states before it is then amended as part of our Constitution. That was part of the outrage, where it's like, okay, well, you can't have that protection at a federal level, because that it's very unlikely that you'll be able to get what you would need from the states in order to impose that amendment. Then now you're down to the state level, and to Para's point, okay, well, now you're at an individual state. How many states then decide? Well, now you have this sort of because each state has its own laws that it has jurisdiction over. You now have, instead of one sort of healthcare or overall health law that you're looking at, you now have 50 different, potentially, ways that people interpret what you can and can't do with a life that's growing inside a woman's body.
Mm-hmm. And to reiterate, or to continue on that fact, if like you said, you got 60% of the United States that is anti-abortion, they can make the argument saying, well, there's enough states in the Constitution, or there's enough states in these United States that believe that abortion should be banned. It should become an amendment saying that women should not have abortions. Because they've flipped the narrative. They flipped the script. They've said, oh, there's proof that these states, these United States here in our union does not want abortion to be legal. Therefore, it should be amended into the Constitution.
That's possible, though?
Oh, 100%.
Well,
that makes one of us.
Yeah.
I don't think that's.
I don't even think it's plausible.
Did you see the map that I'll link the map.
No, okay.
Well, what you also have to
get
look
through,
at,
they still have to get the bill through Congress. That's just not
Sure,
going to
sure, but
happen.
My other point would also be that even when you're talking about the states that are, let's say, for sake of this argument, anti-abortion, right? There are levels to that, right? It's not a flat, these states are just against abortion. There are stipulations, right? So even if you wanted to put something, through as an amendment, you're not going to get enough of the states together to say, we are just anti-abortion, period. You won't have that. It's going to be ranges. There's going to be exceptions. And since you have so many different states that they get to dial in and they get to establish that law themselves, you're not going to have enough of a consensus to actually pass an amendment. That's why,
but there is currently
the Constitution was first imposed.
There is currently states trying to ban things like Plan B, and then I've also heard about states wanting to ban condoms.
That's what I mean.
and
it's
stuff.
It's not all of the states that are banning that stuff. It's just individual states, right?
This
So you wouldn't be able to get to a bar high enough for federal.
Okay.
And so by the same token where you wouldn't be able to get an amendment saying,
so you're saying
abortion should be legal,
since each state it's so different they have such different standards, it wouldn't be able to take it seriously like as a federal law.
in the same way it would get in the same way it would get bogged down in Congress with any laws that get passed. That's basically where we are now. By the same token, you wouldn't be able to put a federal amendment on the ballot in all of the states in such a way that you would be able to get to pass the bar that you need to get an amendment on the Constitution.
Okay.
In the Constitution.
I just want to count the amount of states that are playing by the same rule book that are basically.
But what Josh is saying though is
all circumstances.
We were even talking about this earlier.
Let me just count it out real quick.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 states that all unanimously agree that abortion is banned in almost all circumstances.
What do you need to pass an amendment? Like what? How much? Get a actual amendment into the Constitution. What's the bar for that?
Well, it takes an act of Congress to ratify the Constitution and add to the Bill of Rights, and then the Senate votes on it, and then the president signs it into law.
Yeah, but you still need all of those senators to
But if you
vote
stack
on that.
the debt, I mean, we're basically at a split.
I just don't see that realistically happening. I get what you're saying. It's a possibility, but it's so low. It's like it's not really plausible, right? Like
people didn't think Roe v. Wade would ever be overturned, and now look where we're at.
But that took
people thought that
overturning Roe v. Wade just took Trump appointing, which I will say Trump was talking about firing a whole bunch of different people. I don't know if he can't just fire and appoint senators, can he?
No, but you can have your part. This is what happened with our own fucking speaker, former speaker Kevin McCarthy. If you get enough people in your party to vote them out, no confidence, then they get kicked out. They're fired.
What do you think about Kevin McCarthy? Josh?
Did you see what I posted in the chat?
No.
Channel. An amendment may be proposed by a 2/3 vote of both houses of Congress, or if 2/3 of the states request one, by a convention called for that purpose. The amendment must then be ratified by 3/4 of the state legislatures, or 3/4 of conventions called in each state for ratification. So it's a really high bar.
Okay.
It wasn't so high, obviously, when the nation first started, because there weren't that many
Yeah.
states. So that's why we have so many now. But
Is there
it's a really high
any
bar at this
concern?
point.
Is there any concern that Donald Trump just starts firing Congress people, and I don't
They
he
they
can't
fired
he can't really fire
his own
senators,
party
right?
fired
Fire
Kevin
people.
McCarthy.
It's a separate branch of government. The president, and to a point that Parra was making earlier, for whatever reason, over the last decade or so, people have been giving more power to the executive branch of government, more
Yes.
power than it really
Yeah.
should have.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
No, sorry, not that it really should have, more power than it actually has constitutionally.
Yes.
And so that being
I
the
would say
issue, and
That's basically
again,
the same
again to
thing,
Parra,
right? Then it
to
should
Parra's
have
point earlier also, yeah, it's because unfortunately Senate is so, or sorry, our legislature is so ineffectual that everybody sort of galvanizes behind the idea that the president can galvanize an active group of people, whether it be bipartisan or unilaterally, to then implement things at the federal level. So they've effectively, for whatever reason, the country has been giving the
Yeah.
president more power than he actually has.
Yeah, with the
Or
executive
she,
order.
potentially in the future. Yes, with executive orders and
Okay.
whatnot.
Yeah.
Whereas in the past, it was more like the president was a vocal advocate for their perspective, and theoretically they could get individuals. It was more like they would
He was a
discussion.
negotiator.
He was exactly. He was a negotiator. And really, the only thing that the executive branch of government is supposed to do, and it's in the name, is execute the laws passed by legislature. That's the only thing they're supposed to be doing. They're not supposed to be putting together their own policy or enacting or making up how they want to effectuate law. It's supposed to just be whatever Congress passes. That's what they're supposed to be implementing.
Yes, 100% agree. But that's what
So
that's what I'm saying. Is like,
president, the seat of president has become like so bastardized at this point. They're always like a partisan.
Bastardization is a harsh word. It's just an extra tool in the party's toolbox to enact their.
But the
their
idea is they're
agenda.
like you said, like they're like a negotiator. So they're supposed to more be like there's
So
like more like bipartisan, right? Like they're supposed to try to be more like get the two sides to work together.
just because you're basically the big guy in charge.
Yeah.
You don't have to play favorites. You don't have to, or you can play favorites. You can have a biased opinion because it is
But
won.
ultimately, what you guys were saying earlier is ultimately it's about getting them to come to agreements on.
It's compromise. It's an agreement, yes. But nothing in the presidency has ever stated that they have to be biased. Or an unbiased,
No.
I mean, sorry.
Okay, I mean that's fine. That's not what I was trying to say. But they're intended to be like diplomatic between,
Yes.
right? Okay. Yeah.
The idea is they should really be encouraging the legislature to be effectual, which they are not on their own.
They're not, yes.
Which
because
they should be, but they're not.
Because money has been injected into politics, and that's the whole problem. That's the number one reason why politics is the way it is right now.
How do you stop that?
How do you stop
Money being influencing politics?
Heavy campaign finance restrictions, along
Heavy-
with
a corporation
Like-
veto?
But, I mean, it
just
goes past campaigning,
disabling,
right?
disabling bodies of corporations so they're not actually
Well-
have the same rights as people.
a moratorium on financial purchases outside of office, or looking at contracts post serving office, that sort of thing? 'Cause
Suspending
I know a bunch of them are
PACs,
making.
suspending PAXs altogether, political campaign activation campaigns. Like,
Yeah, there's a lot of
PACs and super PACs.
there's a lot of money coming from a lot of different directions.
But is
that really-
campaigning not important? Like,
Yes, but campaigning is
so
back in my day, campaigning was a way for you to be involved and to turn your activacy into a career. Now
So-
it's
so how
I will not work for this party unless I make X amount of money. I'm expected to make X amount of money working for somebody in campaign work because I promised them X amount of votes.
So you can't get rid of all money though, because how would you run a campaign without any funding?
Well, you figure it out.
YouTube
with
YouTube.
well,
YouTube.
Grassroots. Grassroots is the number one.
I don't know. My thing, and what I don't understand, and maybe it's against maybe it's against the whatever the usage guidelines are for YouTube or whatever. But if I was thinking about running a campaign, I would just take all big, high-level political questions that people regularly ask, put together a bunch of videos explaining my position on each one of those things, announce my candidacy, and then release those videos so that people can see my positions on things, and they can just watch it at their leisure. And then as I get feedback from the public, then I can move on that.
You think YouTube reaches enough people? And I mean, it
fuck
reaches a lot of people. But
So-
what about like the old?
I was going to get to that.
Old
So
people.
you work for elections. What is the majority of people who vote?
It's old
What is
people.
the average age of a high propensity voter?
It's got to be. Hold on. Can I guess?
I know.
I don't
yes,
have
I'm
a
gonna
sure
guess-
answer, but I mean, it is
I'm gonna guess
typically
it's
going to be an older voter.
39.
No, it's not that old.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
No,
All right. Well,
it's
I guess it's just because I
between-
never voted, so I'm like,
it's
gotta be older than me.
between 56 and 71. That is your highest voting block. The next highest voting block is 18 to 25-year-old.
What's the average?
Right. So that's the thing. That would be my thing, is that for the most part, your older voters, yes, technology isn't going to play as much of a role, but typically
you
and
need them
traditionally,
too,
they're
right?
going to follow, right, but they're going to follow party lines for the most part. Your older voter,
Yeah,
they're
I mean,
going to
that's
follow a
true.
position, and they're going to stick with that party.
That's
So
true.
your younger ones, really, you have to have some sort of well-defined social media presence or way to consume your opinions on things in quick and fast sound bites. And my argument would be, make YouTube videos that are clippable in a way that you can
Yeah.
then translate that to 30-second, 1 minute sound bits into, TikTok or Instagram or all the other things.
But social media is ineffective, and you have kids. You can't boil down an idea in social media in a TikTok under 2 minutes.
I don't know
the-
I don't know that you can't. I
the
mean, social
issues-
media is
the-
highly effectual, at least in my experience,
In the wrong
especially
ways.
with my kids. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong; it's definitely in the wrong ways, but it's still effective, regardless of whether or not it's in the right or wrong ways. So if you can structure things in a way that they expect to consume those things, then you're ahead of the game.
I at one period, I believe social media was a very effective tool for campaign organizing, and it was for a time. But the corporations have caught on to what the internet is, and they are using the internet as a tool of distraction and ad revenue rather than what the internet is supposed to be, which is this font of information.
Well,
That's why YouTube took away the dislike button, because they don't want you to watch a video about misinformation because the algorithm and the community would downvote it. But now that is gone, now we're just in a sea of misinformation based on your likes and your preferences. You don't actually get
I think
full information.
I think social media has proven to be very very effective. Like I don't think Donald Trump would have ever been president without social media. Like there's no shot.
But he used it as a weapon, not as a tool of uniting.
Okay. I mean,
he uses it as a weapon, not as a way to
Josh's Josh's point, like you don't have to use it that way. I mean, that just because he did, he was able to get through to people. I wouldn't be voting this year at all. I wouldn't still wouldn't be registered if it wasn't for social media.
The idea is that
I saw
social
enough like videos and stuff about Donald Trump that made me form an opinion. I probably wouldn't have that strong of an opinion. I'd probably be like some of my other friends that are like, he's funny. I don't know. He's just funny. Like, not really have a strong opinion on it, but because I had access to all of this information, all these videos, all these like things he's said and done personally, that it made me like actually like, holy shit, like we cannot have this guy again. So I think I'd say, I don't know. I mean, it might not be as effective as other things, but I think it definitely has some merit in campaigning, right?
Maybe because I'm jaded and I'm bitter and I've been doing this for way too long.
What does gated mean?
You said jaded. Like,
oh, jaded.
Yeah, jaded.
I think Tony has a point, especially depending on which social media. I mean, obviously, Twitter is definitely more popular in that realm of decision making, as far as seeing what you want in a presidency or seeing what you need in social media. There's a lot more opinions in places like TikTok and Twitter that don't get guarded the same way that like Instagram would. And because of that, a lot of people were able to form their opinions without having to talk to real people. So does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it does.
Thank you.
Sorry, I know I barely talked.
No, it's okay. I'm a very imposing force.
Ty, do you know about the do you know about the whole like how's the best way to put it?
It's because I'm black, Tony.
Do you know about Tenet Media, Russia Today? Do you know about this stuff that's been going on the last few days? I'm sure Josh and Para both know about it.
I know bits of it. I don't know as much to actually
Would you
know
what
anything.
do you
Does that make sense?
what do you know, or what have you heard? I'm curious.
I don't know. See, that's what I mean. Like, I don't even know what would be like true statements or like
Well,
I don't
just
know.
your opinion. Like, what do you think? I'm not to like say you're wrong or anything. I just want to know, like, because that's kind of like one reason I wanted you to be in here is because you're not as politically online brained.
No, not at all. See that, but that's what I mean. Like, I maybe have seen like one or two, snippets about it.
What
I
do you
don't
think
even know
about
what it
it?
is really. I
There's something
don't
with
even know what it is.
there's something with Russia. There's something with
What was the phrase that you said? I'm sorry.
Tenet Media and Russia Today.
Tenet Media?
Yeah, and
I know it's Russia Today, but I don't know what Tenet Media. What is Tenet?
Okay, so
it was a media group, kind of like an online conservative-ish. Well, I guess I could.
It was a
media group.
It was a U.S. company run out of Tennessee, right? They were heavily conservative politics media company. They had like big, I mean, I guess like big-ish names. I doubt like most normal people even know these names, but like Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Benny Johnson. And they were basically paying them. I guess they didn't know about it. It's kind of, there's an argument to be made there whether they had any idea what was going on or not. But Russia has a state media company called Russia Today, or it's called RT now, and they got banned from the United States. They've been banned from like a lot of different countries actually, because they push like heavy Russian propaganda. So what they were doing was, this isn't necessarily illegal for people to take money from foreign companies, right? But they didn't make it known. It's called FARA. I can't remember what it stands for. Foreign action. Do you guys know? Any chance? Okay. So normally, if you're going to take money for any political reason from a foreign entity, you have to disclose that. It has to be known. You have to, like, you can't just be saying it and act like it's your own opinion. So basically they never disclosed that, and like, yeah. So now the owners of Tenet Media are I actually don't think, were they indicted, or was it just the Russian people?
No, just the one that was taking money from the Russian people.
She was indicted.
Knew about it.
Well, it was
I think they're all pretty
husband.
insulated.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think all the rest of them are pretty insulated from it. To be perfectly honest, I think they're all listed.
The
as
commentators.
victims.
What, Para?
Yeah.
Sorry. Trump has walked into the media room and he's like, basically,
where are you seeing this?
Trying to do a one-man debate right now. It's live right now. If you go on,
He's saying what?
He's just talking to all of the like. He just went to the spin room, the press. Yeah, on ABC.
They're just airing it. They're just letting him. Oh, he's just
89%. So the polls are very good, but beyond the polls, I felt very good. I had a good time doing it. I hate to speak about our country so negatively, but that's what happened. They've ruined our country.
Oh my goodness,
So I hope you're all having a good time. But it was a very interesting evening. Yeah.
So is this not normal for him to do like that?
No, you don't.
Press.
The president-elect does not just walk out to the press.
I'm going to do their show.
You have a spokesperson.
I thought it was a great night.
Mr. President,
The president does is the.
Mr. President, you talked.
Okay. He's a man of the people, Para. What do you want me to say?
I have no idea.
Plan out. I'm like, no, this is inappropriate.
Is it? I actually don't know. Doesn't seem that weird to me.
That means he's.
They usually have a known setup. They usually have a. It's kind of like having a set list, Tony. You have a plan usually.
My problem
He's
with
just
all this is
walking out
that
there.
if this is really, this isn't news.
What, are you worried that someone's gonna try to assassinate him?
No, it's that all these news stations are in the same. They need him.
That's yeah. They're drying up. Their wells are drying up after Biden was elected. That's for sure.
So they need him. They need him to act inappropriate. They need him to be outrageous because rot brain content creators are taking away eyeballs away from them.
Yeah. Now he's at the edge there. You won't be able to hear him well. But one of the things you did hear was a question just asked by our Catherine.
Because you can't compete. These news networks can't compete with with YouTubers and influencers. Yeah, Kai Cenat and iSlowSpeed. They can't.
I know, like they really
like
can't.
Tony. You can't compete with Tony.
Yeah, look at me, all my viewers.
Let me try to get my mic in there and see if you can hear Whit if you're still going through my camera here.
Yeah, we're listening. Let's see what we can hear.
Okay, let's see. How many people are watching this stream?
My stream?
Where is the?
I think
no. I'm the ABC stream.
The ABC.
So 618,000. gonna go to.
Damn.
That's a lot,
Fucking-
actually.
Yeah. Kai Cenat could
Just
only
chatting.
fucking wish 30 million, right?
She was not very good tonight. That's insane.
Hasanabi. Well, Hasanabi. I mean, he's at 93,000 by himself.
Yeah, 93,000
without a YouTube.
though, but
Yeah, but let me. But like, if you add up him,
then you gotta add up PBS and all the other people that are streaming this
Yeah.
too, not just ABC. I mean, right? This isn't CNN is streaming
Wait,
it.
what do you
Fox
say?
is
It has nothing
probably-
to do with what?
I don't know.
I'm just saying it's like this is ABC is in love right now that they have 600,000 people watching their live stream. They're like, thank God. Thank God this
Well,
idiot's
they're not
in front of the
They're
camera.
not selling me any ads. I'm paying YouTube, so I don't have to.
Same. I pay for premium.
Yeah.
He's going over there. All right. So if you can see, that's the back of his head. He's walked into the spin room. This was an unannounced visit. Whit.
Yeah, it's an unannounced visit.
Things about the debate. The top line being that he believes that he won.
That's
He talked
news.
about polls that
Was
we're not
unannounced.
certain of where they exactly
Surprise.
came from as showing him up in the race. But point being is Donald
I hate
Trump has made
this.
unscheduled appearance
I hate that
here in the spin
they're
room
covering
to
this.
say that he won, but
Why?
He got asked the question, why
News,
Because-
baby.
Hey,
No, because they should go back
Kamala
to
had the cojones, she'd go out there and talk
no,
to him
because
too.
because the commentators are not talking about how he fumbled the ball on the
Hey, Kevin.
on the fucking debate.
How you doing?
We'll come back if anything happens.
Why would
but
they?
We want to talk to our Republican and Democratic strategists.
Because it's in their vested interest to talk about the misinformation that he was spouting. But instead, they rather just point the camera at him and watch him be a fucking idiot.
Well, I mean, because they can't fact check themselves, so why are they going to put something out there? You know, I'm sure the general
Oh, man.
news media is so like worried about things that they say, especially if you're talking about somebody just behind the microphone.
Cool. Watching from Kick, huh? That's cool. I don't get a lot of viewers on Kick, so that's pretty cool. I'm on Twitch and YouTube also. So follow me on whatever. I mean, if you just want to follow me on Kick, that's cool. But I don't do a lot of politics stuff. But this is kind of like an unprecedented event in American history, so I think it's appropriate. I think everyone probably should be a little aware. Yeah.
It's just pissing
Well,
me
there you
off
go.
right
'Cause I'm not even
now.
watching it, but
CNN is just
actually
talking
don't
about how
really
Taylor
watch
Swift.
political stuff.
I have to pee, guys. I'll be
Taylor,
right
they're,
back.
they're just talking about Taylor Swift endorsing Kamala Harris. That's so stupid. I hate this generation.
This
I
is what
hate
people
it.
want to see.
This is stupid. They're so stupid.
This is what your low propensity voter wants to see.
It's true.
Oh,
Look at me.
See?
I'm
Ty,
entertained.
look at Ty.
I'm
He's like, this is
entertained.
exactly what I wanted to see. This is way better than the debate itself.
Why can't they talk
Yeah,
about how much of a
I-
fucking idiot he was? But no, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people on the CNN panel just talking about how Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris.
Yeah, no, that's unrelated. No one cares about that. No one cares about Taylor Swift. No offense, Taylor. You're great. No one cares if you endorse her.
MSNBC, global superstar Taylor Swift on Tuesday's announcement supports her
They're
Kamala
like,
Harris
look,
president.
kids, Taylor Swift. Don't you want to vote now?
Is she still? I mean, I get people want to go to her concerts, but is she still like
Oh yes,
socially
Yeah.
relevant?
oh
Yes,
God,
she
yes.
is. She's
She
so
is
relevant.
She's
She's
a
so
walking.
relevant, Josh. It's insane.
She is a walking economy. Wherever
Well,
she
no,
goes,
I get that part, but are her opinions actually worth anything?
They
You know what I mean?
don't
Like,
care.
yeah, her music. Don't get me wrong, I like Taylor Swift music, but you know, I'm not. I
Well-
wouldn't pay thousands of dollars for a ticket to go
Well-
to a concert.
Well, Josh, that's kind of the point. It doesn't matter if she has a real opinion or not. Her followers are going to follow her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if
I guess so.
When did the jester become the king? That's all I want to know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that she doesn't have a brain or anything like that. She's seems very capable in her opinions, but to be honest, I don't think it really matters at that point.
I'm back.
Hey, nobody's looking at her brain. That's all I'm saying.
Nobody's looking at her brain. Trust me, you're right. You're 100% right. I
Especially,
just have,
you know, I mean, they are such young girls. It could be even the slightest follow of like next election. You know what I mean? Those same young girls could be the next
deciding
voter
vote. Yeah.
of next term.
Are you guys talking about
you know what I mean? Like,
Swifties? Are you?
yes. Yeah.
They're not young girls anymore. They're all. They're the majority of them are full grown
no,
adults at
no,
this point.
no, no,
Hey, P-Head,
no.
just because you went to the bathroom doesn't mean that you could come in here pretending like
No,
you know
no,
what
no.
the conversation was, okay?
My-
we were talking
my-
about 18-year-olds before.
My
and now
11-year-old
I was
niece.
talking about
Okay.
younger ones.
All right.
My 11-year-old niece is going to one of those concerts, by the way, and I hate. I hate it.
I know there's plenty of.
Here's the thing. Real quick. I feel like her audience is made up of
her audience,
old dudes that have money that want to drill at her, that are also trying to buy the affection of their kids,
called Swifties.
and then older
Josh.
women with money.
Yes, that's also accurate.
Yeah,
Because it's not like a younger crowd spending their own money, because younger
but I will
the
have
younger
to say
generation
she
doesn't
has
have that
a
money.
huge. I will have to say though, she has a huge
They're
demographic
not
for
huge.
ladies my
Oh,
age.
sorry.
Shut up! Shut the fuck up! I hate you. Shut up! Not about her titties. Anyway.
I think most
But
of
what I
her
was going to
fans
say-
are adults at this point.
Yeah, a lot
It's
of
not-
them are my
it's-
age because we grew up
Yeah,
on
she-
Taylor Swift.
she's
so
not 16
we had her
anymore.
as young girls.
Exactly.
And now us being 13, now being 27, you know what I mean? We've had her for a complete decade and a half, you know, so we are the adults that. And unfortunately, yeah, it does kind of work that way as far as media goes and following your favorites. You kind of follow what they do and what they believe. And so falls in line. And
want
she
to
is
die.
one of the tops.
Why do you
So
want
you
to
wanna
die?
die?
What? No.
He wants to die because the Swifties are winning.
They're voting for your candidate.
The Swifties are taking.
That's true. They are voting for your candidate. Why do you care? No kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't yell at me.
I'm not yelling.
Okay. Thank you.
He's screaming.
By the way,
he's
I'm
screaming
Ty.
inside.
Oh,
I don't know if I know you.
I'm definitely screaming on the inside. I'm crying and mourning.
Crying and mourning. It's a terrible state.
Did you guys see
like
the-
that one average album, 30 Seconds to Midnight or whatever, that was just a sonnet to late night thoughts, and that was just about her, you know, understanding her journey up to this point.
Is that really what it was about? Why do you know that?
Yes.
Because
Oh,
of your
I
niece?
I think
know
our real
all the
issue-
lore. I know all the lore.
The lore.
I think
There's a
our
lore.
real
Lore of
issue
Tay-Tay.
at this point politically is that the attention spans of people who need to understand the laws and the things that need to be passed is not long enough to look over the language in a bill,
Yeah.
or to even have the attention span needed to understand the legalese that bills are written in. I really think we need more targeted and structured, plain language laws, like something that, you know.
Isn't that kind of hard
go
though?
more than-
Because like the language of a
is.
law has to be
Then the
so
fucking work.
specific.
Not true.
That's
Not
kind of the
necessarily.
point.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of a plain stated law that a lot of people uphold that is very plainly stated.
Don't murder.
That a lot of people plea. Yeah, thou shalt not kill. That's-
No murder.
yeah,
Oh my
that
God.
is a plain stated law that is upheld by lots of creeds and religions and lots of faiths.
I should hope so.
Is it ever okay to kill though? Do we want to go in this philosophical?
Oh Jesus! Are you bringing this
No.
full
I don't
circle, you
know.
bastard?
I know. I'm like,
What do you mean full circle? Is it?
Oh, is there a
Abortion.
reference? Oh, the abortion. Yeah.
I wasn't trying to bring it back to
I mean, that-
abortion.
we mean you're a clown.
No, that is true. That is
Oh goodness.
when is there are plenty of unknowns in the universe, and we don't know everything. We're not infallible,
Mm.
but that's what makes the experiment of America so great, is that for eon, might makes right was the natural law. And then a couple of jackasses got together and said, "Hey, let's just like kind of figure this out. Can we just kind of figure this out? We got a new land, a new opportunity. Everything wants to kill us out there. Let's just figure it out." And it took them to figure it out, not by their aristocracies being privileged white dudes that
To
were
be
slave
fair,
owners.
though, like we definitely weren't the first democracy, and a lot
Yeah,
of
but-
the original laws were based on like previous existing
Yeah.
English law, anyway.
Exactly, but the melding pot of culture has never been protected. There's always been a ruling class, and everybody else was the minority. America is the great experiment of.
I mean, that kind of still
everything-
exists here
yes,
too.
because
that's
there are
never
some
gonna
people who-
not be a thing.
I know because the natural law, our animal instincts wants to put things to might make right.
No, it's not even might. It's like now it's like, I mean, before it was aristocracy. Now it's kind of like it's a little more like
It's classes. It's a classes.
yeah, but yeah, it's not as like it's not
The
an
have and
aristocracy, but they're definitely the more money you have, the more power you have, the more influence you have.
Yes.
So like that's never gonna not be a thing, and it
I
doesn't
know,
even
but-
have to do with.
But that's what I'm trying to get at, is that America is an experiment. And
Okay.
I want the experiment to continue. And I don't want everything falls. Everything falls to entropy. Nothing is forever. But I would like to when and if America does fall, I want it to fall into a better system of change, a better system of progress, a better system of morality. I want to go past this Darwinism that we've been living in. I want to live in a postmodern humanism society where like our conscious thought is like what represents us, and we can elevate ourselves beyond stupid, like culture and heresy and faith. Like idea is what matters. Idea is the currency.
All right,
of
Ty, how
expression.
do you get that? How do we get there, Ty?
I mean, to be fair, we might someday. And we're still considered kind of a new country, aren't we?
Yeah. We're
Yeah,
Well, I
we're
mean,
so
I think-
new.
I think
We're so new at
America.
this.
I think the United States will be long gone before that ever gets even close
Oh,
to
that
happening.
happens.
I don't
we
think
might destroy ourselves in the process.
the world
probably.
is just getting more and more divisive all the time. Like getting to
Well,
a
see,
point.
that's the ultimate problem. That's sort of the issue that we find ourselves in, right?
Yes.
The idea and the overall the thought of our current government and the idea behind America being a melting pot. What is supposed to be happening is that our Constitution is supposed to allow for the combination of multiple cultures and trains of thought. It's supposed to be an amalgamation of the best ideas, like putting forward the best ideas of multiple cultures coming together. But right now, well, not right now. All politics is persuasion, right?
Yeah.
So what's happening is politics specifically is gearing in and locking in on those things that are most persuasive. And what is most persuasive, what we're moving towards, is the divisive nature of tribalism behind
policy.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
So the problem that we're having is that we wanted to all come together to make the country great, to establish what the United States is. But in order to forward ideas, we've almost necessarily had to fracture into groups that have influence, so that those individuals that have the most influence can then effectuate some sort of change at a national level.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you necessarily take different groups of people that were tribal in their own nature, that came over to try to combine into something better, but then that nation that you're combining into then again splits off into tribal
Factionism.
ideas.
Yeah.
I mean, how would you even have like? I mean, what Parr's talking about is basically like a utopia. Like, how do you?
Sort of, but
Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Robots.
Post.
It's going to be a robot society that becomes perfect someday.
Yeah.
It's not going to be. It's not going to be.
It's
human.
not. It's not gonna be us. Exactly.
No, yeah. It's gonna be something we probably designed, but
Yeah. Here's.
is that
Here's
a
how
bad thing? Is that a because like I feel like I'm not. I don't. I feel like some people are so attached to like humans having to exist forever, and we're just not going to. I mean, realistically, wouldn't it be better for us to go out and leave something behind that's better than us?
Here's something I wanted to state after the fact. After your great example of like we started off this way, but now we're going back a certain way. We're going back to factionism, even though the idea was to be a melting pot to put forward the best ideas. The problem is that there are certain people of influence that believe America belongs to them. That they have some sort of right over what makes America America. And that's the biggest problem is ownership, is this idea
The
of
Illuminati?
like, yeah, or whatever. I wouldn't say Illuminati, but like
I know.
yeah.
I'm
But
fucking with
like
you a little bit.
yeah, the people who decide who are privileged or have gained favor or have this ability to manipulate things on the back end, they don't like to see a united America because it weakens their position over the influence of people. So,
well, government is influence, and once you reach a certain level, because we're a capitalist system, you end up sort of inadvertently creating oligarchs.
Yeah, oligarchies. Yeah.
And that being the case, you now have your financial leaders or those who have power that then, okay, well, moving forward, I think I know what's best. Obviously, look at where I've come in this society, so I should have more say than this person working at McDonald's. So how am I going to effectuate the change that I know is right? Because obviously I'm right, because look at how much money I have. And then they then use that financial lever, because again, politics is persuasion, to persuade enough people to get things in the direction that they want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a part of me that still hopes, and I trust me. I was at a convention, when they announced that Harris was going to take over, and I was like, "Oh, Harris is cooked." They're throwing Harris underneath the bus. But
She's doing a press thing right now.
yeah, but she didn't go into the bullpen. She didn't go into the spin room.
Okay, I don't even know what that is, but okay.
Okay, so
sorry. No, well,
that's because she can't handle questions.
I totally derailed the conversation.
No, it's okay.
She can't handle the questions.
She can't handle people asking her questions. That's why.
Dang,
It has to be scripted.
It has to be scripted. It has to go by the narrative.
No, it has to be on a teleprompter, or she's not allowed to say it.
Okay, we were getting really philosophical and deep there, but to go back to the debate a little bit, I know that Josh, you were at work and you probably didn't catch a whole lot of it, but what you did see or hear, like who do you think performed better?
Honestly, I wasn't. The bits and pieces I was able to catch, I really wasn't impressed by either.
Okay.
But I don't think that was really the goal. I think it was. I think on one side it was to show that Trump isn't going the way of senility yet, like his former opponent did, and on the other side it was that Kamala can. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Can string sentences together in a coherent way that doesn't sound like she's talking herself in circles, because she's done that in the past.
I think that's a psyop. I don't think Kamala's ever been that bad at talking, honestly. I've seen the clips and stuff, and a lot of the stuff, like the really bad stuff, it's like so heavily edited and it's obvious.
I mean, you don't become chief prosecutor of San Francisco by not being a good speaker.
She's really not that bad at
There's
at
other ways,
speaking.
but there is other ways of becoming a prosecutor in San Francisco.
Oh, shut up, Josh.
Are you trying to imply that she did sexual favors to get to where she's at?
I am
He's
absolutely
saying
not.
she's a DEI hire.
Hey,
he's saying she always was an Indian woman, and one day she decided she was black, and then she became a black person.
God.
No, I will say that by definition, that's exactly what Biden did. I mean, he said, "I'm going to get a woman of color," and then he got a woman of color. I mean,
yeah,
you can't.
I mean,
okay,
yeah.
But she's qualified. People try to.
Hey, I didn't say she's not qualified.
I know you didn't. I know you didn't. But people try to use that to disqualify her from being vice president.
I am completely biased because I was a Kamala stan for a very long time. I got to hang out with her. I got to vote her in as a delegate. I went to the state national.
You're not that big of a
convention.
stan because you're saying your name wrong. How would you like it if I said Para? If I called you Michelle Para?
Kamala?
It's Kamala.
Kamala.
Is it?
Okay.
It's
Kamala.
that's the
It's
thing.
Kamala.
I have not heard anything properly straighten me out. Like, what is this supposed to be?
It's
No,
Kamala.
it is-
It's like the punctuation mark, comma. La.
It's Kamala.
Yeah, it's Kamala. Yeah, because
I hadn't heard
she
anybody
even-
say it specifically yet. I just hear people saying, remarking how it's being pronounced wrong, and then not telling me the right way to pronounce it.
But it's Kamala. Yeah,
He's a racist and a sexist. We know.
He's a white man. No I'm kidding.
He's not. He's actually not a white man, but
I got accused of being a white person recently.
I guess you
I was talking about Josh. I'm sorry.
Oh no, we were talking about Para.
Yeah,
Josh
I'm not totally a white man either.
Josh is white passing.
I am white passing.
He's white associated.
What?
I'm mixed. I'm mixed race.
Josh is half Mexican. Half, right? I don't know. I actually don't know.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. I thought you were Irish.
He looks Irish as fuck, but he's
Well,
not.
No, my mom is very white. My dad was very Mexican.
Okay, same here.
That's why I have a red beard.
And it has nothing to do with the pirate whatsoever.
Damn. But yeah, I Kamala, yeah. I have what the fuck? Sorry, I just saw every time I see Gavin Newsom's face, I want to punch it.
Oh, so you don't like Gavin?
Oh God, no.
Okay, well,
I work for him.
All right, you got a little respect, a little bit
So
of respect.
here's the thing. I liked Gavin Newsom when he was mayor of San Francisco. I liked Gavin Newsom when he was lieutenant governor. But when he became governor, that's when I was like, man, you are really fiending to become president of the United States, are you? It's like showing. Yep. It's just like you're desperate for it.
Josh, contrary to popular belief, not everyone on the left side of you is a communist or a socialist. Just so you know.
I've never said or thought that.
Well,
I assume everyone that I talk to
Gavin Newsom
puts a center or right of center.
He does some he has some crazy fucking thoughts. So
no, he's just a career politician. That's all it is.
I know he does. He's not actually a socialist, but he knows that that's like super popular in California. So he's just playing to his base. But it's like it's cringe. It's like, dude, like
he is the ultimate political opportunist.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. I heard that first conversation that he had with Adam Carolla and just how he was able to like.
He went on Adam Carolla.
I lost all respect for him.
He went to
it was really bad.
When was this?
When was he a lieutenant governor or was he governor?
He was lieutenant at the time.
Okay.
Huh,
I don't know if I've actually heard of that interview, and I
I haven't
kept a
heard the
pretty-
name Adam Carolla in fucking ages. Holy shit! My mom used to listen to
I
him.
can't remember why he went on there, but yeah, he went on there and he
He's-
just said a bunch of really dumb things, and I'm like, okay, this is
Adam Carolla
bad.
single-handedly saved podcasts.
No, you're thinking of Joe Rogan.
No,
No,
I'm talking about.
he brought him back into prominence, but I would say Adam Carolla is probably the one who really brought him into what they have become.
Well, not only that, the patent
I
troll.
thought Adam Carolla was a radio guy.
Yeah.
Well, that's
and
the thing is really he was the bridge between people just recording things and putting it out online, and then like putting it into a programmed structure. Because really, he sort of bridged. He took his experience from being a radio guy and sort of applied it into creating episodic content.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there was a lawsuit that was happening with this company that basically had a subscription model where they would send tapes of their episodic radio calls to their subscriber base. And they said that that was the basis of podcasting. And so all podcasters owed patents to this company. And they were like, no, that's not how it's supposed to work, you jackass. And he created a team and they fought it and they won. But that he literally saved the idea of like podcasting.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah, he actually like put legal weight behind it to make sure that some patent trolls couldn't try to screw everybody else who was doing podcasting over.
Yeah. They wanted it's like, oh, Joe Rogan's experience gets this many viewership and this many ad revenue. We want a cut of it because we created podcasting.
That's like the Fine Bros. Do you remember that?
Yeah, the Five Bros creating the
We created reacting.
Yeah.
Oh my
No,
god. I'm so glad. I feel like in other countries that might actually they might actually be able to get away with that. I'm so glad.
In Japan there's no fair use. So actually that is if whatever you do in Japan,
Okay.
If you own the IP and if somebody talks about it or even shows like 2 seconds of it, you could be held liable. And
But they
thrown
were
in jail.
trying to be like anyone who who does a react video either has to take it down or they have to pay us. They have to be like or be part of our react conglomerate.
Yeah.
Which is like, no. People have been reacting way before you guys even like came on. I know like they were doing other stuff like before they started doing react stuff, but
real quick, sorry guys, I'm trying out a new system on my stream. I'm trying to do the auto roll. I snoozed it for like a bunch of times, but now it has to run ads, so I do apologize.
Why are you apologizing? Just run an ad.
Well, I'm doing this thing where I'm trying to run an auto. I schedule it now based on based on like the pre-roll ad turned off. So it runs an ad every like 30 minutes to disable pre-roll ads for an hour. But then if I don't want it to run, I can hit the snooze button and then continue not having to run ads. But then they only give you so many snooze buttons before they're like, motherfucker, you gotta roll ads.
Okay. You should just do the thing that one guy did who was making like was it like 37K a month or something like that on running ads? Did you see that?
Are you talking about the Pirate Software guy when he ran a bunch of ads and then he took the ad revenue and did out a bunch of gift subs?
No, this guy like showed on his stream how much he was making from ads.
Yeah, because that's the major incentive now.
Yeah, so I guess he must have just been running like. How is he keeping viewers though if he's just constantly running ads?
So do you know there was actually not a study, but they released. I was watching this Twitch channel that does analytics for the trends on Twitch and stuff. Do you know the top rated streamers, how many ads they run?
An hour?
How long they
or
no, or how long they run an ad for?
Like the duration of the ad?
Yeah. Yeah.
5 minutes, I think.
You're saying 5 minutes?
I
Josh,
have
are you-
no idea actually. I don't watch a lot of Twitch.
Okay.
The duration of an ad?
Yeah, the duration when you click into a channel and you don't have you're not subscribed to it or you don't have Twitch Turbo, what is the on average length of ad you would watch before ads go away?
2.5.
2 minutes?
6 minutes.
6?
Okay, I was
oh
pretty
my
close.
god.
Yeah.
Hey Tony,
Holy
in the
crap, that's disgusting.
Yeah,
in the Discord audio channel chat, I put the link to the. I guess he was plugging a book. Gavin Newsom was,
Discord audio.
and that's why he was on the Adam Carolla
Oh,
show.
okay. You mean that? Okay.
The full interview. Yeah.
Okay. Check that out.
Also, no shade to Twitch streamers. Just as a viewer, I'm like, oh my god.
Well, so the idea is that the math behind it, just real quick, is because the split between sub and new channel is so low now, and Twitch's biggest thing now is that they need in order to run the site at any profitability, they have to run ads. So they make it to where the ad incentive is so high. You get 55%, and some of these top end streamers get 72 or 86% of the ad
Holy
revenue.
shit.
That they're just just run as many fucking ads as you want and stream for 16 hours. Can you stream for 16 hours and run 6 minutes worth of ads every hour?
Isn't it a known thing though that whenever you run an ad, your viewership drops off?
No, they don't drop off. They just stick around.
It used to be the case.
It used to be, but the mindset, the mentality is that they just go on TikTok and watch something when those ads are going on, or they click onto another streamer that they have multiple tabs open.
It's true. I hate to say it, but when I was when I had a driving job and I listened to streams, I would literally just
Through the
do
ad.
my job or do something else while the ad was happening. I just let it
That's why I
happen
watch. That's why I watch or listen to streams on YouTube.
Yeah, but YouTube, that's what they want. They want you to listen to long form content. And so you pay for premium, which means you got a mid roll. You've already listened. You skipped the mid roll, but they've counted it as you watched the mid roll. You watched the pre-baked in ad, and you've watched the in title ad. But you don't actually see all of it, but it's counted because you're paying YouTube the premium in order to skip the ad. But the AdSense is oh yeah, they watched it, and that makes advertisers happy. And because
do you get to pick a type of ad that runs on a? Oh, that kind of sucks.
Yeah,
No,
it's based
Nice if
on.
you could.
Well, it has to be profitable for Twitch.
Yeah, it has to-
So yeah, they're gonna.
So right now, the big ad that most people will see is the
Harris.
Valorant the Valorant console edition.
Oh, so is there a lot of video game ads?
Yeah, it's primarily anything.
Oh, yeah.
Video
I
game.
remember
Yeah.
because the only Twitch channels I really watch, I usually am subscribed to them. But
I watch so many Twitch that I have to subscribe to Turbo. I cannot stand ads.
wait, there's a turbo? Is that what is that?
So it used to be the cheat code, but it's not so much anymore.
Oh.
So you subscribe to Twitch Turbo, which basically makes the entire site ad free. It used to be $8.99.
Okay.
And so basically it paid for itself if you subscribe to 1.5 channels, right?
How much is it now?
Now it's I think it's $14. Let me check.
Yeah, see, I would never pay. I would never. That's
Yeah.
not worth it to me.
It is.
I end up
$11.99.
usually just watching people's clips and stuff on YouTube. No. I don't have time. That's streams are so long. How do people anyone watching, keep watching, please. I'm just not I don't have your kind of brain. I don't know how that.
Yeah, it's $11.99 now.
I mean,
See,
honestly,
my
if
thing
you
is-
get interested,
These kids, they have such a long attention span, but such a short attention span at the same time. How does that make any sense?
Because you
I
can
have
multitask
to
now.
imagine. Well, no,
Oh,
I have to imagine. It's either youngsters with engagement, right? That are like, oh, I can talk to this person, and every once in a while they're going to see me talking shit, and
That's
they'll respond back.
that's what it is.
Or it's also working class people who are just like,
There's
unlike
some.
a podcast, I know that people are actively interacting with this, and I can listen to it in the background while I'm working.
We know the majority of people watching live streams,
I mean,
especially Twitch is really young, because
Yeah.
they're the people that tend to subscribe to like Kaisenet and IShowSpeed and those types.
And
I don't
Jaxie, whatever his
subscribe
name
to
is,
shit.
Jax.
I only watch free anything.
Jax? Oh,
I still watch ads.
yeah, that guy. Who was
But-
the one that like
I mean, you
came out
have.
as gay and like people were shitting on him? What was that guy's name?
I forget his
Tweak?
name, but I know.
Or
Yeah, I
something?
think it's Tweak. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna just take a wild guess. You have 6 kids. Have you figured them out? Have you figured out the what their interests are and like?
Wait,
mean,
how
there's
long
gotta
have you had 6 kids for, Josh?
No, I have
News
4.
to me.
Oh, is it
Technically,
4?
I have 4.
Sorry. Okay,
That's a
sorry.
lot. 4 is a lot.
I just remember seeing a picture.
3 of the 4 are homeschooled, so it's pretty easy for me to keep tabs on what they're doing.
Hmm.
Oh, you got them homeschooled, eh?
Yep. Well,
Okay.
it's one of those.
They're young.
It's not like 100% homeschool kind of thing. It's like a
Like
I don't remember
they
what it's
get
called.
the packets from school kind of thing.
Yeah, but then there's like a day
Independent
or
study?
2 each
Yeah.
week when they go
They
in
go
and they
in.
get to
Is it
hang out and
independent
play with
study?
other.
Is it part of a
It's
charter?
not independent study. Yes,
Oh.
it's like a charter school.
It's a charter.
It's like a home charter
school.
school kind of
Okay,
thing.
that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. All right.
That's nice.
Did you guys
don't
know?
believe, you don't believe in our education system? I see how it is. Okay.
Did you guys know? Thank you, Rainier
My wife does not.
Payne. Did you guys know the best viewers are on cut.ly?
I agree with you.
What?
I don't know. Someone's putting some bullshit ad in my band. Them. Bye bye.
Imagine they're a real person. They're like, hey.
They're not.
They have questionable judgment.
Honestly, there's a lot of kids right now that are just interested in the streamers that have 2 screens. You know, one is them and the other one is the actual gameplay. And I'm not even. That just sounds like streaming.
All right.
Trying to say-
We're going off on this whole tangent about streaming, but back to the election a little bit.
Okay.
Paro, the same question for you. What did you think? Who do you think performed the best?
Honestly, I think Kamala did her best, but that wasn't a real debate. That was just.
I kind of agree. I wish they did a 2-part thing. I mean, like opening statements, then 2 parts, and then the closing statements.
But really, was I hoping for a real debate? I want it, but it's never going to happen because that is Trump's weakness, and he knows it, which is why, like, the fact he threw out the whole Springfield eat dogs immigration thing and, like,
Yeah.
Okay.
I
brought this
still
up
don't
earlier.
know anything
I brought this
about
up.
that.
I brought
Did
this
that
up
actually
earlier.
happen?
Why is it cool? Why is it okay now to be level 1 racist? Why? Why is it fair? It shouldn't be fair. I think that's bullshit. That people are just allowed to be like level 1 racist.
Because
Because all the Mexican, all the people crossing over are criminals. That's just like, it's just low key racist, and like people should really call people out on that. But no, it's just a thing that people are allowed to say.
Technically, they are breaking the law.
They're law, but
no.
Oh, by definition.
No, by definition,
No,
yes.
seeking
but at the same
seeking
time, no.
asylum is a loophole. That's not breaking the law.
But they're not doing the
they're here
traditional way of
legally.
seeking asylum.
So
No,
but are they?
So what?
Okay, there may be a
It's a
percentage of
loophole.
them that are saying, well, no, and I'm not even talking about asylum, quote unquote, asylum seekers. I'm saying there are those that are crossing over, and then once they get caught, they're like, oh, actually, I'm here to file asylum. You know what I mean? Like there are people getting in illegal.
Hey, Go Guppy. Hey, I'm assuming we're reflecting on the debate. Yes, that is exactly what we're doing. If you don't mind, would you follow. And I mean, hey, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, we're reflecting on the debate. We're figuring out who won this thing, but kind of we're getting sidetracked a lot. Hey, thank you.
Like, that is the problem. Like, that they should be called out on.
Yeah, I think they're just like any other segment of a population, right? There is a percentage that are criminals. So there's chunks of people coming across the border. Some of them have committed crimes. I mean, there's no two ways about that.
Yeah.
Now, a nation
Rapists,
is defined
murderers,
by
they're
its
sending the
borders.
worst. Hannibal Lecter, he'd like to have you for a meal. Or something.
That's heavily hyperbolic, yes.
He's technically French.
Okay.
But
we don't want the French here either. Okay, Para? It's equal racism all around.
Part of the government, like the whole idea, well, one of the major ideas of a government is that it is able to protect its citizens. And if you can't take an area and claim that you, as the government, are able to protect it as a whole, are you really an effectual government? Which obviously ours is not that effectual, but that's part of the idea is that we need to have secure borders because that is the job. One of the jobs of the government is to define a border and protect the area they're in.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm trying to get at is that if there was an influx of white people trying to get into the country, well, let's just say tomorrow Northern Scandinavia got hit with the bubonic plague.
That's a constant thing. There's always people trying to get into the country.
But the thing is, it's like they wouldn't complain about a bunch of white people crossing over
because they'd be doing it legally. No, I'm just kidding. I'm
No.
sorry.
No, to be fair, it'd be harder for them to pick them out. Like it's all about it. Part of it is, yes, you're correct. They're inappropriately othering people.
Yeah.
Right. But that's the thing is, if you're in a country that's majority look a certain way and you bring in a group of people from outside of that still kind of looks like the people that are already there, it's harder to pick them out and other them.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying is like, when was it okay to just blatantly be like I said, level 1 racist? I'm just saying it's a level 1 racist offense.
I don't think that's ever not been. I think I've always seen that kind of stuff. I mean, but like
I think it's more blatant because it is a function of the sort of increased tribalism.
Yeah.
I don't think you would see a presidential candidate or president talking like the way Trump does back when I was like I never saw George Bush say anything like that. Like, I mean, he would make the border an issue and he would talk about immigration, but it was never like calling them all rapists and pedophiles and what have you. So
racist.
I think you'd have to look at the numbers. Like, was our border as porous at that time? Was it as obvious that there is a semi-existential issue with the number of people, the volume of people that are coming into the country?
That's always been an issue, though.
It's been increasingly so. Now,
okay,
right? Because we're at an all-time high.
I agree.
Yeah,
but I do remember. It was after Obama was president. I do remember that being an issue and it being very politicized on the right and being like a right-wing talking point.
It was serious enough. It was serious enough that the left was also taking it seriously, or at least they claim to be also taking it seriously.
I mean, they still are, right? I mean, at least the Democrats still are. I know, like, certain parts of the left.
I think they're looking for different ways of handling it, as in thinking it's just a processing issue and not necessarily anything beyond a naturalization problem to be solved.
Yeah. It's a war of misinformation now.
Are we playing Jackbox?
I want to ask you guys. No, not tonight. I want to ask you guys about.
It's just it popped up in your chat.
Oh, it did. Oh shit! I have Nightbot still going. My bad. I should disable that. Oh, I want to ask you guys. Are we adding any Discord viewers? Oh, for Jackbox. I mean, I'll play Jackbox this weekend probably. What was my question? Oh, I want to ask.
Sorry.
I want to ask both of you guys about, because we kind of brushed on. I was kind of trying to see. I was setting up to this earlier. I was asking Ty about the tenant media and stuff and all that. What do you guys think about? Like, how do you guys feel about that? It doesn't really have to do with the debate at all, but I don't. Did they even? That didn't come up at all, huh? Which I mean,
What?
The Russian interference with.
Yeah, they talking about the Ukraine.
Yeah, the war. They didn't really talk about this specific thing that just happened. You know, like that came out like Friday, maybe not even that long ago. Sunday.
So, I think the whole Russian interference thing would be kind of like they themselves have admitted that they were duped. And like I said, they are
Guppy,
peddling
you
a
can
grift.
join
So whatever
the
comes their way,
Discord, but I don't generally just let
and
anyone join
whatever
into
is in front of
the
them,
stream. But
and
if you
whatever
hang
their
around long enough and
advertiser
kind of
or
like,
whatever their
and,
sponsor wants them to say, they'll say
you know,
it
I get to
because
know you and
that's-
stuff, then probably
that's how they keep the
would,
lights on.
You know,
But
if you
they
seem
have-
like a cool enough person
but
and you
now
don't
that
seem
they
like you're
know
a
that
troll or
they've
anything like
been
that, I'll
duped
probably
by Russian
eventually just have you jump in and talk.
You know, foreign, influence, right? They've backpedaled, but that is scary. That is a thing, but like, the problem is that there are some people who just want to be coalesced and influenced like that. They do want to just see. I don't know if it's un-American.
I don't think they
go like, oh, Russia's not that bad, right? It's not as bad as people make it out to be, right?
Yeah, but I don't think they want to be necessarily, as much as they're like either in denial or they're it's
something
they're
I learned along
willfully unaware, kind of, like,
yeah,
like I feel like you have to ignore certain stuff to not. Yeah,
something I learned a long time ago is that after World War II, and this could be very skewed and biased and semi-racist to me, what I'm about to say, but
I'm not racist, but
but there was a lot of talk about, like, man, we just killed each other, like whites against whites. That was just really we just perv stomped.
Wait, when is
the
it?
German?
Oh, you're talking about World War II?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, we really just didn't we just killed a whole bunch of Italians and Germans.
Mhm.
We killed a facet of a culture that like defines a lot of people. And Patton wanted to go all the way to Russia. He didn't want to stop. He was like, "Oh, I will, I know Russia's a threat. I will continue going past past Berlin and stop at Moscow if I have to." But there was a point where like all these leaders were like, why should we kill each other? Let's use proxies to kill each other, but not actually kill us, but kill the indigenous people that we've conquered to kill in the name for us. And that's like when you got the Vietnam War, and then you got the Korean War.
What does this have to do with
then,
media?
Well, so that's what I'm trying to get at. Is that, like,
all right.
The last couple major conflicts in the world have been fought in third world or less westernized country, right? So the inevitable big war, right? The war that will end all wars is against Russia and the United States, right? But even Russia and the United States both know that there's a vested interest in not killing each other because it's stupid. Because the white people don't want to kill each other off.
I don't know if,
I don't know if I would
if
just
that's the
classify
reason.
it as white people, but yeah.
But no, that's what I'm saying. Is so in turn, they will use things like Russia will heavily use their influence and their alliance with China to create these tariff wars and fight against Ukraine because Ukraine belongs to Russia, so that's why they're allowed to kill those people, right? It's just they're just killing each other like in a civil war. But like it will come down to that a long time ago that white people don't want to war with each other.
All people don't really want to war with each other, I would argue.
I think all people do want to war with each other.
No, I think white people just want to let white people chill and rule the world. White people got to rule the world.
All right, that was our identity politics lesson for the night. Josh, what do you think about the Tenet Media thing?
I think it was an issue where people knew that money was coming in. They had partnered with well, if you're going to pay us some money, then
right, Guppy.
We can act as an intermediary.
Sometimes
that can get whatever it is
goes off the rails.
Whatever interesting things you want put out on this sort of network. And so most of the rest of them had no idea what was going on. And so it was just like, obviously they were getting a shit ton of money. And so it was like, oh, okay, so we have some sponsorship from whoever this is. So there's this third-party source bringing in money. Okay, well, this is the contractual deal that we have. So you can use our videos for blah, 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 blah. We'll advertise whatever in accordance with this agreement that we have. And it was made that deal with them. But the people actually receiving the money that were then passing it on knew exactly where the money was coming from. I think it's an arm's length. It was an arm's length deal where it's like they didn't know it was coming from a Russian source, but they also didn't ask, well, where is this money coming from?
Certain people, like, okay, well, certain people were making so much money. Like Tim Pool and Dave Rubin were making $100,000 a week.
Yeah,
$100,000 a week.
But at a certain point, you have to wonder.
You have to, that's an absurd amount of money for a YouTuber, especially.
Well, no. Here's
when you're a professional
grifter,
you don't care where the money comes from.
Well,
you just don't.
Kind of to that point. Like,
but
how
they've done other ad deals and stuff. Like, there's no
sure.
There's no call to action.
But maybe they thought, oh, I got my big break. I got somebody who's willing to pay me however many thousands of dollars a month. Why am I gonna turn that down? I feel like I'm on a meteoric right, because ultimately, if you're a podcaster or if you have a regular show, you have a self-inflated sense of self, and so, somebody wants to pay me for my content. Okay, well, I'm not gonna say no to that.
I get what you're saying, but at some point, that the thought had to go through their head because it's so much money. It's absurd. There's no call to action. They're like,
do you know where Dave Rubin lives?
Florida, right? Somewhere in Florida?
No. He lives in Los Angeles, in West Hollywood.
I think he lives in Florida now.
Oh, did he move?
He was just on Howie Mandel's podcast, and he was talking about how Florida is so great because there's 0 homeless people. He said there's literally 0 homeless people in Miami.
Oh, there's plenty of homeless people.
I know. It was hilarious. Every funding action should go through some form of ethical fiduciary. Not necessarily every funding action. I mean, that would tie up so much money, like, for so long. I don't know. That's overkill.
Yeah.
No, I'm sure it was a
Dave Rubin's best-selling author and host of popular TV The Room Report and husband had a significant upgrade to their Los Angeles real estate property records. They laid down a $5.2 million.
He just has multiple houses because he's getting paid $5 million a year.
He's
so why would he not?
He's
My thing is, I'm sure it was a contract thing. Like somebody, like she approached.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sure it was.
In
fact, if you read the indictment,
they said,
that is exactly what it says.
Check out my lawyer. Yeah. No, hold on. Send the contract to my lawyer. Lawyer looked it over and said, "Yeah, this looks fine, and they're willing to pay you this." And so he's like, "Okay, well, if they're gonna pay me for it, I don't care where they got the money from. You want to pay me, pay me."
But
there was that insular level.
The thought had to cross their mind, right? Like this,
but why
this
would you
is shady
care?
money. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
A capitalist mentality would not support that.
Yeah, no.
Somebody's willing to pay you money. Somebody's willing to pay you more than you're actually worth. Why wouldn't you take the money?
I'm not saying they wouldn't take the money. You misunderstand. I'm saying that the curiosity of why am I getting all this money for videos that only have like a few thousand views each.
They don't care.
This isn't on their main channels. This is on the Tenant Media channel that they're getting paid for.
Yeah.
So I know they don't care. What I'm saying is I know they don't care.
They should be curious.
I'm fully aware that they don't care, Para. Like, it's so obvious they don't care. What I'm saying is they had to at some point think, I'm getting paid for a shady reason. Like, it had to cross. Yes.
I don't believe so.
Yes, it absolutely.
It's a low. Okay, I'll tell you. It's a low impact.
$100,000 a week.
Yeah. Low impact. It's
no
not
one
on
is
their
getting
main
paid. No one is getting paid $100,000 a week.
Hold on.
Like
No.
Mr. Beast probably isn't getting paid $100,000 a video.
No, he's getting paid millions of dollars per video.
No.
Yes.
No, not necessarily.
Yes.
No. So okay, he's making millions of dollars per video. He's not getting $100,000 from a single source for any one video.
I'm pretty
He's
sure
just
Shopify gives him a lot of money.
I don't think they give him 100,000, and he would be the one person who maybe.
So,
but Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, let's be real, dude.
He's
really
high. He's a high-ranking conservative new media host.
If there was a period of time, when they would get an increased, like to expect that their cachet is of more worth, it would be now in the middle of the political season.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Rubin Report.
But that's been going on since
he has 2.4 million subscribers.
Okay.
Right?
The Rubin Report. We're not talking about the Rubin Report. We're talking about Tenant Media.
But he is the figurehead of that. So he getting 100,000.
He's not getting 100,000 for Rubin Report. That would make more sense. That still wouldn't make.
But he's a part of that. He is. You're buying his personality. You are buying his.
What I'm hearing from Para and Josh is that Rubin Report and Tim Pool, Timcast are worth $100,000, $5 million a year.
I would say that
that's your valuation.
Okay.
No, that's not my valuation.
You guys are being ridiculous.
I'm saying that they would have the mentality of, oh yeah, I'm worth something right now, so it would make sense. Being in the middle of the political season,
if that was their total income, off of everything combined, I could buy that. We're talking one.
I just told you he has a house that's worth $5.2 million
because he's getting paid millions of dollars by Russia. That's the only reason.
But that's what I'm saying. But he was living in that house before this whole deal came to be. He was already in New York.
Hold on, it in already.
He was already a New York Times bestseller. He was a TV host and a political commentator before he went onto YouTube. Yes, he is worth that much.
Dave Rubin was?
Yes.
Oh God, why did anyone fucking?
God, you're such an idiot, Tony.
Okay. Regardless of that,
I'm trying to tell you this, and you're like, no. But you think they really would think? No, do you think they really think?
You're only proving my point. How much money do you think he made off of all of his book sales?
A New York Times bestseller? Let's see.
How much
average...
do you think he made? No, not average.
No,
what was his book called? What was his book called?
Not Selling America or something. I almost bought it. Like I said, I used to be a Dave Rubin fan until I learned the truth. Average New York.
Oh, hold on.
New York.
Dave Rubin book.
God, my keyboard
Bestseller. Okay.
Times.
Let's see.
Bestseller. Take home. So you got to sell 5,000 to 10,000 books in a week.
Don't burn this book. Was that it?
Don't burn the book. I think that was it. I remember that book actually. Wait, he was already doing YouTube after that came out.
He had another book before it.
It was a bestseller?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. Where do you find this?
Don't burn this country. Don't burn this book. Oh yeah, don't burn this book was his New York Times.
Are you finding any?
So
money?
to be a New York best time seller, you have to sell 5,000, 10,000 in a week.
He probably bought all of his own books.
Tony, don't be that fucking stupid.
What do you? That
Don't
was
be
a,
that
that was a
fucking-
joke, obviously. But I don't believe he even made $5 million off of those books. I really don't.
Let's see how much it costs. Don't burn this book.
Cost $27.
Yeah, 25.99. All right. Plus, he gets a signing
But
fee.
I
because
can't
with this
find the
publisher-
totals. I can't find the total sales anywhere. I don't know where you. find
Well,
that.
Inside Guide to Becoming a New York Bestseller. How many books do you have to sell to become a New York bestseller? If you want to become a bestseller, you must
That's
sell
in a
at least
week.
5,000.
That's in 1 week span though.
Yeah. So because you have to sell Sunday through Saturday in order to become a bestseller.
That's not
In
going to tell
addition-
us anything though.
But I'm just going by the average.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. So on average, let's say he was a bestseller for, I don't know, let's say a month, right? So that's 40,000.
This is a ridiculous conversation. How can you not admit that getting paid $5 million a year for not really doing anything is not suspect at all?
That's $1 million.
Okay, $1 million over the course of the entire.
No,
sales
for
of
a
the
week.
books.
That's a month.
If you were supported by a legal team,
Do you think he sold?
and
do you think,
you were
hold on,
approached
hold
with
on,
a
hold on,
contract,
hold on. Do you think he sold that many books every week for 4 weeks? Absolutely not.
No. The average. So I said he was a best seller for a month. That means you have to sell 5,000 to 10,000 books per week. I just said an average
For a whole
So
month?
for a whole month. So he sold 40,000 copies of his book.
Okay.
He made $1 million. That would make
$1 million.
Made $1 million.
Okay, that's okay, and that's
Go fuck
not,
yourself.
That's not what he made.
Go fuck
that's,
yourself.
No,
Plus
no,
he gets,
that's not
plus
what he.
no,
hold
no,
on,
no.
that's not
he
what he
actually
made.
he actually gets to make more because he gets for marketing. He gets a publishing deal.
No, we're
he
talking
gets
about
a sign
marketing.
bonus.
We're talking about all different sorts of revenue, though.
No, he gets more money.
I know we're talking about different
top-
forms. We're
on
talking
top
about
of
different
the-
forms of revenue. We're not talking
On top of the million. On top
Look,
of the million, Tony. He gets more
Part,
money.
you realize he's getting more money than that Russia money too, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying that one book.
You're adding things in. You can't.
No. That's just the cost for a bestseller for 1 month selling 40,000 copies was $1 million.
What do you think his takeaway of that is? Probably 20% tops.
No.
Yes. Absolutely yes. It's not making more than 20% off of that. Anyway,
It's okay to be wrong.
This is
Tony.
this is a ridiculous.
It's actually okay to
This
be
is a
wrong.
ridiculous
sometimes.
assertion.
It's actually okay to be wrong sometimes, and you just need to own up to things that you don't have the answer.
Why
to.
would
It's
why
okay.
would why would any?
It's okay. It's actually okay.
Why would
it's actually okay?
Why
Just
would
admit that
any right wing political person be getting paid? First off,
because they're
politics,
selling a grift. They don't care.
No. You didn't even hear my question. First off, politics is like so contentious. Most advertisers don't even want to like put their shit on it because they're like, oh, I don't want to seem like I'm taking. I don't want to seem like I'm taking. Why do you think
you don't know what you're talking about? You don't know what you're talking about.
Why do you think all they can get
you
is?
actually have zero.
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. I do know.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not a political operative, so I don't actually know how much millions of dollars are going to advertising.
You're just saying bullshit. Then refute it. What's your argument against that?
That political advertisement drives everything.
Para. Big brands keep their money off of politics. Yes,
true.
they do. They absolutely do.
Pepsi created a dumb ad where they had Caitlyn Jenner.
They will make
stop a
politicized.
protest.
They will make politicized ads. Yes, but no one.
No
one is putting their fucking. No one is putting their advertisement money on Tim Pool or Dave Rubin. They're so contentious. There's no shot. You're out of your mind right now. I can't believe you're usually a very reasonable person. This is fucking an insane thing you're saying.
Pride Month is the ultimate expression.
We're talking about a different thing. You're talking about a totally different thing.
You said
different kinds.
You said corporations don't do anything political. You were just saying that just now.
No, I did not say that. I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No,
you did.
No. We're talking about YouTube ads. We're talking about putting ads on other people's videos. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about companies making political ads.
Well,
you understand the difference, right? Do you think those are the same thing, Para?
He gets to run the ads. He gets to run.
He doesn't choose the ads he runs. YouTube chooses the ads.
No. When you are a partner.
That's not true.
Daniel, yes you do.
No, it's not true.
No,
you do not. No, you do not. No, you do not. You don't even know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. No, you don't know what you're talking about.
You actually are the dumbest person I know.
Are you're talking about sponsorships?
No, I'm talking about the pre-roll ads that you roll on your channel.
So
when you are a partner,
no, you don't get to choose that. You absolutely don't. No, people complain. No, YouTubers complain all the time about ads running on their thing and not having any control over it.
He has a million subscribers.
Bigger YouTubers than him have complained about. Bigger YouTubers than him have complained about not being able to control the ads that run on their content. So other than that, we would be looking at a sponsorship anyway, though, not YouTube ads, right? Like realistically,
it doesn't matter.
The better comparison would be
no. Let's get back to let's get back. No, let's get back to what you were talking about. You are saying that any smart person would question where they get their money from. Even if it's something as low impact as a side channel. No.
It depends on what you mean by that. Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish. This is what started this whole debate in the first place. You said that any person that was smart would suspect that
that's
they
not what
were
I said.
You're
twisting what I said, but go ahead.
No.
What's your point? Get to your point.
And you said, "Oh, shouldn't they be suspicious?" And my argument is, I said no, because they don't care. They just get the money and they just do what they do because that's their self-importance plus their revenue plus their self-worth coming into play.
Thank you, Guppy.
In fact,
I see what you're saying.
They would double down on it because it's a low impact effort.
Crazy.
It's not even on their main channel. It's on a side channel, their network that they're part of, and they're getting.
Sad thing is, he's not being bad faith. He actually believes this.
Of course, they would do it. And you're saying that they should have thought about it more and they should have been suspicious about it. No, because they took the money and they got caught, and now they're like, oh, now we know that we're being duped. But they still took the money. They didn't care then.
I'm not saying they cared. That's what I'm saying. You're twisting what I said. I'm saying at some point the curiosity, the thought, the suspicion would have gone through their brain, like, why am I getting this money? There seems to be no reason. There's no call to action. There's no call to action. Why would you get paid for no call to action? Why would you get paid to $100,000 for no call to action? Answer that.
Because I told you he was a New York bestseller. He is an online commentator. He has he has 2.3. He has 2.35 million.
Mr. Beast isn't getting $100,000 for no call to action.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, that does. Call to action matters so much. What are you talking about? You sound crazy right now.
How do I sound crazy?
There's no call to action. They don't have to do anything. They're just giving them money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. My point earlier
the suspicion. So you're saying there's no reason to be suspicious about that whatsoever.
No.
Somebody you know.
Yeah.
Somebody you know comes to you and says, "I have this deal. Here's the contract for it. You'll get such and such money." And your thought would be, and you have a legal team. You have legal representation. You would then take that contract to your legal team. Say, well, let me look over this contract. I'll have my guys look at it. And if this looks good, I mean, hey, if you have this revenue source lined up for me, maybe I'll take advantage of it. You take it to your legal team. You have legal representation. They look over the contract. Yeah, this seems like a lot of money, but hey, if they're willing to pay you, we're in a capitalist society, especially here in America, right? So your legal team tells you that everything looks good.
If they took it to
would you necessarily question where it came from?
If you took it to the legal team would tell them, absolutely do not ask where this money is coming from.
No, that's
they don't.
That's why they're not in trouble right now, because the legal team gets a cut of that. Legal looked over the contracts. Legal saw that it was fine. Told him or whoever it was fine. That this all looks like it's in order. They knew the person that was making the deal, not necessarily where the money was coming from, right? Just they knew that individual that was making the deal.
Why are we adding in a legal team? Like, that's never been stated anywhere.
Because that's what you do.
That's never been stated. It's never been stated anywhere.
It doesn't matter. That's what you do. That's standard procedure.
It's not.
Especially with that amount of money.
No, it's not. It's not standard procedure.
I can point you to a short interview where he told Ben Shapiro that specifically, that it was given to him by his legal team, or that it was okayed by his legal team, and that's why he accepted it.
Yeah.
So I mean, he could just say that. I mean,
he could, but it'll come out in court.
So I mean, regardless of all of
that,
the
rest of them outside of Tenet Media, the rest of them are listed as victims in this case.
I agree with that. I'm not saying that I'm not saying they necessarily did anything wrong, Josh. You guys are making it like I'm saying something totally different.
No, sure. No, I'm saying, why would you question somebody wanting to give you money if all the ducks are in a row?
I'm not saying you wouldn't say no. I would say no.
But I'm saying, why would you
honest, I would want to.
You
would
not say no.
If you thought legally somebody giving you money was fine,
I would say no. I would say no because I have morals, Para.
Oh no. Okay. All right.
Jesus Christ.
Watch. I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna find a way to give you $5,000, and it's gonna be from fentanyl.
I just told you earlier. I was thinking about.
No. You've done it now. You've done it.
I just told you earlier. I've
social
thought about
experiment.
I've just
done,
told you earlier.
Locked in.
I just told you earlier. I've thought so many times about how I could just scam and I could just grift, but I don't because I have morals.
No. I'm just gonna approach you. I'm like, hey, I got this really great opportunity to,
that'd be awesome.
It's gonna be so random, you're not even gonna expect it. It's gonna be related to tabletop games, and I'm gonna find a way to lead it back to a drug cartel.
Goguppy says, I'm very concerned why these people are covering for these Russian actors. I know. What the fuck?
You're assuming they're Russian actors.
Yeah,
they are.
You're making the assumption that they acted for the benefit.
They are
implicitly.
Why would they give them money? Why would they give them money? Even
because
if
they take the money.
No, why would Russia give them money?
because they're trying to influence the people. It's
Thank
we
you.
do the same.
You just
we try.
yeah, you're
but we
right.
do the
No,
same.
but they
but
didn't.
we do
they don't know that.
Yeah, but we do the same shit in other countries too.
I'm not okay.
We're just as bad as they are.
I'm not talking about the knowledge, like the
Propaganda's propaganda,
commentators.
brother.
Exactly. So they are Russian actors.
No, they're not Russian actors. They are victims.
They're
in a
getting
Russian
paid
plot.
by Russia. They're Russian
but they
actors.
Didn't, but they didn't know
It
they were
doesn't
being
matter.
paid by
It
Russia.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they knew. They're
All right,
Russian
watch.
actors.
Watch, I'm gonna set you up with.
This is so insane. Ty, what do
awesome,
you think?
I'm gonna give you a $3,000 camera. I'm gonna be like, hey, Tony, let's start up Table Mates.
Let's
again.
hear a reasonable person talk for fucking 5 seconds, please.
no.
Okay,
Jesus
the
Christ.
the only sure opinion I have, truly, unfortunately, Para, Tony wouldn't just. He would definitely ask what's the catch, and he would.
Oh no,
actually-
it's
No.
happening.
Okay, let's
No.
That's because you
I
guys
mean,
have no moral fiber in your entire fucking being. Jesus
Oh.
Christ.
It takes so
thought
much,
experiment.
like it takes an arm and a leg to get him in
Oh,
depth
no.
to
No,
accept
not-
anything that's not.
Not when I make the. I'm gonna make the pot so sweet.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna
you're-
make it
No. Let's not even go
$3,000
there.
camera. New
Para's
computer.
gonna come over in his fucking lacy underwear. and bend
let's
over.
do just
dropped my ring
a quick
on
thought
the ground.
experiment. All right.
Okay, quick thought experiment.
Let's lower these dollar amounts way down. Right. Let's say, Tony, I tell you, hey, Tony, I really like your content. Every time you put out one of these videos, I'll give you $5.
What do I gotta do
enjoy
for
watching
it? What do I
I'm
gotta
gonna
do
give you
for
this
it?
money. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing.
And let's say Ty is Russia, and Ty
Okay.
has given
Hold on.
has given me $20, or is giving me money, and instead of me keeping that money,
You
I'm
understand
keeping
the
some of it, and a portion
concern.
of it is going
Let
to
him
you.
finish the
Okay.
experiment.
Yeah,
Let him
okay.
finish the
All right.
experiment. Go ahead.
Ty is
intrigued.
funneling money. Ty is
A waste of
funneling
time.
money through me, and I'm giving money to you. Are you at fault? Are you a Russian actor now because I've taken money to convince you to keep producing content?
You understand.
I buy that.
No,
you
you answer the question, Tony.
You understand.
Are you a Russian actor?
No, I'm not a Russian actor. This is all hypothetical.
There you go.
What are you talking about?
Right? No.
He means
that's
in
what
the
I'm saying.
hypothetical.
In this
In
hypothetical
In the
situation,
hypothetical.
This is the case.
You're trying
that
to
is
clip
currently
me. You're
being
trying to clip me saying I'm a Russian actor. I'm not going to do it. Fuck you, Josh.
I'm not-
This is
I'm not
fucking
explicitly-
ridiculous. This is
Say
fucking
Tony,
ridiculous.
say that you're a
What
Russian
I'm saying.
actor.
Say you're a Russian actor. Say it right now. This is fucking ridiculous. This is. I can't believe my own friends
This
would
is the
fucking
case.
treat me
This
like
is the
this.
case that's being made right now. Is that
No,
Russia
no.
was giving money to somebody? That person was giving the money to them. Does that mean that those individuals are Russian actors because they got money?
Unwittingly,
funded
yes,
from
they are.
Russia.
Yes, unwittingly they are. I'm not saying.
Okay, so unwittingly, you would be a Russian actor.
Look
At
at
that
this.
point,
Look
that
at
means a
this
yes, right?
clip baiting fucking bullshit.
Oh my god.
You can do a whole
Okay,
different
okay,
hypothetical without
yeah. Let's not
trying
use,
to clip me saying I'm a
let-
Russian
let-
actor.
okay, let's not use
Jesus
the word
Christ.
Russian
What
actor.
about
Let's say ice
China?
cream. No. Let's say ice cream man. Let's just call ice
Why
cream
don't
man.
you just call it
Does-
accomplice? I guess. Why do we have to say
No.
Russian anything?
Tony, are you the ice cream man at that point?
Oh,
Wait,
okay,
what?
gotcha. Yeah, Russian.
You gotta set up a whole new
Russian
hypothetical.
actor.
Okay, so
No.
so the ice cream
Yes.
man.
Russian actor. No, ice cream
So-
man is just a safe word for
Yeah, it's a
Russian
safe word.
actor. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just it's not.
It's just so.
So you don't just say yes, you're an ice cream man. You don't have
Yeah.
to say that you're
Yeah.
a Russian fucking
Look,
actor.
look. If someone was
if Josh,
someone was getting
Josh
paid,
was-
if someone is getting paid by a
the ice cream
foreign
man,
government,
by the ice cream man.
by the ice cream man, ugh, this is so
The
fucking
foreign
dumb.
ice cream man.
Then yes, they're even witting or not, they are an actor of that state.
Of
Like,
the ice cream man.
Right,
Of the
but they
ice
are
cream man.
they are effectively a victim of a laundering scheme.
Okay, you can be
Yeah.
both. Those aren't
No, you
exclusive. What do you mean?
Okay.
You can be both,
Tony-
but the
yeah,
process
Tony can't.
of
Yeah,
what
you're
would
right.
happen, what would the process of what would happen, whether you get convicted or whether you would get rewarded
That's not what
for,
I'm- okay.
You know what I mean? It would happen one at a time. So, like, yes, you can be both, but it would happen one at a time. You guys are saying
There's no
exact same thing,
being
basically, but, like,
being an unwitting actor isn't illegal. There's
No,
no
I'm not-
charges being
that's
brought
not what I'm-
forth.
Yeah,
I'm not
they're
saying
not
that.
being charged.
I know.
They're not being charged.
I know. I understand that.
Right.
But that's the thing. It's like, what's the difference
Okay.
between murder and manslaughter?
So is your real question if they are Russian actors?
No, they are. There's no question.
No, they're not ice cream men. They are
by,
victims.
by the argument and the rationale that you're making, they are ice cream men.
Yes.
But they are ice cream men because they are victims of a money laundering scheme.
Okay. Sure. That was never.
You're saying they should question the ice cream that they're receiving.
Okay,
But it's
we
ice
got
cream.
off on a
Why wouldn't you
tangent.
want
This
ice cream?
whole
No,
thing about
I'm-
Russian actors is a tangent. My original point doesn't tie to this at all. Like, these are two different things.
Okay, what was your
the original point
problem?
is they should that suspicion crossed through their minds at some point.
No, it didn't.
You think
And
so?
I'm saying it didn't. I said they took
That's
it to their legal team.
ridiculous.
They got a
The
bunch of
problem is
money.
We're rehashing the same shit. So let's move on. All right, are you guys
The issue
familiar?
is that you can't mind read.
Tony, it's okay to
Legally.
be wrong. It's actually okay to be wrong. We're not infallible. We're not.
Dude, you are totally trying to trigger him right now.
you
cannot tell Tony it's okay to be wrong.
You need to.
It's
you need to take your own advice here. You need to take your own advice on this one.
I am when it comes to
Just so you know, this whole
relationships.
time, my viewer Go Guppy, he's been agreeing with me this whole time. Okay.
Okay, but is he a political analyst? Does he
Are
actually
you?
have work? Are you a political analyst? Or have you worked with the
is this
DCCC or the
job,
DNC?
Is this
or,
the job of a political analyst? No, not really. It's not.
But you asked me my
This would-
political expertise.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
I
did.
never did such a thing.
You said, "Hey, Michael, I would like you to be on the podcast because of your political expertise."
I asked. I didn't say because you're. I said my politically minded friends, which I appreciate you talking about that. I mean, Kamala Harris was wearing Nova H1 audio earrings tonight, which are wireless earphones during her debate with
Oh
Donald
my
Trump.
God, that is
Oh
a conspiracy.
my God! Did you guys hear that? Thank you, Blaze. I would have never known about that. I'm sure I would have seen that on Twitter all day tomorrow.
Oh my God. I want to kill people like that.
That explains it.
Is he on Fox News? Are you talking about? I think he's asking if you're on Fox News.
Have I been on Fox News? Yes, I've been on Fox
Probably
News once.
fucking shilling for Russia.
Oh my
Going back to that really quick, I've known Tony for a minute now. He probably would question everything of why he was getting money.
Oh.
And I will have to say, now
And so
he
would
will
Para,
never,
and so would
now
Josh.
Para, wait. Now Para, he will never accept anything because of you. Because,
So will
because
Para,
you're
and so
making
will
him the
Josh.
ice cream man right
It's
now.
easy to verify where your money's coming from. That's so
Oh,
easy.
dude, it's gonna be so easy. I'll be like, hey,
That's the
you want
last
to go?
thing I want to say.
You want to go to
bud.
PAX Unplug? I'm gonna. Be like, dude,
I can't wait. I can't wait to use this argument against you in a board game.
I know,
And Josh
right?
will remember.
What do you
Unfortunately,
mean?
I've known Josh so long, and he will remember
Josh will
everything
remember
in
it,
20 years.
but what
I'm gonna end up trying to give you some money, and you're gonna be like, "Why are you giving me this money? Why are you gonna give me this money?" No, I'm not gonna take it.
I would
He's
ask
already
that.
like that. Yes, he's already.
Oh man,
yes.
I'm gonna find a way to get you tied to accepting a bribe for drug fentanyl cartel to go to PAX Unplug in Philadelphia.
That's literally, Josh, you're literally explaining how you play any game. You never just take the whatever offer that someone's giving you in a game.
Oh, but I'm gonna be like, hey, you want to go to PAX Unplug? Free costs? No, you just gotta help me.
I know deep down both of you guys know that you would suspect something. I don't even know why this is a...
No.
Absolutely, but would you still act on it?
Thank you. That's my only point, is they would suspect
No.
it. I'm not saying they're guilty of anything.
No, because I know where I have zero morals. I take the money. I just
We
take the
know.
money.
Now I know.
I take the money and I don't ask any questions. I work in politics. I take the money. I don't ask any questions.
That's a good point.
Because the moment you
You
start asking
truly were
questions,
wrong all along.
they don't give you any more money.
Well, to your point, also, if you start asking questions, then you get answers, and now you're responsible for the answers you've received.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
If you ask questions and you find out the answers, and the answer is something illicit,
it's so easy to verify.
You're liable.
It's so easy to verify where your money's coming from.
But
That's
you're
the problem.
liable now. You took the money.
Okay, but it's
and
easy.
now you know.
So
and you're hiding. You're hiding.
I wouldn't have taken that money. Is the point? I would have asked, and I wouldn't have taken that money.
They did,
and they should.
You know who they asked? You know who they asked? Legal.
They asked legal.
And they verified where the money was coming from.
They verified that it was fine to take the money.
The thing is, it was fine to take the money. Actually, that's not even my argument.
No. I'm just saying that was.
It was fine to take the money because they were getting paid by Lauren Chin and her husband. I don't remember his name right now.
That was as much as they felt. They knew that was the only question they needed to ask. Who's this money coming from? Do I know this source?
But
okay,
what I'm saying is not has nothing to do with that. I'm saying would they ponder
where
that
Lauren
thought?
Chin was getting all the money?
God no.
Yes, they
God
would.
no. God
yes,
no.
they would. Yes, they would.
Because they have
Come
no
on.
morals and they don't ask questions. Because I have no morals and I don't ask questions.
You know. Actually, Dave Rubin did have a question. Have you guys heard about this?
No.
He's like, I don't really feel that great about taking this money from this Edward Gregorian guy because it said something about social justice in there, and I just don't think my people are gonna like that.
Oh my god. Which is why I stopped listening to Dave Rubin.
That was what he questioned. Not why am I getting $100,000 for no call to action for no views on a video, like a 2,000 view videos. It was why do I have to talk about why is he talking about social justice?
I know esports organizations that dump tens of thousands, $100,000 on videos that have less than 1,000 views.
I'd like to see that.
Well, here's the thing
Okay.
too. Though. Let's liken it to just a regular transaction. Does Walmart ask where you got the $20 to buy your purchase from?
Josh, you understand that the criticism is about the amount of money, right? $20.
Okay, I buy a $5,000 laptop from Walmart for some dumb reason. Does Walmart ask where I got that $5,000 from?
They don't have to. They don't legally need to.
Well,
hold on. Is Walmart
actually sometimes they do, especially if you're a black person. They'll question it.
Oh my god!
Jesus.
Is Walmart a political activist?
I'm black and I'm offended.
Is Walmart shaping the political?
I tried to buy a MacBook
people?
and they gave me the runaround.
If let's defer to our political expert here. Does Walmart pay political action committees, or do they do any sort of?
That's not what I said. No,
yes,
you guys are bending. You guys are twisting it again.
No,
oh my
we're not
God.
twisting it.
I said, is Walmart a political activist?
Yes.
Yes.
They're an activist. They're an activist.
They lobby against union and workers' rights.
Yeah, they lobby. Sure.
That
Right.
is political action.
activists.
That's political activism.
Okay, but if Walmart took money from Russia, they would pass it by FARA for sure.
No, not necessarily.
Yes, they would have to.
Let's
Legally, they
just
would
say
have
the
to.
person purchases. Let's just
Legally,
say
they
the purchaser, somebody buying product.
What is this FARA?
Had
What does this
Russian
stand
money.
for? What are you talking about? You're exchanging goods. We're talking about no. We're talking about a totally different thing.
No.
You're buying goods. It doesn't matter where the money was attained from if you're buying goods.
Okay, what do you think? You think they were just, even without a call to action?
Do you think,
they were just giving the money?
Wait.
It was
Do you
just
think-
money.
do you
No
think-
money. There were no strings attached. They weren't exchanging anything for that money.
That's what Tim Pool said.
No, it was
Yes,
in the
that's
contract.
That's what Tim
They
Pool.
were producing videos. It was a licensing deal for their content.
Yes. It was a licensing deal.
To make the same
And it was
to make
and it
the
was
same
low impact.
content to make the same content they were already making, Josh.
Yeah, on a second channel that was low impact.
And to
Okay.
plug their ads into it.
Yes.
No, there was no ads. That's the problem.
No, they
were
run
putting
ads.
something in.
They always put ads in everything. They pimp their Patreon, or they pimp their merch, or they pimp their own channel. That's a form of ad.
They're pimping Russia Today.
I'm done.
I thought
don't-
I thought I heard something about they put the what was it when what's his name, the Fox.
Did
the
you
old
read?
Fox
Did you read
guy
the?
was
Did you
over
read
in
the
Russia.
indictment?
I didn't read it in full. now.
It's
Did you?
only 32 pages. You should read it. Yeah, because you sound fucking.
But they're not
ridiculous
going
right
to
now.
jail. They're not getting
You didn't read
indicted.
it either. You didn't read it either.
I just found out today, jackass.
Oh God. Okay.
I cannot wait to bribe you using fentanyl.
Using fentanyl.
I cannot wait for you to take a bribe to go to do something that you want to do, and then I'm gonna be like, I got you. This was paid by fentanyl and the drug cartel. See, now are you liable now? Are you part of the drug cartel? Are you a cartel activist?
At that point,
my only point is that there is a point at which any transaction takes place that you have legal insulation from any sort of repercussions.
my only point was that they had to have been curious about it. That's my only point. And Josh already admitted that, and Parr is just being fucking acting like he's the stupidest man in the world.
No, they took it to their legal team. They said it was okay, and they moved on.
Okay, then they suspected it if they took it to the legal team.
No, they have to take it because it's required. It's in their best interest to take it to legal because they're not lawyers. They're content creators.
Okay, if you're getting if you're, let's say you're getting like $2,000 to $5,000 deals, here and there, most weeks you're probably getting like $2,000 to $5,000 deals for doing ads, right? You're actually sponsorships. You're actually reading a sponsored ad, right? And then you go from that to $100,000 a week for making the same videos. By the way, the Culture War podcast that Tim Pool, he was already doing that on his own channel. They just said, "Oh, you just also have to put this on this channel." He was already making that. I think Dave Rubin's stuff was the same thing. It was already the same content he was making. They did have I think they did have like certain. Josh brought this up earlier. They had certain like things, like they had to show the Tucker Carlson video.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah. They had to show him going to Russia. They had to like post that. They had to repost that on X. That's the only one I know for sure that they were influenced to do.
Yeah, the indictment is specifically for the two of them.
No, I know.
I believe the rest of them are just witnesses.
The indictment is for the
I'm looking over it now.
The indictment is for the two Russian, the Persona 1, Persona 2. I think it's like Lena and Kostya, something like that. And then I don't remember
Konstantin.
Yeah,
it's got a unique spelling to it, but
it's a Russian fucking fucked up name. Yeah. But and then the owners of Tenet, which is Lauren Chen and her husband, right? So those are the people being indicted, not the commentators. I've never claimed that. I don't believe they're guilty for anything. Just to be completely clear, I feel like it keeps coming back to pointing at me. Anyway, I had a whole different thing I want to ask you guys, but yeah.
You can ask us the different thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
I just thought it was explicitly like, should we think of them being Russian actors?
That got brought up. I read something from my chat. I really need to turn that Nightbot timed thing off. I read something in my chat. I can't even find it now, but it said something about Russian actors. I think he might have been calling you guys Russian. I don't remember.
Yeah, probably.
I definitely called you guys Russian actors.
Das Vidania, comrade.
I can't find it now. Anyway, of course. So have you guys heard either of these terms? So I guess so have actually I want to start with Ty again first, just because I feel like she's the least. Whatever. Have you heard have you heard either of these phrases, Ty?
Uh-oh.
Fight with joy.
Wait.
You heard that? Fight with joy.
Wait, hold on, Tony.
Oh my god. Okay. Dead air. Where'd you go? What happened to her?
I don't know. She's busy fighting with joy.
She's fucking busy signing the contract with Russia. They got her. They're getting all my friends. I'm surrounded by Russian assets.
Please. When Ty walks up and gives you $5,000, don't ask any questions.
Shut up! You guys will regret it when I'm rich someday. When I'm a millionaire, okay, and I'm gonna send you money.
Once I finish
you guys are
signing
gonna
this
be
contract,
like, what the fuck is this money
this
for?
Anonymous third party.
Yeah. I'm just kidding. That
Okay.
I'm not gonna question. No kidding.
Okay.
I asked legal and it was fine.
Have you heard
Okay,
either of
what?
these? Have you heard either of these phrases? Right. Okay. First one, fight with joy. Have you heard that ever?
Fight with joy, like religiously fight with joy,
Have you heard that phrase used?
like in a Bible study kind of thing. Yeah.
Oh shit! Really? Okay.
I
How about poisoning the blood of our country? Have you heard that
Yeah,
phrase?
I've heard that.
Damn, Ty might be a Nazi. Okay.
I just run across a lot of...
I'll pass it off to the two guys who probably have heard these and know what I'm talking.
Didn't Trump say? Didn't Trump say poisoning the blood of our country?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Josh.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, the first one sounds like a dated soap commercial tagline, but
fight with joy.
I feel like I've heard fight with joy because joy is like a dish soap, isn't it?
It is something, yeah.
I have a feeling it's been in an ad before, and nobody's pieced that together because it's been too long at this point.
I've only heard fight with joy in a religious
Fight Greece
way.
with joy.
That's scary that you said that.
What,
Anyway,
me or him?
You.
No.
Me?
Yeah. Why are they using Nazi propaganda at your church?
It's not at my church. It's just like a walking with purpose type of thing. I
Joy.
don't know.
So Go Guppy says yes. Joy is an old dish soap. You nailed
Good
it.
job, Josh.
I knew it.
You're
Okay.
not a Nazi.
Yep.
You did it.
So Josh, I'm assuming have you heard either of those or both of them?
I have, yeah.
Okay, and then Para.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
So you guys kind of probably see what I'm getting at here, but fight with joy has been used by Kamala Harris and her campaign, and then poisoning the blood of the country is something that Donald Trump just said. So
Yeah, but that's
Which
just
is
a
crazy.
phrase.
what's just what, poisoning the blood of our country?
No, but just I don't
It's true.
believe he doesn't. I don't think he understands half the shit he says.
I know. I'm like,
No,
no. I think
oh,
he
no,
just said
I
it
don't think
thinking
so
that
either.
he sounded smart, and then he didn't realize I was like
But do you
fucking
think
quoting Hitler. I don't think. I
it
don't
seems
know.
like he read that somewhere?
He might have
Maybe,
overheard it.
I don't know,
He
maybe
probably
not.
saw it on his dumb social media.
He probably
channel.
saw it when he was hanging out with David Duke. He probably remembered him saying that, and he was like, "Oh, that's a good poison the blood of our country."
No, it's maybe
any of
you
you-
picked it up the same way that that comics steal jokes. You know what I mean? Like you hear it around, you don't know
Yeah.
where it comes from, and then it just sneaks back
What-
up.
there's
from your psyche.
There's a term for that. I can't remember what it's called right now, but yeah, it's
Mhm.
You don't just bring that slogan up. That's what Go Guppy's saying. I'm in Russian. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Well, I
Again,
think he
yeah,
thought he
politics is
sounded smart. He
persuasion.
said it
You
about
hear-
immigrants.
It sounds, yeah, he probably heard it somewhere. Okay, and then fight with Joy. Okay,
I
so
think-
which one of these two phrases sounds worse
The
or
worst?
more divisive to you?
Probably the blood of our country. I mean, at least in my opinion, poisoning the blood of our country. That's pretty.
Because right now,
He's so
people-
negative about everything. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so in religious way, I don't know if Kamala, you said it. She said it.
She said fight with Joy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, fight with Joy. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah.
In the context.
It
of,
shouldn't have mattered
yeah.
who said it though. That's why I brought it up without telling you guys first.
But
Oh, gotcha. Well, no. I was just going to say it makes sense that she would say that and that Trump would say the other one because Trump likes to have very negative tactics to try to win over.
But right
And
now, what
she
people
has
are trying to
very-
say, what people are trying to say is that this is divisive. Fight with Joy is divisive because it's a Nazi slogan, and the way that I think, I don't know that much about this,
So
but
I think it's
what
a
there's
Nazi slogan because it was
Why?
a belief at
Why?
one point.
Okay.
Thing.
Why are you bringing this up? This is just dumb
He
content.
wants to see who's
God.
Nazis. He wants to see who's
This,
Nazis.
this is
that's
dumb
why.
content brain.
no.
Are you
What do
trying to be dumb content brain right now?
No, no.
Oh, Kamala
No.
Harris said something that was possibly related to the Nazis, even though it's a turn of phrase.
You're just jumping down my throat so fucking
You
quick.
you're because that's so come on, Tony.
That's not what I'm doing.
That's
Oh my
exactly.
God.
Let's talk about. That's why I didn't name the two things. I'm out of here. This is so stupid.
Para,
this
don't
is
leave.
this is the call to action that
Don't
was paid
leave.
for. Okay,
Don't
That's-
leave.
God,
leave.
this is annoying. This is nonsense.
Yeah, go.
I just-
Guppy
I
was
just-
right. This is
I
not
just-
dumb
I just-
content.
I just watched a dumb
I'm
debate.
trying to get to a point here.
Okay, what's the point? What's the point then? Tell me.
Right, people on the right wing are trying to act like, oh, Kamala is saying, Kamala
Nazi
is saying
as shit when it's not really Nazi as shit.
when that's like such a simple phrase that anyone could say.
Exactly.
And then-
That's what I'm
but Trump has said a lot of Nazi shit before.
because
And it's like how can you say anything is a Nazi phrase, especially fight with Joy, when your guy is so much Nazi shit. Like poison the blood of our country is only one example. I think there's like 3 or 4 different things he said that's like straight out of Mein Kampf. So I think Josh.
The problem is you're looking for evocative taglines, right? I think more than anything, as bad as it sounds, like Trump's angle has always been evocative language,
Yes.
right? And so that, Nazi sloganeering was all about that, where a short snippet of something that sounds serious that you need to act on now.
Mhm.
And I think, to be perfectly honest, as much as Trump just spits shit out, it's kind of like a room full of monkeys with typewriters, right? Eventually, you're gonna come up with Nazi shit.
I think he just thought he
Are you
sounded
still
smart.
are you
I think
are
he
you still
just heard
mad?
it.
Are you still mad at me, Para?
You're just. This is
He feels
silly.
like you're bullshitting the whole time.
Yeah.
I
you're
don't
just
think I
bullshitting.
don't think this is silly. I think it's like a really good comparison. Like how
because they don't but calling Trump a racist is stupid because it's obvious. But
no, that's
I don't-
not my point
but-
though,
but-
right?
but
you
I don't
understand
even
you
thi-
understand my point though, right?
he just says shit because
That's not my
it's
point. Isn't
evocative.
that okay? That's not my point. My point is that people are
That the right
wing
are
people are trying to bring this thing up, and it's like
Yes.
it's so
and
what's
then
the word I'm looking
and then
for?
you ignore it and you move on.
Yeah, it's
That's- and
so
that's what-
hypocritical. It's like how in the fuck
because that's all
and
they
like Josh
have
said
left.
earlier, it sounds like it was a dish soap commercial. Fight the
That's
soap
all-
scum with Joey or something,
That's all they have left is meme. Remember what we were talking about earlier that before it used to be feelings over facts. Now it's just devolved into meme culture. That's all the right has now. They have nothing left.
I know.
They literally have nothing to stand on. They have their own party has abandoned
To be
their own
fair,
morals.
yeah. To be fair, I think there's still rational right wing people out there, but it's gotten.
But
well, no offense, but that is politics. The portion of politics that is still volatile and active and can swing is based primarily on meme culture or short snippet culture.
That's true. But should it be? That's
no, but
like
but
I try, man. I try to rationally explain. I tried to. Now I just want to slap people. You know that? Do you know that British commercial where that guy walks out and he just slaps everybody in the room, and they're like, "Charles slaps. Hey, you can't do it." And he just slaps. That's where I'm at this point. It's like if you say a stupid thing, I'm just gonna call you out for your stupid thing.
Yeah. True.
Because
is it still dumb content? Did I not make a decent point at the very least?
Can I just say, I don't think it's the idea of it being dumb content. I think he's focusing on bigger picture and you're focusing on details. I mean, what is this really? Come on. This is kind of stupid in the sense of the argument itself. Like,
no, Tony's point is that relaying everything his point specifically is that the right wing is trying to sort of turn things back around, like saying, "Oh, see, look, they're using Nazi sloganeering too, or Nazis said that too." When really, there's no. To your point, Para, there's no real point in bringing this shit up. Like I said, room full of monkeys on typewriters. You're gonna hit stuff that came up in Nazi sloganeering. I mean, it's gonna happen.
What I'm trying to get at is like how. You know, the fact of the matter is that Trump called out Kamala that she's going to take all the guns away and defund the police, when that is the most asinine, stupid question. That she's a cop, she put people in jail. She's a gun owner. It's like it's just devolving dumb meme culture, and like we have to give credence to these actions, to these statements, and that's just stupid.
That's actually. Kind of
political
my point.
Discourse.
That was kind of my point. Though, is like it's like why are we taking this? Why are we? How can we take this seriously at all?
9 people that have
you shouldn't.
9 people that have experience in talking about political debate got interrupted by an Instagram post by Taylor Swift, and that's where I'm just like I've given up.
You can't let go of Tay just doing her thing, can you?
No, okay. You know what I'm pissed about? This is the thing I've been pissed about for the last month and a half. There used to be a time when somebody, an official, would ask you, "I need your help." Whether it's your councilman, your supervisor, your state elect official, and you should feel like a sense of duty, a sense of ownership that an elected official asked you to help them. Kamala's team asked Beyonce to have Beyonce have her song at the presidential at the DNC conference, right?
Oh my God, I love Beyonce.
So, but
it's a joke.
There's a call to action. The president-elect is asking you for your help, and the most that you can give is the okay for a song.
Well,
yeah,
Donald Trump didn't even get it okay to play the.
But this was
like the song.
If like.
He just played it, and actually, the family was like, "We stop using our song. Stop using our song. We own that. That's copyright."
You know what, Para?
That made me very upset.
She probably asked where the money was coming from. And
oh
so that's
my God! And that's and that's like I would have been like, I do it for free, and thank you, President-elect Kamala, for asking me to use the song for your elected position to represent my party. It should have been an honor. I shouldn't have taken money. I shouldn't have an action team. I shouldn't have a lawyer. The president, possibly the next president of the United States, has asked you for the help. And the best you can offer is how much money, and you can only play my song. I'm not going to do a performance. I'm not going to endorse you. That's bullshit.
Communist for Trump says, I am
bullshit.
sick and tired of Trump's radical veganism. There's nothing wrong with eating dogs. Para, thoughts?
I hate me.
He hates it. I was about to say he hates it. He's gonna leave. Shut up, everyone.
I
shut
don't
up.
know who the fuck this guy is.
You know,
You got him, Communist for Trump.
I ate some dog one time.
I do appreciate your passion, Para.
Wait, what?
You can't get away
I
from.
said I ate some dog one time. It was a little rough.
Oh my god! Of course,
Dad
Enough,
jokes.
Josh, enough with the dad jokes.
Dad jokes.
All right, I gotta go to bed,
extraordinary.
guys. That was a good. That was a good tie back to the Russian thing with.
The dogs?
No,
Eating dogs?
with the Beyonce.
Oh,
Beyonce
that
but
got it.
yeah, I have to.
All I would
sleep
say
now.
is I would not question it, and I would have taken no money. I would have been like, ma'am, yes, ma'am. I will let you sing my song. In fact, I will perform it for you.
Maybe you should just stand in front of the next
Maybe
podium.
you should be
and she can
Beyonce.
stand on your back and deliver her speech from standing on top of you.
Support local dog meat farmers. Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was fun, guys. We
Thank
should
you.
do this again sometime. I really thought that Josh was going to be the one arguing with Para and not me. I feel like me and Para are like pretty
Me-
aligned on most shit, but for some
I
reason
think-
he's a huge Dave Rubin supporter still. I have no
oh my
idea why.
Tony, I love you dearly, but it's not like you're a very good mediator.
I wasn't trying to be a mediator.
Oh, okay.
That's
Well,
not my
he said he
role
was
in
going to
this.
argue more with him.
I think I respect Josh's opinion because he works for elections. He understands the.
I respect both of your guys' opinions, by the way. I respect all of you guys' opinions.
I don't respect your opinion at all.
I was about to say, he doesn't respect yours, Para. I'm just kidding.
Okay, you don't have to respect my opinion, but
But you know what I would respect? A D&D ruling, because you know more about D&D than I do.
I maybe see about that.
I would actually like to talk about the new D&D and how...
I gotta go to sleep, dude. This is gonna open a whole can of worms. Plus, you don't
Next
respect my
time.
opinions, so
I don't respect your political opinions.
I think I have pretty good political opinions. I think you might find, but
For someone who I just want to vote. Oh my god!
that's I haven't voted because of my political opinions.
How old are you? Are you wait? You're 30, 31?
No.
How old are you?
No, way older.
Oh my god!
Para.
Para, I voted before. Do you respect my opinions?
Yes, because you actually participated
Para.
in the system.
Para, abstaining
I told
is
you the first time I voted. Would
Para,
you still
abstaining.
respect my
Abstaining is participating. Just so you know.
it's not,
yes,
actually.
yes, it is.
No, it's not.
There's no. You don't. You do
Because you
not
could've voted on
legally.
Prop-
You do not
you could've
legally
voted on
have
Prop-
to vote. You do not legally
On
have to
Prop
vote.
G. Prop G actually helps us.
That is
Here locally.
technically true.
You
You could
understand?
have voted. You could have voted for a city official. You could have voted for a judge.
What's technically true,
could've
Josh?
voted- You could have voted on so many other things.
But you're not legally required to vote.
Yeah,
It's a
abstaining
there
is
are people-
participating in
there-
democracy
there's
just
people
as
who would
much as
die for
voting
the-
is.
people
Okay.
are literally dying for the vote. There are
We're
people
not. We're not in
You need to-
Australia. We don't have compelled voting yet.
All right, you need to get a little more enlightened and come a little more to the center, okay?
Just wait until voting becomes like Obamacare.
God damn
where
it.
If you don't participate, you're going to get
I need
taxed.
to go to bed. I'm going to kill the stream and then we can talk for a little bit after.